shifts with skill direction. Your vision will move with the direction of your skills, allowing for a broader vision range. This not only enables more accurate targeting, but also gives you the upper hand to anticipate incoming enemies in advance. Come and try this practical secret that professional players are using. Play like a pro to dominate the enemy team effortlessly. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational 2024 Season 2.
I think that the Vitality match is going to be the toughest because they are probably the strongest team on the group, but today you're going to see some targeted strategies focusing on them.
Vu qu'on a vu VKS jouer au tournament à la S1, on peut regarder leur gameplay et établir une stratégie.
Eu acho que o melhor jogador da Vitality é o Shanks, porque, bom, ele é o principal carry do time e ele basicamente escolhe a lane que vai jogar, o pick que quer jogar. Então acredito que ele seja o melhor jogador, mas a gente vai ter uma boa resposta contra ele e acredito que ele não vai ter um bom desempenho contra o nosso time.
我感觉 VKS 只是单你一个人拿野盒来 C， 只要把他野盒打烂，他们就没什么用了。我感觉赢他们挺简单的。
A importância de ficar em primeiro é mais dar esse medo para os outros times nos playoffs. E a gente quer sim ser campeão para defender o nosso título. A gente foi campeão do primeiro, então a gente está aí para defender.
Aqui contra Dani. Dani, je t'attends.
Acho que a equipe que poderia ser mais difícil de enfrentar seria a G, pelo fato de eles serem Hong Kong, talvez, e eles consigam jogar no servidor chinês. Eles também já têm jogadores que são bastante experientes. Acho que seria a equipe mais forte assim se enfrentar do grupo.
他们的能力我们非常认可，很厉害，但是我们不畏惧挑战。
以现在的阶段，其实我们没有十足的把握说去战胜他们，但是我觉得大家都是职业选手，就是不要那个眼光那么短浅嘛，就是单单一个 S2就在沾沾自喜，到时候我们 EW11 减。
我们在山巅等着他们所有人的挑战。
Disappoint sa nangyari kasi yung last time mananalo kami sa BKS. Expected namin magta-top 1 kami sa group pero
for the last game, we will give our best to game our last game.
从小组抽签到比赛也有一段时间，然后我们也不断的努力去做调整，然后进步，但是还是没打过，然后输比赛。电子竞技不就是这么残忍？
Fiercely battled for a power that granted them life, but cursed them with ruin. Wait! Oh, no, this story is too cliché. Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Oh. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one?
for a fight right now. Danny going in the lead.
Well, confidence by Fang. Fang doing the time damage from Danny as well, taking up the win sheet as well. Niap is looking.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the final day of the group stages of the Honor of Kings Season 2 Invitational. My name is Blam, and with me, I am joined by Hauler today. How's it going?
Good, good. I'm super excited. It's the first time casting with you, Blam. I'm super excited about that as well as these 3 matches. There's going to be a lot of good games because we got to figure out who's going to be the top seed going into the playoffs.
Yeah, like I was saying in the pre-game production, was like there's really not much here in terms of what can change within today's standing, because again, some of these teams have gone 2-0 all the way through. Some of them not quite had as an easier start as some of the other teams, and then obviously we've got some teams that just may not even get there. So again, 3 games, but it's going to be super duper cool, and I cannot wait to cast them, obviously with Team Vitality as well. But before we get into that, this is what Season 2 is all running up to, is the EWC MSI. So one of our sponsors today is the Esports World Cup. So we are thrilled to be the partnership with the Esports World Cup for Season of Honor of Kings Invitational. The top 8 teams will go through to this tournament, and most of them have already been picked anyway. So this is going to be the next point of call as well, and it wouldn't be anything without our second sponsor, Infinix.
Yeah, and this is going to be Infinix. Experience esports level gaming with the Infinix GT20 Pro, like all the professional players here at the HOK Season 2 Invitationals. If you'd like to find out more, you can check out the Infinix official website. Check out those phones. They're quite good, and all the players on stage are playing with it, and you know that they're doing some pretty sick plays with it. So definitely check them out, and you'll really like the phone.
I mean, we've had very little technical issues with these phones, so I mean, that even sings more praise to the Infinix GT20 Pro as well. So again, shout out to Infinix for supporting and sponsoring the Season 2 Invitational. But a little bit back onto the teams that obviously are playing today. We've got some of the, what would be considered more of the Western teams playing today, I would say. Within that hemisphere, we have obviously the likes of Team Vitality and VKS, the top seed of Brazil, going first, which again, I think starting today on that match is a huge place to be starting with, because both of these teams have had a really strong start to Season 2 Invitational.
Definitely. And, you know, I mean, what better way than to make sure that you make it to the knockout stage, of course, guaranteeing your spot into the EWC. But this one is more than just bragging rights, because, of course, the top seed is going to be super important going into the knockout stage, because it's one of those things where if you're a 1 seed in the group, you don't have to face the other 1 seeds in the other groups. And there are some killers like LGD and Secret, and you don't want to be facing them, especially early. Give yourself the best chance possible by making sure that you do get that top seed.
Yeah, I mean, even if you can't make it all the way to the finals, obviously, if these teams can get to the semifinals and survive the quarterfinals, it means a bigger payout for, obviously, the teams. It's a bigger prestige for the teams. But nonetheless, all these teams that are going into the quarterfinals of the Season 2 Invitational will be going and making their way to EWC. But it's going to be really cool to see All Gamers Global, because, again, we haven't seen them since day 1. So I want to see what they've learned watching all these amazing teams play for the past 3 days. But here are the standings for Group A and Group B. So Team Vitality, EU represent, is at the top with the game-winning difference of 4. And then Vivo Keystars at 3, Boom at 4th, and then Foot Esports at 4th. And then over to the other side of Group B, we have Loops at 2. All Gamers Global, like I just said, haven't played since day 1, are at the 2nd position, losing 1 round to R8 Esports. And then 3rd is R8 Esports.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the other side in terms of the other 2 groups, Group C, Team Secret came out firing. They were 2-0. They're going to be the tops of this Kagendra had a great matchup against Osiris. They are going to be in second place. Kagendra do make it in, and so they're guaranteed that second slot. Group D, on the other hand, they had LGD. Again, another just dominating performance by them, where they had the shortest game in like 7 minutes and like 40 seconds. They came out on top, but Impunity Sports fought back. They ensured that they got the win. They had some unconventional drafts in yesterday's day 3, and they ended up beating RRQ, so they guarantee their spot into the knockout stage.
Yep, I'm still trying to recover from that loss for RRQ there, Hauler. It was definitely a sore spot for me to be witnessing whilst I'm on my 9 to 5 and then seeing RRQ lose. I was like, come on, no. That just completely decimated my day yesterday, but less about yesterday, more about today. So we've already been alluding to the first game of the day, Vivo Keystars against Team Vitality. Team EU against the Brazilian tried and tested Seed 1 is going to be super interesting. I expect nothing less than a full best of 3 between these two teams. I'll be very surprised if we get a quick 2-0. And then second game, Loops, again, having a promising start to the tournament. All Gamers Global, not the strongest start we've seen, but we get to see them again. And then Boom against Foot Esports for the third place of the Group A. But here are Vivo Keystars lineup. We do have VKS Niap, we have Danny in the jungle, One in the mid lane, Caesar in the farm lane, and then Maynard in the support role. This has been a tried and tested roster. Danny has said this is the best roster they've had since VKS, so it really shows you the gravity of this team. But their opponents are going to be...
Yeah, but let's talk about the others team. It's going to be Team Vitality. We're going to see Nighty, Shanks, Highland, City Boy, and of course Benji. This is a team that is actually quite strong, and then we've seen some tremendous growth throughout the league itself. But going up against the #1 squad from Brazil, Vivo Keystars, how are they going to fare? We're going to have to find out in this first matchup of the day.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, like I've already said, no shortfalling of a banger of a matchup between these two teams. Because as you said there, Hauler, that obviously Brazil's VKS are their top seed. This Team Vitality roster has seemed like a massively strong roster as well. So both games that Team Vitality have played have finished in 2-0. So I think that's the gravity that people, those watching at home, need to realize that, hey, this is not a team to mess around with, and VKS probably know that. But like we were saying in the introduction, this is all about trying to get that first seed, because if you are able to secure the first seed, you aren't going to be meeting either Team Secret, LGD Gaming, or whoever becomes the first seed of Group B after today. And again, you don't want to be dropping that quarterfinals match to see you. That's where your journey ends in Season 2. But we are now onto the picks and bans of Game 1.
Yeah, we're going to start this one off. And of course, there's a lot, I would say, almost a bit of sense of relief. Obviously, that seed #1 is going to be super important going into the playoffs. But it's one of those things where, hey, I still made top 8. I'm going to be having a shot at the EWC. They're having the opportunity to even go to the big stage, the big tournament, the big dance, whatever you want to call it, is going to be super important for them. So what they want to do, obviously they want to show up. They want to get that 1 seed. But at the same time, I think this is not the do or die, you know, where your back's to the wall, where you might get eliminated. You're not going to get to that level. But we're going to go into the draft, of course. This is, of course, Game 1. The Dahlia pick is going to be first pick from them for VKS. Team Vitality, counter with the Byron and Pay. Any thoughts on that one, Blam?
So it's really interesting to see Team Vitality actually not picking a tank in the jungle. So Pei coming through as the jungler here is really exciting to see, because again, we haven't normally seen City Boy on the likes of these big jungle picks, because he's always been Kaiser, and for the entire of the tournament, it's pretty much just Kaiser central for the side of Team Vitality. And it's nice to see that, again, paired with Byron. This is something we've seen other teams play. So if you've managed to survive the initial engage of the Pei, you've got Byron that's going to come around swinging that huge malice to take you down, and huge do like massive amounts of damage, especially with the disengage and re-engage potential of the Byron pick. But again, we are seeing that those bans are definitely aimed at the teams. These are not just random high ban rate heroes that we're seeing against VKS and Team Vitality, because the Kaiser, again, one of the big picks for Team Vitality. My not so much Princess Frost again, obviously. Utility Mage is the way to go in that mid lane. And as you can see, VKS has picked the poor man's Princess Frost, which is the Lady Chen. But I do have to say a little quick stat on that Lady Chen. She has 85% appearance rate, but with the top win rate with such a hero that's been picked for that amount. So again, huge appearance, not in the bans, but mainly in the picks. And she has a 73% win rate. So this is one of the highly contested heroes between all the teams in Season 2 Invitational.
Yeah, Lady John, just having so much flexibility. You have that magic damage, you have that control, you have CC. I mean, it has everything but the kitchen sink, right? It's definitely a great hero to pick up, and that's why teams are kind of prioritizing that. But they've also picked the Elaine up, and the Elaine has had, you know, what I would say, you know, 50-50 in terms of like success rate. It hasn't been amazing. I think they had like the win rate is about 43%, but it is the number 5 pick in terms of this league of Season 2 Invitationals. So it's definitely a contested one. Now, if we're looking more to the other side, the Mo's and of course the Byron Pei, these kind of have been kind of meta, but the Huangzhong not really as much. We haven't seen too much of it throughout this tournament thus far.
Huangzhong, absolutely. Yeah, this was a Season 1 favorite. It was in the farm lane. So again, Team Vitality really switching up the team comps that we've been seeing for the past 3 days. Because we're not getting that tanky jungle, we're not really getting the Dharma or the Mai Yin into the clash lane. We're actually seeing Byron surface for the first time for Team Vitality. It looks like the Motsu, as of yet, is going to be the support pick. So again, great shot calling potential for Benji. If not, it's going to go into that mid lane, which again is great utility for the Motsu, for being able to just use that first skill, set up a great engage for either the Byron or the Pei, and then create the distance for the Huangzhong to use that massive ultimate that we know he packs. And yep, it's going to be into the support lane as they lock in the Shangguan, which we saw yesterday on Highland. And with those finishing strokes, could this be the finishing stroke they need to take game 1 with this mid lane pick?
Yeah, and Team Vitality kind of doing a little bit more, I would say, unconventional draft. I mean, this is something that we haven't seen. The Huangzhong is the first pick for them, actually in the entire tournament itself. So this is one of those things where they're trying to be a little bit more creative, maybe testing things out. This is, of course, the first game, and of course, this is the match 1, game 1. We're going to be going into Team Vitality, Keyed Stars, going into this, but who knows? Maybe they're testing the waters, trying new things. We're going to have to find out. But Blam, knowing the draft, seeing the players, who do you give the edge to?
I honestly can't call it. I mean, we are meant to be super unbiased in this one, but again, because the weight that these players have within these teams and showed throughout the Season 2 Invitational, it's honestly 50-50. Because over to the side of VKS, they do have the Dolia. Even though she is the only hero with a 100% appearance rate in the entire of the Season 2 Invitational, she's only at a 38% win rate, which, when you think about it, yes, she's been banned 19 times and only picked 8, but she's only picked up a 38% win rate within those 8 times. Really shows you that it hasn't been the best pick within the Season 2 Invitational, whether that's down to the tankier heroes being more of a spotlight within these drafts of Season 2. Is going to be super interesting to see if this really affects either of these teams, because again, the only real tank onto the side of VKS is the Dune pick, which we haven't seen Danny play yet. He's been mostly going for those flashy jungler picks for the majority of that Season 2 Invitational, but we're already seeing a little bit of a presence here, a little bit of tit for tat up into the clash lane between Byron and Elaine, and normally Byron is going to be your early game hero when it comes to going for those 1v1s, and Niap looking pretty low. The CC immunity does save him, but for how long? How long's that dash going to be? 90 coming in with the first blood onto VKS. Niap in the clash lane.
Yeah, Niap in a bad spot. He got a little bit low. He was getting destroyed in that top lane, and this is a bit of a rough one, right? You don't want it to be dying. You're losing a lot of XP. You're losing a lot of potential, any sort of gold. But if we're talking about Lady Jeanne here, more in the mid lane, of course, the most hotly contested one. If we're talking about skill combinations, it's going to be what? Ocean of Tears to start things off. You have your Destructive Deluge to kind of create that zone, and then you end up with the Ocean of Tears back off when it's off cooldown, and then end it with a Flowing Sigh. Of course, there's a lot to remember in terms of these combinations, but if you want to scale and do that damage, this is probably the best combination for you.
Yeah, like I said, she has been one of the bigger, highest appearance mid lanes in the entire tournament, and then obviously having a fantastic 73% win rate. But Frenzy is the common skill we are going to be highlighting right now, so it increases your damage by 10%, resistance by 15%, and lifesteal by 20%, and then magic lifesteal by 30%. As you can see, this common skill is more available onto the likes of your assassin-like heroes, like we see on the Shangguan in the mid lane, but we normally see on the Ali as well, which unfortunately we're not going to see Saucer or City Boy on the Ali this time around. We are going to be seeing the Huang Zhong and the Ho Yi, but paired with that Dolier, that can come through in multiple avenues here. You don't know where that second ultimate's going to come from and where that focus is coming from right now, but with her being paired in that bot lane, we're more than likely going to see on the Ho Yi, so 2 of those Burning Sun arrows coming through, and again, the distance traveled means that that longer stun duration is definitely something you want to be dodging out on. And onto the side of Team Vitality, there's not really anything that can counter it, because their go-to, or within the Season 2 Invitational, the go-to counter of that one is the Ali, with obviously the Maple Dance being able to cancel those longer range abilities coming through to you. But again, onto the side of Vitality, I don't see anything being able to dodge that unless you have the dashes in your potential, and you know you have the right intelligence that blazing arrow is coming directly for you.
Yeah, and if we're looking at Team Vitality, they've already got a 1k net worth lead. They've been doing a good job in terms of prioritizing the bottom lane. The Cannon Blast, that's going to start this one. Sacer getting destroyed there with a finishing stroke, and he takes out 2 with it, and he's styling already. Highland making his way from the mid lane to the bottom lane to ensure he gets those 2 kills.
Highland doing very well.
Highland so sick with the flow. The double kill coming through literally for 4 minutes, setting up that Tyrant camp very beautifully for the side of Team Vitality. And I think this game 1, oh, there we go. There's a blazing arrow coming through from the Ho Yi, landing straight onto Shanks. And that's what I was saying before, Hola, is that you don't want to get hit from all the way in the enemy base. Landing that arrow on you is some crazy, insane CC duration, and you don't want to be witnessing that.
Okay, I kind of blame Highland for that, because Highland got the kill onto Sacer, and then he had just spawned, and right as he spawned, he threw out the Burning Sun arrow, and he ended up getting, he capitalized, and he hit Shanks with that one. So it's one of those things where, yeah, the respawn timer, he didn't expect it, but the arrow, the angle of the attack coming directly down the mid lane was something that he completely caught him off guard.
Yeah, no, that was beautifully placed there, and I feel like Shanks is probably like, okay, I'll take that one on the chin. I will definitely be looking at that one. I will be changing my whole plays now because of that. You don't want to get caught out more than once, because again, you just saw how fast they're able to run down Shanks, because Pabe not being the most tanky hero, but speaking of tanky heroes, Dune with the engage, but then Ho Yi being able to get the kill onto Motsu, and then Huang Zhong's been able to sit safely into the back of that turret there, trying to do as much damage as we see that Highland comes through with Shangguan, but we know the ultimate counter for Shangguan is making sure that everybody groups up so that damage is shared by that finishing stroke, so no strokes will be finishing off VKS within that little clash in the mid lane.
Yeah, and he tried to make a play, tried to kind of avenge his team, trying to get that counter kill, but there were just too many of them. VKS sticking together, understanding. Oh, it looks like Mena, he's going to be launched up, and it looks like he's going to back off. He's going to just recover for now. Throws out the flowing side for good measure.
Which the 2 towers down.
Yeah. we see onto the side of Team Vitality, they're actually doing very well in terms of the turret and lane priority, because they have 2 turrets to Neil Hua onto the side of VKS, because they're just doing fantastic macro plays here. But speaking of macro plays, we are seeing the LA come through. Niap wants that revenge onto the Byron, but no, Highland is denying that revenge. He's like, hey, eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, so you're not taking my teammate. I will definitely take you down in that little interaction within the jungle of Team Vitality, and they are not letting them stop that tempo. It is still maintaining. We're seeing Pei pick up his red buff, and we have the Overlord Vanguards pushing these lanes as well, and already the side lanes are looking at a very shaky position going into the 7th minute.
Yeah, let me go back to... Okay, it looks like they're going to go for 1, and Highland makes another play, finishing Strokes his way back on out of there. But let me talk a little bit more about the Niap dive into that jungle. He went for the Death at Sunset. He tried to land right on top of Highland. Highland actually outplayed him. He used the finishing stroke, making him untargetable, so Niap just landed without doing any sort of damage, and then he was in a bad position. And so Highland was able to just kind of outplay him in their own jungle.
Yes, definitely an outplay, and who else to perform that other than Team Vitality, as they've had such an amazing start to Season 2 Invitational, and they're not going to slow down here. This is day 4. They don't care if they're top seed already. They want to claim it, but Dune going in, soaking it for a lot of damage. Pei going down thanks to the Ho Yi. We see the Highlands into the back of the queue, but he has to be careful. He is going to be focused, but Ho Yi goes down as well. That is a 1-for-1 trade onto the side of Team Vitality. 1 taking down Highland as well, so that is a 2-1 trade for VKS. And they hold their mid lane turret close to their chest as it is not taken down in that brawl.
Okay, one thing we've seen from Team Vitality is that Highland is the type of player where if one of his teammates is killed, he doesn't care. He's going to look to go for the counter kill. He's going to try to dive in, but as I say this, Benji gets a little bit low. He brings Peacebringers back to safety, and it looks like Team VKS are going to take the T1 mid and ensure that they get this, looking to convert into a Tyrant here.
That tier 1 falling in the mid lane is a little bit of a red flag for me, Hauler, because again, that jungle is now going to open up wider for VKS Danny. And this Dune pick is showing it's a tried and tested pick. Yes, I used to give it a lot of slack in the Season 1 Invitational and the beginning of this Season 2, but it's really showing that if you need that tank, if you need that anchor on your team, this is the hero you want to be picking, because the amount of damage this hero can soak up, especially going with it such tanky items as well. We see the likes of the crowd control boots coming through. We have the burning cape as well. So not only does Dune go in, soaks up damage, he's able to do some damage over time thanks to the burning cape as well, if he's not already hitting you with those basic attacks. But you can see onto the side of Team Vitality, they've gone for all crowd control boots because there's so much CC on the side of EKS.
Yeah, and Dude has just so much potential for outplay. He has pretty much, he's like a jack of all trades, right? He can do almost anything. He can get in there with the Unruly Blade. He can actually use that to escape as well. He's got the Gale's Benediction to kind of just shield himself up, as well as just kind of creating that AoE type of whirlwind type of attack. Plus he has the Wind Slash that just kind of has an AoE stun, which just kind of combos onto everything. So he's got the tools. It just comes back to the player of ensuring that you take the right initiations. You're able to kind of, you know, get into the heart of the enemy team, so to speak, and then you'll really see the power of the Duke.
Absolutely. Nothing short of a absolutely staple pick here for VKS. We haven't seen it much within the Season 2, but again, it just really just shows Danny is able to play those flashier junglers, but also those father-like figures in the jungle presence there, like the Dune. Are they going to be able to steal this Overlord? Not quite. They was able to get the Shadow Tyrant, and with that Primal Bond being procced after taking one of the jungle objectives, you don't want to try and take the other Shadow Overlord, because it takes you a long time. It then also opens up for a lot of errors on the side of EKS, but Team Vitality was able to take it without it being stolen. Again, I feel like this is going to be what's going to apply more pressure for Vitality in those lanes now that they have their Shadow Vanguard, because they really want to try and claim that T1 in the mid lane. because it just means for the likes of Shanks, Highland are then able to set up bigger engages, some bigger flanks onto the side of BKS as well. But if we're looking at that goal difference, it's definitely coming smaller and smaller as the game goes on. We were seeing a very strong start from Team Vitality, but BKS was like, no. There's a reason why we're the Season 1 Invitational champions, and we're about to show you in this best of 3. But it seems so close, and like I said, this was going to be nothing short than a 50-50 matchup.
Yeah, and if we're looking at that, I mean, the net worth, the biggest one is the biggest gaps between the two roles, the CT Boy and Sacer, right? There's about a 1K difference here. Nighty on the run. He's going to be chased out, but it looks like it's going to be, you know, all for naught, so to speak, for VKS. They're going to back off here. But CT Boy getting that farm is a bit of a concern. He's going to do all that damage. He's the farm laner, of course. You kind of want to limit him as much as possible. VKS have not done a good job of shutting him down.
No. Yes, you are correct there, Hola. I think that Sacer is just able to sort of position himself very well with Danny on the dune as well. It just means that he doesn't have to worry about getting close to the front line, because with Ho Yi, okay, basic attack comes through. We are able to close the T1 in the mid lane for Team Vitality, which I think at that 12-minute mark for that turret to stay remaining would have been a struggle for them to continue the aggression and continue that lane priority that they've been keeping for the majority of the game. If that T1 was going to stay standing, it would be an issue for Team Vitality, so making sure that is down is going to only further their cause trying to get to the enemy team's crystal. But as we see that the farm lane has no T2 anymore, it's down straight to the higher ground turret. So putting some priority there and putting some pressure could really change this match around. We're seeing Hong Jong come through with the ultimate, but going on to Dune, is it really going to do that much damage? Seeing that Dune was able to sustain that 3v1 damage there and only take maybe a quarter of his health, is just showing the amount of soaking of damage that this pick can do. But we may see an unsuspected Shanks or an unsuspected Danny here getting picked off.
Yeah, but BKS trying to limit the amount of space that Team Vitality have, and this is why Danny's being a little bit more aggressive. Yeah, he's up in front and he's being, you know, scouted out with by Team Vitality with the ults and all the different spells to kind of just fish him for, you know, wherever Danny might potentially be. But this is a situation where VKS, they want to be aggressive. They want to take the team fights. They want to push you out as well as invade the enemy jungle, because they need to catch up. And they've done a pretty decent job. This net worth lead has dwindled from a 2K to about, what, 500 gold at this point. So they definitely are doing the right things. They're making the right moves, and it looks like they're going to take a free Tyrant here.
Yep, the pendulum of the gold difference is in full motion of swing right now, but I feel like this focus for the Shadow Tyrants is all to aid that Ho Yi, because again, huge ultimate. Oh my days, the crucial kill theft comes through for Elaine, taking the Shadow Overlord. Niap putting some respect on his name in that clash lane is huge for VKS. This could be, again, massive. Once we see that Niap comes back, the Overlord is going to be dropped as well. We're going to have the Tyrants on the side of VKS as well. So not only the damage, but the lane priority. These Vanguards can really put your enemy team into a sticky situation. But as for now, Team Vitality do look like they have got VKS on that back foot. They're looking to push this T2 turret in the mid lane for VKS. Hong Jong already putting pressure onto the back line there, already trying to do a lot of damage onto the Dune, and was able to set up a takedown of that T2 in the mid lane.
Yeah, they've taken that one out, and it goes back to the play of Niap, right? He goes in, obviously it was a high risk, high reward play. He got rewarded for it. He died in the process, but if he had died and didn't get the steal, that could have been a disaster. That could have been so bad for them. Now they've bought themselves some time. Now you're going to see the Overlord kind of pushing in the bottom lane. So you have that sort of push with the Drakes. And now Team Vitality need to respond in kind. They need to kind of back up, deal with all the Drakes that they're going to have. And then just the amount of farm is going to be somewhat limited. So now VKS are looking to push in.
Looking to push it indeed. T2 looking pretty low, but we're seeing a lane go in straight onto Highlanders. Down again. Oh, Sacer taking down 90. So 2-0 trade right now. Death on Sunset coming through. That's a 2-1 trade thanks to the Huangjang, but no more is Huangjang. City Boy is down, and we're seeing that Pei is taking some pain, but the shield coming through to save him. Niap is not going to be able to close that third kill for himself. However, that Shadow Vanguard is coming through in the farm lane. It may just be the curtain call here for the side of Team Vitality, as they are 3 men down. It is about to be a 4th man down. Somebody call an ambulance for Team Vitality. It is an ace. Right now, the Crystal is being taken down in Game 1. VKS 1-0 against Team Vitality. The European Titan bleeds.
Yeah, and the VKS, well, talk about well played, right? They were behind. They understood, hey, if they're not going to push it out, they're not going to take advantage of that lead and not force us to be playing defensively, then we're going to take the action to them. We're going to be, up in front of them. We're going to be taking the enemy jungle. We're going to be just forcing you to play defensively. And so they turned it around. They found that opening, and they were just able to kind of capitalize on that. Really well played by Vivo Keyed Stars.
Let me just wipe away my tears, man. I mean, Europe taking an L. That's just hard to even try and process. But what a fantastic Game 1 from VKS. And we were speaking about this pre-production as well, Hall, about VKS being the champions. They always say in their little intros, you're about to find out who the best Western team is. And so far, they have rarely got a blemish on their name, really showed any faults within the Season 2 Invitational. So for Team Vitality to finally beat them in Day 4, and this is the only time they've taken a round away from Team Vitality, really shows you the pure potential of VKS and the reason why they won Season 1 Invitational. Yes, we have to admit that the teams probably weren't up to scratch compared to what it is in Season 2. Season 2 is definitely a harder challenge than Season 1, but VKS still rising to the challenge, still keeping their name, still trying to maintain that championship of Season 1 all the way to Season 2 championships at the end.
Yeah, and it's one of those moments where Team Vitality, yeah, you've taken this loss, but you're not out of this one. It's like, how do you bounce back? How do you get yourself into this one? If we're looking at some of the net worth, I mean, if we're looking at it straight up across, nothing really sticks out to me too much from Team Vitality. I think that it was more of not an itemization issue, but just more of like a play style thing. I think VKS really took the fight to them, and Team Vitality, again, just on the defensive, didn't really know how to deal with the pressure that VKS was putting on them.
Yeah, because we saw that the Pei and the Byron was drafted very, very early on the side of Team Vitality. I think maybe they were suspecting that Danny may have not gone for a tank jungle pick. Maybe they would have put something more so a tanky clash lane. But however, Danny did surprise, and Danny's KDA really shows how effective that this Dune pick was against the likes of the Shangguan, the Pei, but also Byron. The amount of damage that come through these 3 heroes, and he was able to soak it all and not take a single death in Game 1 really shows how well the Doom pick is in the Season 2 Invitational. But like you said, it feels like it's just because Team Vitality are trying something different here. We haven't seen them on a tank jungle before. Pei coming through is for the first time for Shanks, so again, it may just be a unfamiliar scene for them. We may see a little bit of an adaptation in Game 2, whether they'll try a tank within their roster this time around, because we can't really call Motsu a tank. Even though we started to see some tanky items being built on the Motsu, he definitely cannot sustain the amount of damage that Doom can.
Yeah, and I mean, look at how much damage he did. He took 90k, obviously very tanky. He played Danny. Danny played the Dune to the limits, right? That's exactly what you want. If you're looking at one, and again, this is why Lady Jeanne is like one of the most hotly contested one. The fact that you're able to do all this damage, and you take somewhat limited damage because your positioning is on par. One has done a great job with that. And why Caesar? Of course, Caesar with the 100% team fight rate, always there when you needed him, making sure that he gets those kills while doing as much damage as possible, especially throwing out those burning sun arrows, which was setting up a lot of kills across the map.
Yeah, I think the pairing of the Ho Yi and the Doom was just perfect, and you can kind of see the strat that VKS was going for. The fact that these 2 heroes alone have 100% team fight participation is that Seisu was just like, yo, you take the lead. I will stay by you. I know I can get the positioning if you're there. And then the fact that they have Niap as well that's able to kind of scare away the Shangguan, which we saw multiple times within those interactions with, especially in the enemy jungle as well. But looking at that gold graph, you could honestly think how hectic that match was and how great of an early game we saw from Team Vitality. The graph shows it all. And then you can kind of see the decline where the side of VKS was able to focus the Shadow Tyrant, and again that just gives more damage over to Ho Yi. And a hero that attacks so fast, you don't want to be giving that damage an extra chain lightning effect over to, because he can just reach you even further. Even though he's got a blazing sun arrow, with those basic attacks it's just zapping you with lightning and just doing damage over time. So again, it's just a hard thing to play against when you have the majority of squishy heroes onto the side of Team Vitality. But the MVP is going to be Maina, so we're seeing a support MVP come through. 018 damage dealt. Obviously, support's not meant to do the damage, but the damage taken at 53k is absolutely exceptional. And only dying once and having 8 assists is really what it's all about when you are a support player.
Yeah, definitely. And Dahlia was the type of pick where, even as of yesterday, had a 0% win rate going in. It's actually picked up quite a bit. I believe it's a 44% now. So it's done its damage. It has a lot of control. It provides a lot of support, utility that you want from your support player. So having the MVP on this one, Maina really playing the hero Dahlia to the limits, very strong there. But if we're going to talk about some of the highlights here, this is one of those moments where you thought that, Team Vitality had this huge edge getting the first 2 kills right there, kind of trying to set themselves up. But then where did the wheels kind of come off, Blim?
I feel like it was all around those jungle objectives. So once we started to see a more focus on the main jungle objectives for VKS, we saw those Shadow Tyrants come through. The positioning for the Ho Yi was just impeccable. There was just a huge fortress known as Dude right in front of him at all times. And no one like Highland or Pei or even Byron could get latch onto the Ho Yi. It was just a hard thing for them to do. Again, like I said, I feel like it's just an unfamiliar scene here for Team Vitality because they don't have that jungle tank. Seems to be their MO through the entire of the Season 2 Invitational. And then that beautiful steal from Niap was really the huge high-risk, high-reward play that you were speaking about, Hauler. It really played dividends in this Game 1. If anything was where the wheels physically and evidently fell off.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of this, there's a lot of good things that Niap did, right? I mean, you look at the KDA, he's like 233 or something like that. He didn't get a whole lot of kills, but he was just providing so much space. He was putting, Team Vitality, there was so much pressure on Team Vitality to kind of respond to what Niap was doing. Yes, he was kind of, sometimes maybe out of position, but he would play it to the limit and ensure that, his team is pushing in other lanes because he's providing so much attention elsewhere. So he did a really good job of just being that bait, quote unquote.
Yeah, I mean, VKS Niap is potentially my favorite Clash Lane player to date, from witnessing him from all the way from Chuck BR 23 all the way till now. He can just multiply play. But speaking of play, if you haven't logged into the game yet today, guys, Yao is now available. The Shining Star, Jing's brother. I've played him once already, and I can honestly say he is shaping up to be a very fun hero with not only his ultimate that can pass him back to a position that was 2 seconds ago, but the fact that you can stack up that passive and then get a CC onto your second ability is very good for trying to get those little wormy heroes trying to escape away from you. So Yao now available on the Gorge.
Yeah, I've yet to try him. I will do so right after this cast. So it'll be interesting to kind of see what he's going to be doing. Because, I mean, going into this one, it's like the potential of it going, seeing some of the video clips that I've seen already, they've seemed pretty phenomenal. And it seems very exciting. It's definitely something new to try out. So I'm super happy to kind of give them a shot later on today.
I'm going to say the good thing about his ultimate as well is the fact that it's got such a low cooldown. It's not like let's get a 2-second recall back onto my further last position, but it's like about 14-second cooldown. So again, you can really make some really great plays. So if you dash over the wall of one of the tyrants or the overlord camps, and you think that the enemy jungler is escaping and you like the enemy Yao is escaping, he can just recall back in. If he's got those 4 stacks, he can CC you up, smite one of those camps. There's huge outplay potential for this hero, so make sure you do go and try him, preferably in casual. Get grips with him. Try him out first. Don't take him straight into ranked and flame your teammates. Please, please. Endorsed by Blam.
Yeah, and chances are if he's in ranked, he's on my side, and that, you know, my teammate has never played him before, and it's always on my side, right? While the enemy team, he's been like, you know, been training for as long as possible from this morning, right when the release, and he's an amazing player. But that said, okay, with Team Vitality, took it one on the chin. How do they bounce back? What do they need to do a little bit better, Blam?
I think they just need to go back to their usual business. They need that tanky jungle, whether the Kaiser, because obviously that being banned in game 1 was probably a little bit of an upset for them. Maybe they don't really play the Dune, or this is something they're trying to hold on to going into the quarterfinals, because you got to think here that Team Vitality don't really want to show everything right now, because again, they are in the top 8. They're going through to EWC. They're going through to the quarterfinals. If you're starting to show your pocket picks here when it doesn't necessarily count, you can kind of see why they're doing what they're doing. But hey, you want to get a win on the board. You want to make sure you can make the Brazilian Titans bleed within the group stage, rather than finding out all the way into the quarterfinals that they kick your butt again. So we're into the picks and bans of game 2. We're seeing that Kaiser ban, the Mai Shiranoi ban on the side of VKS. And then we look over to the side of Team Vitality. They love banning out that Hino. They know that Danny loves this pick, but they know that Danny isn't strict to this pick, as we just saw in game 1 on the Dune. And then Ali, one of the most contested heroes in this game, because both of their farm laners love this pick.
Okay, you didn't say it. I was trying to see if you would kind of mention it, but it was one of those things, because the Huangzhong pick in the last one, I just felt like it was really underwhelming. And again, I don't want to call him out or anything like that, CT Boy, on it. I think he's a great farm laner, but I just felt like the Huangzhong was just not the right pick to kind of synergize with the rest of the draft from Team Vitality in game 1.
Yeah, your Huangzhong is normally going to be paired with like the Dolia, or if you don't have a tank in your jungle, which they didn't, they really should have gone for the Zhongfei. But again, I believe Zhongfei was banned in game 1, so there was no tank to be had. The Motsu was kind of like a last resort, it seemed to me, because sometimes he can do great in the support lane. Other times, like we just saw, not quite so much. But over to the side of Team Vitality, they do pick up the Elaine, which hasn't been something that Nighty goes for normally. It's generally the Dharma, it's generally the Mayin, and same for Highland. We're not seeing that flashy Highland, we are seeing the Princess Frost come through. So a huge shout out to the Season 1 Invitational Utility Mage that was highly contested. Princess Frost just has so much means within her kit. Obviously, Winter is Coming is a huge AoE. Paired with the Dolia means you get 2 seasons of Winter. But oh, VKS still going for the Doom pick, but they go for the Guan Yu, which we have seen, I think, at least once on Niap, and it was played beautifully. Chef's kiss.
Yeah, they're looking to counter the Elaine, right? If Team Vitality picked up the Elaine, they were like, hey, if we can't beat them, we're going to join them. We're going to take the Elaine ourselves. But VKS are like, okay, you want to take that one? We have the Guan Yu, who's just going to push down your lane, make things a little bit difficult for your Elaine. And so I think that clash lane is going to be very difficult. They need to figure out, Team Vitality that is, they need to figure out a way to how best to counter this. Do they put a little bit more resources where there'll be more rotations in that clash lane to kind of give a lane the best chance in that top lane? But we're going to have to find out, of course.
Yeah, they ban out the Liam Po on the side of Team Vitality. I feel like if they've got the Guan Yu and the Lady Shen, I don't feel like another tank needs to sort of go into the enemy team comp. But then again, I could be wrong. It all depends on who their farm lane's going to be. But I know who it isn't going to be. It's not going to be Ho Yi. So again, Seiza not getting the Ho Yi pick. The Ali is down, and their go-to pick after this for the entire Season 2 Invitational has always been Lady Sun. So, being banned as well, they ban out their own Lady Sun, so it's going to be really interesting to see if they go for the Direnji or they go for the Marco Polo, or we could be seeing something completely different here. There we go. Marco Polo does enter the Gorge for VKS, and I believe this is the first time on the side of VKS as well.
I don't know if they've picked up the Marco Polo. Obviously, the Marco Polo has had somewhat limited success in the league thus far.
Yes.
It's been picked 6 times. It has a 17% win rate. Not the best. And it seems like most of the teams struggle giving Marco Polo as much space as required. It's a very late game hero where you can kind of blow it up. Now, Team Vitality know the Marco Polo's there. They need to figure out some sort of way to kind of, again, put pressure on him, take away the farm, as well as maybe even just go in at him and just make sure that he's stunned so that when he does use the Fever Barrage, he's not going to do a whole lot of damage.
Oh, okay. Ying gracing the Gorge for the first time in Season 2 Invitational. The first time we saw this, actually in competitive play, I believe, hasn't been since Season 1 Invitational, and it was onto the side of Major Pride, who weren't the best at the time. They have improved massively in the Open Series. Open Series Split 1, they did go all the way to the semifinals. Big up Major Pride with the major progression. But seeing Ying come through, again, Vitality is trying something different here. They don't have a tank once again. They are just trying. I think they're just going for different things here. They seem to be having a little bit of an experimental phase in the group stage of day 4.
Yeah, and I like it, right? Might as well try things out here. That was the first time in Game 1 where we saw the Hwangzhong in the actual league. This is the first time, I believe it's also for Ying as well. So this is the time to experiment, right? You might as well kind of play around with it and see what happens and see what sticks, right? Because you're getting onto that international level of, high-level competitive play. So you might as well try things out and see what happens.
Absolutely, but I want to sort of go back onto the point of the Marco Polo, like you were saying, Hauler. It's all about trying to lock down that hero, but most importantly, it's about trying to time his not his intimidate, but his cleanse as well, because once you pop that cleanse, you have obviously a CC immunity, but not only are you going to have to try and focus that time in, you're going to, if Guan Yu is around, and even if he isn't around, he could be there at a flash. He is the fastest hero on the Gorge. He could be pushing you into that Marco Polo ultimate, or you could be having the Dune just flying over the wall with that chain blade, and then that's it. He's soaking up all the damage. Marco Polo is dealing all the damage, and by that time, the team has got like an ace, a double kill, a triple kill. The sky's the limit for VKS here, because again, both of these teams are in the top 2, but it doesn't really, the only thing that matters is if either of these teams can get into top seed, that they don't have to go against either LGD or Team Secret in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and of course, this is going to be match 1, game 2. Team Vitality looking to bounce back here, but if we're looking at the draft with Flam, who do you give the edge to?
Again, it's really interesting. I haven't seen Team Vitality shine without a tank yet, so I'm going to have to give it over to VKS for now. Obviously, don't want to show my European bias too much, but I do want to give it over to VKS because of their performance in Game 1. The Dune was fantastic. Dune doesn't normally get banned anyway, so Danny was just like, hey, it worked in Game 1. I'm going to do it again this time around. But second time gracing the Gorge, we haven't really seen Yaria come through, but this is Yaria's kit breakdown. So after Yaria's passive comes off cooldown, find the opportunities to help your teammates resist enemy crowd control, which again is going to be super helpful on the Marco Polo. She can refresh her skill cooldowns in the DS Spirit form to shield a teammate as well. So you're kind of getting the second wind. You're kind of making the Dune a lot more spongier than he actually is naturally. So again, the Yaria pick from Maina and VKS is a huge pick, but there was a 3-man knockup in the farm lane.
Yeah, And I mean, there's going to be a lot of, I would say, stuns potentially from Team Vitality, right? There's the option that they might have. They might get you the meteor kill. There's some potential ways to just kind of lock you down. And Caesar on the Marco Polo, again, the biggest thing for him is that, yeah, he does a ton of damage, but you stun him, he's going to have a bad time. So that's why he's picked up the Purify. The Purify will just kind of cleanse it or make him immune for about 1.5 seconds, which is pretty much all you need to do all that damage that you need to do. But if we're going to look into this one, it looks like they're going to kind of prioritize the bottom lane. Team Vitality pushing it out while VKS is just kind of very, very defensive, trying to give Caesar as much space as possible.
Yeah, they're definitely having a heavier roam game here. And I mean, a hero like Guan Yu, if you restrict his movement, it's kind of like trapping a bird in a cage. You're just kind of stifling its lifestyle, and you don't want to put the stifle onto a hero like Guan Yu because he's all about that momentum, baby. It really helps those skills come through and gives them an extra bit of an edge and a kick. But like you were saying, Hauler, they are definitely focusing that farm lane once again on the side of Team Vitality. They like to focus the side lanes because once again, if they're able to take that side lane a little bit sooner, it means that the Marco Polo and the Yari are a little bit more susceptible to ganks from the Ying as well. So you can kind of see the picture that they are painting for us in Game 2, Match 1 between Team Vitality and BKS.
Yeah, and look at this one. It's 3 minutes and 30 seconds in, and it's going to use the Fever Barrage, and he does some work, and CT Boy is going to go down, give it up first blood. Caesar, though, is getting solo. He's going to get sniped out. Highland will ensure he gets that kill, but VKS, I mean, if you're looking at that tower T1, Team Vitality have done a great job of putting that pressure down, and with Caesar down, that's a big win, although they did trade with CT Boy.
Yeah, even trades there. It was the marksman for marksman, so again we could say that is definitely an even trade overall for both of these teams. None of the junglers have gone down whilst these jungle objectives have now spawned. So first Tyrant and Overlord coming through in Game 2 here. Dune already looking for a rotation down to the Tyrant potentially here. Again would complement the Marco Polo pick beautifully. As we can see, Marco Polo is able to pick up that red buff, giving him extra damage going into these next team fights, and also the Tyrant fight potentially. Ying is definitely still on that side of the map as well. Dolia scouting out there. Benji just doing what supports are meant to do. Can we get a crucial kill? Oh, no! Danny gets the first Tyrant. I thought that Shanks had it in him, that he was going to be there to steal and repay back what happened in Game 1 against them in that Shadow Overlord, but not quite. They may have to try and settle for an Overlord in the first phase of the jungle.
Danny wins the Smite War. He ensures he gets it, secures that one. Absolute win for them. They were making a huge rotation, and CT Boy in the bottom lane was almost free farming, and so they had to kind of slow things down just because of the fact that they had to deal with a Tyrant. They tried to go for the steal, not able to do so, and it looks like Vivo Keed Stars coming out on top, at least with the net worth. Yes, it's very small at this point, but putting themselves up any sort of advantage right now for Vivo Keed Stars is a huge win for them because, again, they really know how to play with the lead.
Yeah, their roam is impeccable right now. It's just seeming to be that the Guan Yu and Dune are always very much close by, and that's kind of what you want to be looking out for because those two can set up a great engage, especially when you've got the Lady Chen as well as the Marco Polo looking to rock around those lanes as well. But Ying is looking for a rotation as there may be a little bit of a fight prompting here in the mid lane with Lady Shen. You got Yaria there. Dune is there as well. We've got both Caesar and Nighty trading blows, but unfortunately it wasn't quite going to go through there. Nighty's having to recall, which could be at the detriment to Team Vitality in this mid-fight. Still hasn't managed to recall yet. He is still trying to delay his go back to base so that he can try and support and keep a hold of that farm lane T1. But look how much damage Team Vitality's Clash Lane T1 has. That's just a whistle or a blow away from falling.
Yeah, Guan Yu, look at him. He's level 9. He has the slight advantage against the Nighty, who's kind of been pushed out of lane quite a bit. Nyap has done a great job of forcing him out so that he can free farming. putting a lot of pressure in the top lane, meaning that the rest of the team can just deal with everything else, right? So Niapto doing a great job of ensuring that he's, playing the Clash lane to its maximum in the sense that he's independent. He's able to kind of put pressure without, any other sort of support. So he's done a great job. And VKS have taken advantage of that as they're looking to kind of push and invade in the enemy jungle and actually push in that bottom T1.
Yeah, Niap on the Guan Yu just really shows how well he can sort of macro and micro, because again, he's making sure that his lane's always cleared. He's now rotating back up because Ying is getting a little bit too close to comfort in that Clash lane T1. So he's going to go back, he's going to go nurse his lane, and then you'll more likely see him rotate back around to the Overlord or even back down to the mid lane, because he is just there to support his teammates, to set up, push those squishy heroes on the side of Team Vitality out of the turrets, the safety of the turret anyway, because we know there's plenty of squishy heroes on the side of Team Vitality, and huddling under those turrets is not going to be a safe option for them. We have Seiza doing a lot of damage onto City Boy as well, with the help of Yari. Again, that 1 second knockup onto the DRNG is also going to make sure, or at least try and get that cleanse off that second skill on cooldown, so the next time an engage comes through, he's not going to have it. He's going to be a sitting duck nonetheless.
Yeah, if we're looking at what Vivokeed Stars are doing, is that they're not really taking a whole lot of team fights. They're not forcing the issue. They're not looking for ambushes. What they're trying to do is playing objective-based on Earth Kings, right? They're taking what the enemy's giving them. All that space, look at the top T1, bottom T1, both of them had taken, and they've used that to kind of push things along, and they've taken the bigger ones, the Overlord, the Tyrants. They've been able to invade the enemy jungle, and they have a lead because of this. It's grown quite considerably because they understand the flow of the game. Where the minions are pushing, Niap is going to clear this one out. The enemy jungle is open in other areas, so they're taking advantage of all that space that's been provided by the lack of T1s that they have.
Yep, and this is VKS real estate going on right now in the jungle and across the lanes, like you were saying, Hauler. Just Guan Yu, Niap on the Guan Yu is just beautifully being played here, macro-wise, always putting the attention into the lanes. Not quite seen him pick up a kill yet or try and sort of like secure a team fight to go into VKS's favor. He's just all about nursing those lanes and making sure that VKS's lanes are looking healthy, looking strong, and making sure that priority stays there. But they are able to close out the Shadow Tyrant this time around as well. So again, Tyrant focus for the side of VKS is seeming to be the MO in this Match 1, Game 2 for VKS against Team Vitality. It's definitely a less scrappier game.
Yeah, it's more strategic, right? Niap, again, pushing the bottom lane. Once that was pushing into the T2, you knew that Team Vitality would be from the bottom T2 into their own mid T2. That's the space that's been given to them. That's where they would be. And with that space that was provided, Niap was then able to kind of hide in that bush right behind the Tyrant to be just a forward scout to see if Team Vitality were going to make any sort of contest to that Tyrant. So Vivokeed Stars, while it looks like they got a free Tyrant, it was because of the space that was provided by Niap and the rest of the team, understanding how to be in the right position at the right time.
Yep, we have the Shadow Tyrant back up again with the Shadow Overlord as they have a bit of pressure in the Clash lane on the side of Team Vitality. It's already gone down to half health, which is crazy, but we are getting a bit of a gauge here from Team Vitality and VKS. Guan Yu into the back line, the lane trying to skip all that from the Death on Sunset. 90 makes Niap bleed, but they do lose the Shadow Tyrant, which, again, is a not equal trade. Yes, you get a second kill on the board, but you lose the Shadow Tyrant, especially when they have such a soaky, spongy Danny on the dude, and they're all looking pretty low. Team Vitality on the run. Highland takes a kill down again, and then we have Seiza getting a double kill onto 90 also. They are not stopping. The barrage of attacks is in the mid lane. They're looking to clean up their minions, getting that T1 hopefully in the mid lane. The only thing stopping them is Dolia and DRNG, but they are making sure work of that, pushing them away from that T1 turret in the mid lane.
All right, Vivokeed Stars, they lost Niap early, but they were like, actually, we have a net worth advantage. We can take this fight 4 versus 5. For the record, if you're in your ranked games, I do not recommend this play. Vivokeed Stars are pros, and there's a reason why they're able to take that fight and come out with the victors. They did get two kills onto Nighty and Highland. Things to take note of is that understanding the limits, and we'll see the replay here of how things started here, right? This is the Niap had already been killed. Caesar's like, actually, I still have my, my ult. We can go. We have the damage. We have it, and we were able to get 2 kills because of that. And Vivo Key Stars, again, really nice play. Those 2 kills have kind of expanded on this net worth lead, which has kind of grown to about 4.5k.
Yep, it's definitely working beautiful here for VKS. They are looking pretty strong going into the 12-minute mark. Team Vitality still struggling to get a second turret onto this game 2, which right now is looking very, very shaky for them. I feel like the wheels have potentially already fallen off for this team comp onto the side of Team Vitality. The Ying has not really shined through because even though she has the knock-up, she has the huge damage as well. She's just not been able to sort of encapsulate that onto the side of Team VKS because Danny being able to soak up and sponge so much damage. We have the shield coming from Yaria as well. There's just too much to try and calculate and deal with on the side of Team Vitality. They are just not knowing where to put that focus, but the focus is currently going on to that T2 turret in the Clash lane. Are they going to be able to wipe out those minions? No, Danny is into the back of the team fight there to keep them off of those minions. The Winter is coming through just to try and stop them and stop Danny going down as well. Shanks is a little bit too close for comfort against Team VKS, and down goes Highland once again. The Princess Frost is not looking very Princess-y. She is definitely taking a lot of L's within these team fights. A major focus for the side of VKS.
Okay, you're talking about the wheels coming off from Team Vitality, but this is not something where they're making so many mistakes that, the car is falling apart at the end of the day. This is one of those things where Vivo Key Stars have played this game to the T. They've been very strategic, very calculated with the risks. Meteor kill going in for this one, not even getting any kills, but it's one of those moments where Vivo Key Stars have played so well that you don't see the car deteriorating before your own eyes.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, I feel like it, like you say, it's falling apart, but it's not diminishing straight away. It is just wobbling. It's wobbling along the road still. There is potential for that wobble to turn into a momentum, right? I mean, the 44k to the 38k now goal difference by VKS as they go to secure another Shadow Tyrant. Team Vitality struggling to get onto the board with these jungle objectives. So again, that is another string in their bow that seems to have snapped in game 2 of match 1, and VKS looking as strong as ever. Like I said before they went for the Overlord fight, this game has been very more of a strategic game, like you were saying, Hola. There hasn't been as many kills across the board. It's just all about being Danny, Niap setting up those lanes and making sure there is big priority, too much pressure for Team Vitality to focus in these team fights and try and focus where the best place is to put those Princess Frost Winters coming, because even though she has the privilege of having 2 seasons in one, the Dolia doesn't seem to be doing as much of an effect in this game 2 for Team Vitality. It seemed like a bigger play for VKS and a bigger pick for them in game 1. We see that the higher ground turret's fallen in the farm lane for Team Vitality. They are struggling and holding on to that mid lane higher ground turret. There is no minion wave for the side of VKS to try and approach that one just yet, but it is steadily rocking down the road, and I feel like Team Vitality are just trying to hold on here. Niap is looking like a predator in the wild, just waiting for somebody to overstep on the side of Team Vitality, and he is looking still for his victim. We see that Vitality trying to go in. Shanks goes down early in the team fight. It is looking like almost a 2. Oh no, it's a 1-1 trade, 2-1 trade for the side of Team VKS. They take another kill. Niap is not happy with just a singular kill. He needs that double. There's only 1 minion at the crystal. Is that going to be enough for Team VKS to try and take the victory here? Dolia is able to keep them with a lifeline, but here comes the boys. They are back in town, both in all lanes, so they are not going to be able to do it. It's 2v3 right now, and the crystal is going to be taken down to a 2-0 for Team VKS. We honestly thought that this was going to be a best of 3, Hauler. What's going on?
No, the Vivo Key stars are the type where you give them the advantage, any sort of lead, they're just going to take over, right? And you see this, just how calculated, how surgical they were. They were like, okay, we don't care about kills. We're going to play this one objectively. We're going to beat you just with straight up strategy. I don't care if you kill, you know, one of our players here and there, because at the end of the day, I'm going to kill, like, I'm going to win. I'm going to make sure that we get the objectives. We're going to go for the crystals. We're going to take really smart fights, giving ourselves the best opportunity to win, because at the end of the day, all that matters is the crystal, not, of course, the kills of the KDA.
Yeah, you can kind of feel that what was going on there, like I said, with those not quite conventional jungle picks by Team Vitality, but I'm sure we'll get a little bit more invite in this
Thank you
winning
so much. What an
interview with Chuchu.
exhilarating match just now coming out from the side of VKS. Vivo Keystars, you guys used to be the Season 1 champions. You hold on to that title, but man, that second match that Marco Polo says, that was amazing, man. Now, we do know when it comes to playing a carry, it's going to be difficult. But at the same time, how was the communication between you and your Yaria, who's been supporting you, Mana, who's been supporting you? How was the communication to make sure everything in sync between you two?
Como é que, parabéns, obviamente, deu para defender o título, é maravilhoso. Como é que foi a comunicação entre o time, entre a parte do apoio e o ataque no seu time?
Eu acho que a gente tinha uma boa situação de draft. Eles se colocaram em algumas situações ruins e a gente viu a oportunidade de pegar uma comp que escala muito, a composição que ia crescer muito no decorrer do jogo, e eles não tinham tantas formas de abusar da gente no começo do jogo. A gente viu a oportunidade mesmo, sem estar muito treinado, a gente foi lá e executou.
I think the communication went really well. We were obviously keeping an eye on the match. Just at the beginning it was a little slow, but we started to keep an eye when the opportunity arose, and I believe you also how we got the opportunity and it worked out for us.
Now, I have a request from a carry, a marksman. You guys always being the star, like your Marco Polo amazing. You always get the, no, you hold the mic, It's going to be from you. It's always going to be them, you know, the carry, the marksman, and the highlight and spotlight all the time. Can you say something that, like, even like, I love you for your support coming out from Maina just now, to be appreciated? I mean, supporters, we need love too, right? We are the roamers, we need support too. So, can you say some appreciative word to your supporter?
Vocês sempre estão ganhando, tem sempre muito apoio aí do pessoal, dos fãs. Você tem alguma mensagem aí pro pessoal? Porque eles também precisam sentir sua emoção, né? Fala alguma mensagem para os fãs.
Eu e todo o nosso time só queria agradecer por todo o suporte que tem dado a gente. A gente vem aí representando o Brasil, a gente sabe como a torcida brasileira e todo mundo que está aqui também tem muito carinho. Quando um brasileiro vai para fora, ele é sempre muito bem recepcionado, muito bem acolhido. E então eu só queria agradecer a todos os brasileiros que estão acompanhando a gente, que é madrugada lá e eles fazendo esse esforço, e todo mundo que está acompanhando a gente, e esse carinho que o mundo todo, quando a gente sai do Brasil, tem pelo Brasil. Isso é muito gratificante e é muito emocionante pra gente.
Every time we travel around the world, we feel the warmth of the location. Wherever we are, we feel the love. And we wanted to thank not just everybody here, but always our fans from Brazil, which right now they're watching us, even though it's dawn over there. So we always want to convey how at home we feel everywhere, and to thank everyone for their support.
I think that I was really thankful for that speech coming out for your supporters. Definitely they'll be supporting you as well. But if you have to give one word for Maina, who helped you so much in the game just now, what would it be?
Se você tivesse uma mensagem aí pro Maynard, que apoiou tanto nessa partida, o que você falaria para ele?
Eu falaria que ele manter a tranquilidade, que mesmo nas adversidades aí você consegue crescer, só manter o foco, o treinamento, que o resultado vem. Eu sempre deixaria essa mensagem para ele.
I'd say just keep level-headed, because whatever the situation, even when we're down, we're gonna get back up again. So keep focused and we'll always get there.
Hug Maina for me. Okay, there you go. But you guys has been crazy when it comes to getting those, you know, still as per usual. That was amazing. Niap, that was an amazing work as well. But last but not least, coming out from Danny, I think he's going to pass it up to the captain. Last word towards all your supporters and also the team that you fight against later?
Última palavra para todos os seus fãs e para o time que vai se enfrentar agora em 2 dias.
Bom, a palavra que eu tenho para os fãs é basicamente a mesma de ontem. Eu só tenho a agradecer por vocês estar acompanhando a gente diariamente, mandando mensagem, todo o apoio nas redes sociais. E, bom, o fuso horário no Brasil é muito difícil, mas mesmo assim tá todo mundo assistindo, todo mundo torcendo, todo mundo muito feliz com a nossa caminhada. E para os times que a gente vai enfrentar bom, acho que hoje a gente cravou o nosso título de Rei do Ocidente, não existe outro. Então, vão ter que tomar cuidado. A gente vem para defender o nosso título e é isso.
Well, for the fans, obviously what I've been saying, thank you very much for all the support. It really keeps us going, no matter the time zone. And for the teams we are going to face, please get ready because we are coming to defend our title. So beware, we are coming.
Still your objectives as well. Just saying, but that's going to be VKS. Give it up to VKS. We're going to toss it back to the casters. But Brazil, vamos! Let's go back to the casters.
And there we had it, Hola, our game-winning interview from VKS that took a very surprising but definitely concrete 2-0 from Team Vitality, now putting VKS on the top of the top of Group A. So no Team Secret or LGD Gaming Malaysia in round 1 for them.
Yeah, and this is it's great to see because this is the top team from Brazil, and you just saw how well coached, how disciplined they were at the end of the day, right? I think they talked, it was Maynard at the very end who was kind of like, hey, you can we can lose the game, but we'll bounce right back out. And you saw that in game 1. They were losing and they were just like unfazed. We're going to continue to play our game. We know how to win in this, in Honor of Kings. We know how to do this one. So again, just very well coached, very well disciplined team that is honestly going to make some waves moving forward, not only in the knockout stage and maybe in EWC, but maybe I'm getting ahead of myself because we still have a lot more to see from that team.
Yeah, no, VKS, like I said, going through to it, they have been a strong team in Season 1. Obviously, the competition was nowhere near as tough as it is in Season 2. Season 1 had a lot of new teams, new players from different games, stuff like that. Whereas Season 2, everyone's developed, everyone's came into their own, and especially with the introduction of Southeast Asian teams as well, definitely didn't make it an easy feat within Season 2, which, again, VKS is still going to have to sort of try and see what they can do against the stronger C teams going through to the quarterfinals. But lucky for them, they won't meet them until potentially the semifinals. But here we are looking at the post-game analytics. And again, Danny not dropping a single death in 2 games. That's 2 games, Hauler. No deaths for VKS Danny on the Dune.
Yeah, and he's playing it to the limits, and this is why Dude is just so strong. I mean, he's so tanky. He got in and out, made a lot of plays. He caught them with the unruly blades. He would just be in your face almost the entire time. I mean, he's 105. He didn't die, and which is the biggest thing, but I'm pretty sure his damage received in that game was going to be quite high, and we'll probably see that in the next one. But I also want to give a shout out to Cesar. On this Marco Polo, we had seen time and time again where the Marco Polos, again, have had somewhat limited success. They really came out strong on this one, ensured that he was kind of covered by Mena with the Verdant Protectors from the Yaria. So they just had so much going for them. But if we're looking at damage taken, right? Look at this, Danny. 81,000, the second highest in this game.
Yeah, not quite the 90k from game 1, but hey, it was shared between Danny, it was shared between Niap as well. Niap we saw take a few L's this time around, but again, the teamfight participation, from Niap was 50% because, like we were saying in game 2, that he was there to nurse those lanes. He was there to give them the pushes that they needed, to push back the minions that were approaching their turrets, and then just see what happened from there. But Mena, again, with the 100% team fight participation, really showing that this Yaria was giving extra sponginess to the likes of the Dune, but it was also helping the Marco Polo, helping the Lady Chen as well with those single 1-second knockups, was able in Lady Chen to just drop her ults or even her first skill or second skill, landing them more perfectly, and you can really show how perfectly that was landed because 109k damage from the mid lane of VKS is nothing to frown down.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit about one right there on the Lady Jun. I think that you have to ban her or pick her yourself because, you know, instead of picking like the Dahlia like they did in that last game, if we're looking at this gold graph, though, it went almost straight to VKS. Once they had that lead, again, they have a hard time of giving that up. They, again, play very, very well when they're ahead. I mean, they play well throughout, I think, with 3 wins across in the entire group, you know, A, but we're going to have to see how they fare against some of the other Titans and the other leaders of, you know, the other groups. And we're going to see that one in the knockout stage. That's going to be coming. But again, they played so well, ending this game in about 16 minutes.
Absolutely. We are about to crown MVP of Game 2. I can imagine it could be Seiza or Maynard again, but there we go. Seiza coming through with 83k damage dealt. The 52k damage taken, and then obviously the gold. Look at that gold, baby. Game 2, 13.4k gold, and obviously 4 kills to 2 deaths to 3 assists. Playing the Marco Polo beautifully, and like you were alluding to in the pre-game draft there, Hauler, saying that Marco Polo's got a shaky start in this tournament, man. But he really showed that on the right player, in the right team comp, that Marco Polo can really shine.
Yeah, and I mean, they did a lot of it. This is the Fevered Barrage that gave him first blood. I think he does die in the end, but taking out CT Boy, absolutely huge for them. That was the kind of the start of this somewhat, you know, the VKS playstyle of, again, playing with that lead, but they took advantage of it. Most of this thing, Niap dies here. They turn this one into a 4 versus 5 fight. This is going to be the one that's proceeding. They chase after him. Cesar's like, hey, I'm still strong. I can go. And he gets a double kill here and just starts to clean house. This is where you're kind of like, it's Team Vitality. He was like, oh, we're kind of in trouble. This Cesar is actually starting to pop off. He's getting a whole bunch of farm, pushing Shanks back into the heart of the enemy team. And Cesar, like with his 83,000 damage, second highest across the board, only to his own teammate, 1, really showing just how this team is really starting to gel at the right time.
Yeah, it's really holding truth to Danny's words, what he was saying in one of the first VCTs, saying that this is the strongest that VKS has ever been. This team comp is a monster, and they are definitely showing this now because VKS going into the 4th and final day of the group stages take that Group A top spot. Like we keep saying, it means that they get to push away the beasts that are Team Secret and LGD for another round. So well played to VKS getting to that top spot of Group A. Team Vitality, you just got to try and make sure that if you are going against one of these Titans, that you better up that game into the quarterfinals, because LGD Gaming are not looking to lose a round at all. And then Team Secret, even though they had a bit of some mistakes in the games, but able to still pull a 2-0 victory, regardless of what the fans say against TNX. I feel like that Team Vitality still cannot underestimate Team Secret.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it comes back to Group A, right? This is a thing where, hey, you're the group of death. You had the most amount of teams that we had to go up against. We had to play this round robin against 3 other teams, but we still came out on top. We beat everyone. We beat Team Vitality, Boom Esports, Food Esports, anybody. You throw anyone at me, and we got you. And Fivo Keith Stars really played well, and this is going to be a whole bunch of momentum going into that knockout stage.
Absolutely. Again, Foot Esports against Boom Esports is the last match of the day, so that's the last game of Group A. But we have the Esports Awards coming up very soon, guys. So Honor of Kings is up for an award, so we really need your help actually voting for us. So again, we are thrilled to announce that we are going to be a part of the Mobile Esports Game of the Year Award at the Esports Awards 2024. So you can cast your vote over to esportsawards.com. Make sure you do lock it in for Honor of Kings, nothing else, or we will be coming for you. We know where you are. And then please support us on that one. And then we also have the next thing on our schedule, which is the prizes. Because I mean, hey, if you're going to vote, you may as well go into this one to win yourself a few prizes. So this is our subscriber event. So in the Season 2 Invitational, follow us, follow HOK Global Esports on all the social medias to participate in the community events. We'll get a chance to win great rewards, a gaming phone, watches, and permanent skins await you if you do subscribe to us on all of the social medias. So if you're not a Twitter user, go on Instagram. If you're not an Instagram user, we have the TikTok, we have Twitch, we have Discord, we have plenty of places you can follow Hawk Global Esports, and another way to support us other than the voting in the Esports Awards.
Yeah, definitely. And it's like the easiest way. And yeah, I mean, if you end up winning and you don't want it, send it to myself or Blam. We'll happily take it off your hands and we'll make sure that, we make some good use out of it and give it a good home, so to speak. I think there's a lot. It's the easiest way to win, so you might as well do that. But upcoming, of course, we're going to have the other Brazilian team, the number 2 seed. It's going to be Loops. It is going to be all global, all gamers global. They're going to be coming up next. And that one's going to be a bit of a barn burner too, because we're going to find out who's going to be the top seed in that group.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see this one, Hauler, because again, we haven't seen All Gamers Global since day one. And in the Open Series EMEA Split 1 finals, they were the top team. They didn't drop around, whereas this is a different story. They dropped around against R8 Esports, and Loop Esports was able to take them down 2-0. So it's not going to be too long now, guys. We are going to go straight into the game after a very short break. So make sure you don't go anywhere, guys. Stay tuned, get some snacks, get some drinks. We'll be back for game 2 very soon.
Welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational 2024 Season 2.
I think that the Vitality match is going to be the toughest because they are probably the strongest team on the group, but today you're going to see some targeted strategies focusing on them.
Vu qu'on a vu VKS jouer au tournament à la S1, on peut regarder leur gameplay et établir une stratégie.
Eu acho que o melhor jogador da Vitality é o Shanks, porque, bom, ele é o principal carry do time, ele basicamente escolhe a lane que vai jogar, o pick que quer jogar. Então acredito que ele seja o melhor jogador, mas a gente vai ter uma boa resposta contra ele e acredito que ele não vai ter um bom desempenho contra o nosso time.
我感觉 VKS 只是单你一个人拿野盒来 C， 只要把他野盒打烂，他们就没什么用了。我感觉赢他们挺简单的。
A importância de ficar em primeiro é mais dar esse medo para os outros times nos playoffs. E a gente quer sim ser campeão para defender o nosso título. A gente foi campeão do primeiro, então a gente está aí para defender.
Aqui contra Dani. Dani, je t'attends.
Acho que a equipe que poderia ser mais difícil de enfrentar seria a G, pelo fato de eles serem de Hong Kong, talvez, e eles consigam jogar no servidor chinês. Eles também já têm jogadores que são bastante experientes. Acho que seria a equipe mais forte assim se enfrentar do grupo.
他们的能力我们非常认可，很厉害，但是我们不畏惧挑战。
以现在的阶段，其实我们没有十足的把握说去战胜他们，但是我觉得大家都是职业选手，就是不要那个眼光那么短浅吧，就是单单一个 S2就在沾沾自喜，到时候我们 EWC 一点。
我们在山巅等着他们所有人的挑战。
Disappoint sa nangyari kasi yung last time mananalo kami sa BKS. Expected namin magtatap 1 kami sa group pero
For the last game, we will give our best to game our last game.
从小组抽签到比赛也有一段时间，然后我们也不断的努力去做调整，然后进步，但是还是没打过，然后输比赛。电子竞技不就是这么残忍？
Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? taste of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but me.
I'm born to stay, ayy. This is my chips and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Grace to find my face, scars to find my skin. I can't convince you, please, I'm enlisted. I'm the one that you hate. H-to-E-R-A, doing it for real, I found my goal. From the ashes, I rose again. Blow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them run. Baby, it's go time. Knock me down, how I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who gon' fill them up, nobody gon' do it. Facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. Another day, another way. You got the power to turn around. Ain't got a champion, give me that. Calling out for the game. This up. Won't you yell out my name when I sing on top of our
This is my story. A story of honor. A story of bravery. A story of heroes.
Break it down.
You want to be strong? Learn from the pro now. When you're attacking a tower, you might accidentally target an enemy. Or when attempting a tower dive, you end up targeting the tower and minions instead. Professional players execute such impressive moves effortlessly. While you may feel overwhelmed and get killed by the tower, your control settings might be holding you back. Change the recommended basic controls to advanced. This activates extra basic attack buttons for minions and towers. Turn on show enemy avatars to accurately select the enemy's avatar for the kill, and better assess vision exposure. Give it a try and play as smoothly as a pro, easily crushing the enemy faction. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Right now, Danny going in the lead. Well, hunted by Fang. Fang doing the open. Time damage from Danny as well, taking up the win sheet as well. Niap is looking.
Day number 3. Invitational 2024 Season 2.
I think that the
Welcome back, everybody, to the Season 2 Invitational Honor of Kings tournament. Today, it's still me. I am still here, and still with me is Hauler. How are we feeling after match 1, shall I say?
Well, actually, I was kind of disappointed. I thought the first series was going to go the distance in terms of that third game. I did not expect Vivo Keat Stars to just close it out like they did. It was just so well. It was clean, right? And it's like a chef's kiss, right? It was like one of those moments where, like, okay, you couldn't have done any better for them. And I'm super happy and to see what they can do even moving forward. But again, let's go to the second matchup of the day. It's going to be the second place Brazilian team. It's going to be Loops versus All Gamers Global. Blam, your thoughts on that one?
Quick to hold the phone, but first a shout out to EWC for being one of our sponsors for the Season 2 Invitational. Obviously, we now have our top 8 teams that are going to go through to the EWC next month. So again, we are going to be seeing these top 8 teams play against each other again to be going for something even more prestigious than the Season 2 Invitational Champion title. It's going to be huge. Thanks to EWC for sponsoring the event once again. And then obviously
and speaking
with
of holding the phone, though, I think that let's talk a little bit about the phone that's being played. Of course, the Infinix GT20 Pro is among the first smartphones to support Honor of Kings in 120 FPS. Experience playing like the pros today with the Infinix GT20 Pro. That's going to be an amazing one. But that said, let's go back to my original question. We have Loops versus All Gamers Global. Your thoughts on this first matchup?
Like I said, with All Gamers Global in the Open Series Split 1 EMEA Finals, they were pretty much a blemish-free trial. Like, there was no match that they could not win. And for them to lose against RA Esports, which, again, they weren't part of the Open Series Split 1 Invitational because they didn't quite Split 1 Series, sorry, because they weren't able to get to the basic EMEA finals. We never saw that go through. They did play their MENA counterpart, which again they lost, but For them to lose on the Season 2 Invitational stage makes me feel a little bit shaky. Is it the nerves, even though they've played in front of a live audience? Well, not a live audience, but a smaller live audience in the Open Series Split 1? Or have they just kind of lost their way, especially with them being quite a new team? But their opponents that they are going to be fighting are Loops Esports, who are comprised of Tempest, ABH, Kanka, Zia, and Mithy. So some of these were on the previous roster of VKS, and they are a very, very promising roster within the Brazilian scene. Like Hall was saying before, when match 1 ended, these are the 2nd seed, and these are their opponents today.
Yeah, and it's going to be all gamers global. This is going to start off. It's going to be Snow, Myosotos, Lived, Zeiss, and Qinglin. And it's going to be, this is a team that's, you know, from Hong Kong. They're quite strong and formidable in their own right. And playing up against the number 2 squad from Brazil, this is going to be an interesting one. Where do All Gamers Global kind of sit among the standings across all of the international teams? We're going to have to find out. I expect big things out of All Gamers Global. And you talked about the fact that, hey, we haven't actually seen these guys since day one. Have they been kind of enjoying their time in KL, kind of basking it in? Or have they been doing their research, making sure that they've been practicing, ensuring that they have a great knockout stage? But I'm getting ahead of myself as we're still in the final game of the group stages for All Gamers Global and Groups.
Yeah, like I was saying in the introduction, one thing I remember very fondly from the Open Series Split 1 finals is that this team was saying that, I can't remember who it was, it may have been Myosotis that was saying it in an interview, but they were saying that the team argue very little, but when they did argue in the Open Series Split 1, it was good to air it out, so they could kind of try and find the vocal voice within their team. And that really showed in the Open Series Split 1, but hasn't really showed in Season 2 Invitational. So whether that was a reoccurring issue for them in Season 2, especially with it being day one pre-game jitters can get the best of some of the greatest players. So I expect a lot from All Gamers Global going into day 4 after witnessing a lot what's ahead of them as well. But now we are getting into the picks and bans of this first game. What are we feeling here, Hauler? Did you watch day 1 game with AG Global? Did we see what they picked? What are you feeling? What's your initial thoughts on this game?
Before we go into the draft, I kind of want to talk about the fact that you were talking about the arguments thing. I think that is a very interesting point. Obviously, teams, when they get to the next level, they have to kind of have faced somewhat of a, the adversity that they went on. We've kind of resolved it. It's kind of like one of those, dare I say, happy marriages, right? Sometimes everything can be rainbows and unicorns and it can be all great, but at the end of the day, if you've had a little bit of trials and tribulations, the relationship in the end has grown to a point where it's much more rewarding, I would say. So in the same limelight, I would think that these teams have kind of gone through that, right? They've lost some games and they've gotten much better because of it, because they faced that adversity. But as I say this, let's go into the draft here. It's going to be the Arlie first pick. I like this for Loops. I think it's a great first pick, especially as Zir is able to kind of just style on people. I think there's a lot of potential with this hero.
Yeah, and the potential just furthers there. The fact that they've locked in the Zhong Fei for Mithy. Mithy on this pick is huge. And speaking of huge, we see ABH once again picking up that Jing. Jing seems to be another flashy Brazilian pick that they love to pick within these competitive tournaments. But like you were saying, the Arlie is just going to get enhanced now, and we've already seen Zier on the Arlie, and it was fantastic. But then if we look over to the side of All Gamers Global, they are going for a little bit of a female empowerment team so far. We have the Hu Huan in the jungle potentially. We have Dolia as well, so give it over 2 of Hu Huan's amazing, huge ultimates that she can have within those team fights, not only healing, but knocking up and becoming untargetable. And then you have the Mayin in the Clash lane, and Snow is no stranger on the Mayin.
We've seen the rise of Dahlia. Like, it's been very, very popular. We've seen it almost in a good number of games in the past 2 days, but it only still has a 40% win rate. The Mayin, on the other hand, the number 4 most picked in the league thus far. It has a 53% win rate. I think that we're going to see some much high-level play, I would say, from All Gamers Global in terms of Milestosis, Snow picking up the Mayin here, making plays across the map. I think it'll be very interesting.
Yes, and they're looking on their second ban phase to ban out some of the familiar clash lanes on the side of Loops Esports. So the Dharma and the Elaine both hitting the ban hammer. However, onto the side of Loop Esports, we are looking at a bit of a shot, a little bit of a pew-pew at the farm lane heroes getting taken down there. So, oh, okay, a little bit of an off-sketch one there. The Athena, they think or thought that the distractive methods of Athena was going to come through in game 1 for All Gamers Global, but they ban it out just in case they are sure that it stays undestructive against Loop Esports. But the DRNG as well gets banned out, which is again another huge farm lane pick within the Season 2 Invitational. Princess Frost getting locked in, still following that female suit. It's looking for like a very not conventional team comp because we don't really have the tank in there with it. The Mayin obviously being used as can be used as a human ward, gaining that intelligence for her teammates. But then you got the likes of the Hu Huan and also the Princess Frost to kind of deny these team fights, to separate them, having that huge area effects on both of their ultimates.
Yeah, and Yuan was actually played yesterday in the Group D final, Impunity versus RRQ. Impunity were able to take a somewhat unconventional draft. It was very squishy. They actually had the Yuan on the farm laner. We'll still see if that's going to be played here with this game by All Gamers Global, but it is definitely an option for them. But it looks like Loops have kind of picked the Gan and Mo in this Hansu here.
Oh, Gan and Mo, a Brazilian favorite in the mid lane. And then Sunsea is a Brazilian favorite in the clash lane. They love that pick. But like I was saying with Kin the other day, Sunsea within the Brazilian scene seems to have a high win rate when it's in the support lane. So it can go either way within the clash, but with Sunsea being paired with the Jing, again, an assassin with a tank in the clash is the more sought for kind of team comp that you want. Whereas onto the side of AG Global, they have the brawler that's Mayin, and then they have the Hu Huan that's in the jungle. So again, quite a delicate flower, but can bring some pain. The overall team comp on the side of All Gamers is fleshed out with Hou Yi.
Yeah, Hou Yi. I mean, the one thing I don't like about this draft is the fact that they were going with an all-female lineup and they throw in Hou Yi at the very, very end. But
it's got long hair.
Yeah, it's got long hair. Yeah. So I guess that matters. Nonetheless, we're gonna go into this draft. Okay, going into this one, like into this draft, like which of these lineups is easier to play for you?
I mean, we've got the game-winning formula down in the farm lane that we've just saw from VKS. So they've got the Hou Yi, they've got the Dolia. So we could be seeing a potential influence here from AG Global from the Brazilian counterparts in the farm lane. And obviously, Zaze is a fantastic farm lane player from what I remember of the Open Series Split 1. But like you say, which one's easier to play? I'd say the most conventional team comp here is definitely Loop Esports because they have the great front line. They have the Ali, which on Zier is able to get in, out, and have those fantastic high-risk, high-reward plays. But then you got the Genmo, which sits a little weirdly within that team comp because he is going to be sat far away, using that couple's blades long and short to try and get that optimal damage onto the enemy heroes on the side of AG Global. But here we are, game 1 on the Gorge between Loop Esports and All Gamers Global. Let's see how this starts to flesh out, Hauler.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game, I think. I do like Loop's draft. I think they have a lot of outplay potential. The fact that they can kind of jump on you at any moments with the Sunsa's his set sail, the boat that just kind of crashes in whenever he pleases. I think they have a lot of potential for outplay, right? That said, All Gamers Global, if their positioning is flawless, they're spread out when they need to, finding the right targets and prioritizing, they'll have a good game. So it's really going to come down to how does Loops find those engagements, when do they take them in, and are they able to find the right pickoffs? Because again, All Gamers Global, very, very squishy.
Yes, a very aggressive early game lead here from ABH, taking down Myosotis for the first blood. Nobody on his team was there to help him. There was like, yo, bro, you're kind of on your own with this one. We're kind of tied in the farm lane. So Loops put in some amazing aggression already in the early game, Hauler. This is probably the answer to the question you just asked.
Yeah, that was kind of like, I had like flashbacks to my ranked games where like nobody helped me out. And I was like, buddy, hey guys, and I'm like, I'm Myosotis just getting run at. And unfortunately, I would have gotten killed the same way, but not great for All Gamers Global. Hopefully they can turn this one around because, you know, that's one of those things where when you call for support, you got to be there.
Yeah, I just had a vivid imagery of you just smashing the hell out of the come here button, the group, and then be like, first blood. It's like, bah, I told you should have grouped with me. Shouldn't have let me
like
die.
You've seen me play live.
Yeah. Little do you know. But yeah, again, that is a great start for Loops and really showing the cracks in All Gamers Global's team comp here. It's not an early game team comp by any means, because the Hou Yi needs those items to activate. You need those basic attack orientated enhanced items, whereas the side of Loop Esports, we just saw that the Jing can do so much damage in the early game. It's same with the Sun C up into the Clash lane. He doesn't really need as many items to be tanky from the word go. He has a lot of base HP.
Yeah, ABH getting that kill, of course, and he's got the level advantage. I mean, he's contesting it again. So this is going to be a very difficult situation. Here comes the set sail from the backside.
Set sail straight into the back of the team there, which was beautifully played by Tempest, but I feel like Zaze there was trying to predict the Jing going in very aggressive again, which I feel was a really good play. It had great intentions, but Loops Esports, clearly the Nostradamus of Honor of Kings, just seeing one step ahead, baby. They're like, no, we saw that play coming. We've tried that play quite a few times.
Yeah. And I mean, it's one of those things where you kind of, you have a feeling it's going to happen again. But again, All Gamers Global will able to kind of bounce back. Again, they need to defend that jungle. That's going to be super important coming into the mid game. I mean, it's only about 3 minutes and 45 seconds, so there's still plenty of time to happen. But, you know, again, Loops, if ABH starts to get this ball rolling, and I mean, he already has an advantage with the levels and gold, he's going to have a much more difficult game for All Gamers Global.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing here that we're seeing right now is that All Gamers Global are doing exactly the same thing that BKS were doing when they had the Hou Yi pick, is focus that Tyrant, because again, additional damage, Chain Lightning could be crucial for them. There we go, they get it, but that is a fantastic engage from Sun C, taking down Qing Ling in the team fight. That is a 1-1 trade. Tempest does fall, but so does the Dolia. Overall, I feel like that trade, I don't know how you feel, Hauler, it was definitely in the favor of AG Global, depending on what happens here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'll take that any day of the week. I mean, it sucks, unfortunately, for the Rome players to be like, hey, you're expendable, but in a way you are, especially if you can get a trade. You'll take that one, whatever at this point, to get yourself back in it. But again, they're still a little bit behind, and this is where things are a little bit difficult, because Loops are invading the enemy jungle. They're putting pressure on you, and you're not getting as much farm as you really want. And Myosotis is falling a little bit behind. He's going to struggle. And so now ABH even able to take some of the mid lane here, and they're trying to prioritize him on this Jing to make sure that he can kind of carry this game throughout.
Yeah, we just saw one of the core items being built on Jing there, so the Axe of Torment come through, so armor penetration for those squishier heroes on the side of AG Global is going to be troublesome going into the next few team fights. Mithy was just there to get a little bit of insight there, potentially baiting the Dolia, but Gan and Mo getting the kill onto Lived in the mid lane, and it doesn't look like they're done just yet. Hauler, there is a little bit of hesitance. Sun C with a preemptive boat. Is that going to land?
Yeah, Tempest coming in, using the boat like I use my boats, and I just crash randomly. Not able to control it. But nonetheless, they were able to kind of turn this one into a kill, as well as kind of pushing in that bottom T1, already taken out. And again, if Sherry is able to get as much free farm like this, you know, this is going to be a way more difficult game for All Gamers Global. You do want to stop the Arlie, but the potential outplay is just massive on this hero. It's something that you don't want to see a lot of farm on.
No, yeah, the Arlie, you do not want her to run away with all those resources and plenty of them. Mithy trying to give a little bit of intelligence to his team, dashing out of there so he doesn't get caught out in that 4v1 because it was looking brutal. Is Jing going to get hit by that Blazing Sun Harrow? No, it misses. ABH lives to see another day because if that was set up correctly, we had Snow literally on her tail. That would have been the punishment for the side of Loops Esports.
Yeah, All Gamers Global, they actually made a 4-man rotation expecting that arrow to hit. Unfortunately, sometimes you miss some shots, and he did miss that one. But now a little bit of pressure in the bottom lane. They're going to be pushed and thwarted back. But Kingland all the way kind of up in front. Oh, he does survive.
Yeah, that slippery snake Dolia. I mean, a mermaid nonetheless, but stun going on to Mithy. Not the hero you want to be stunning, especially the fact that he's still got his unbridled rage as well, which would just boost up his health. It would then push away the enemy team, enabling him to try and escape and just wait for his team to collapse onto AG Global. But as we've seen so far, Hauler, what do we expect going forward in this game? Is it a Loops all the way punishment, just a slow burning one, or are we going to see AG Global activate at some point?
I mean, we saw it even with the last game with Vivo Keat Stars, is that they're very disciplined and understand the limits and the spacing, right? Where the lanes are, how they're pushing in. And they've been very almost controlling the tempo of the game, where AD have to react, right? Right now, they're kind of like, oh, okay, maybe we kind of pick off elsewhere. And they have not really been able to capitalize on any sort of kills right now. And again, they're just like fishing for information. They're really behind and they're kind of struggling. It's getting to the point where they're slowly getting choked out by Loops.
Yeah, they definitely seem to be funneling them in many other aspects. They do steal the blue buff on the side of AG Global, but okay, AG Global getting the kill on Zia there. We saw an overextended Ollie and a huge mirror dimension from the Jing there. It's coming through, but it wasn't actually going to pause or play anything into it. They are opening up the mid lane. Oh, Hauler, the AG Globals are needing to do something, and that was looking like the right thing, I feel.
Definitely the right thing. I mean, I don't see how they got the kill or the pick off onto Sherry there, but they capitalized on that. They actually pushed them away. They got the mid T1 as well as the Tyrant. So you've taken objectives. That's great. But the funny thing is actually they're still behind in terms of the net worth. Getting that mid T1 obviously will open a lot of doors in terms of avenues of attack. So you have a lot more angles to go in, which is going to be great for them. And they need to find them. They're still on the defensive side. They're still behind. They need to figure out some sort of other ways to get some sort of pick off to, again, get themselves back in this game.
I've just got to mention there, look how beautiful and fluid that gameplay looks on the GT20 Pro. It's superb. It looks even better than like my gaming phone, and that's probably like 10 times the cost. But anyway, it's definitely seeming to be serving a lot of good for these players on both of these teams. But I feel the short falling on the side of All Gamers Global right now is that farm lane being pushed all the way to the higher ground turret. They've got to put some pressure now on the side of Loop Esports just to kind of bring that lane back for themselves. And I think this is what Snow is doing here, looking to just punish them whilst they're absent from the lane. But Mithy and Zira just here before it even happens. They're preempted it. They know that that was going to be their focus, but also another focus for All Gamers Global is going to be that another Tyrant, the Shadow Tyrant. But is Mithy going to be able to steal it? He is already there. He's waiting within the grasp. Oh, AG Global steal it with the Winters coming, but that is not all. It's a 1-1 trade so far between the two teams. Zero going in with a double kill as well. That is a 5-2 trade for Loop Esports. Zira getting a triple kill on the Ollie. Oh my gosh, Ola, what was that?
Okay, AG were able to take the Tyrant. That was a win, but then they continued to fight and they got punished hard. I mean, losing all 5 members is absolutely massive, especially at the 10-minute mark. That's going to open up some doors. And now look it, they're knocking on the door of the T3. They've taken that one out. They're going to get out. Nice regrouping here. And they're going to take the enemy jungle as well on their way out. And this is going to look to hopefully turn into an overlord for them. But again, this is just a huge opening, massive swing, 5K in favor of Loops at this point.
Yeah, such huge pressure for just one team fight. And for those watching at home, that is the recipe of a potential victory here for Loop Esports in Game 1. It's just, if the pressure is on, you get as much reward as you can. Because, as we saw in the draft, we knew that AG Global's team comp was not going to be the one that's going to be able to sustain a team fight, especially when they have the likes of Zhang Fei and Sun Si both on the side of Loop Esports. Two fantastic front lines. Zhang Fei being able to soak a lot of damage, and then Sun Si being able to disengage, re-engage back on his boat, and get multiple knockups. But the real hero of that whole interaction was Zia with that triple kill. That was just beautifully handled by the Ali.
Yeah, very well played there. I mean, it's one of those things where, and again, this is probably a bad analogy and a bad influence to them, but if we're talking about Halloween, I don't know if you have Halloween there, but basically, like, sometimes the owners of the houses will just have their candy left out, and they'll have a sign that says, just take one, right? But it's one of those things where, hey, the opportunity is there, maybe I take more than one. Loops, in this case, had that opportunity. They took more than one piece of candy, and they came out the victors. And there's a reason why this network lead is kind of growing quite a lot, but ABH now on the run.
Yes, ABH on the run, being able to escape with little help, but there is no other consequence for him because there's no way that they can catch him up. There is no real front line there to be had on the side of All Gamers Global. Sun Si looking to take a few bits of the enemy jungle, taking the red buff as well away from Myosotis. With him being more of a magical hero, magic damage orientated, means that that red buff isn't probably his priority. However, it could have been huge on the Ho Yi. More damage means more success within these team fights. But yeah, back to your Halloween analogy, I think Zia was face first in that bucket.
He was just eating it there, not even trying to hide it and taking it back home with him. Okay, all right. You know, that's one way to go. All right, but Loops here continuing to push, putting on pressure. The top lane, Zai's just trying to do what he can. He's trying to get back into this. He's down 1.7k from, you know, him and Sherry, that is. There's a pretty big gap in that role right now. And right now, all they need to do, AG, need to slow the game down. They need to figure out ways to extend it to give themselves a much better chance in this game.
Yeah, if there's one thing that Loops has already proven to us with their past two games is that the late game is no struggle for them, it seems. Like we saw between R8 and the other team that they played as well. They just did not struggle. They were just like, yeah, no, bring the late game to us. We will definitely meet you there and meet you with vengeance. But even if they do seem to slow down the game on the side of All Games Global, they've still got plenty of turrets to be taken. T1 both in the side lanes, T2 in the mid lane. It's not like it's going to be an all doors open access if they do win the next team fight.
Yeah, okay. But you're talking about the late game and maybe getting to that point, but which of these squads do you give the edge to in terms of the draft? Who has a better late game?
I mean, for a complete raw damage output, I mean, you've got the Ho Yi, you've got Mei Yin doesn't do as much damage, but she's able to sort of try and split the team fight if she's not being punished by the Zhang Fei or the Sun Si. So Mei Yin's function in that whole late game team fight is to try and take out the Gan and Mo or the Ali, but we've already seen that Ali and Jing are two slippery heroes to get a hold of. So I feel like the Mei Yin's a little bit of a non-starter. We did see that Elaine got banned, so Snow is already a big Elaine advocate as well. So within the Open Series Split 1, he played that hero to perfection. But I feel like I don't know if it was AG that banned them or Loops that banned them, but I feel like that ban was definitely orientated towards Snow.
Okay, makes a lot of sense here, but it looks like, you know, Loops, even with this lead, are playing somewhat, like, scared. They're not like the Vivo Kid Stars where they're kind of putting so much pressure where, you know, AG were not, you know, or sorry, what was it, Team Vitality were not able to kind of come back into this one. But AG has space. They can go move around the map. They can kind of push it along. Obviously, there's no jungle camps to take over right now, but it seems like they have a lot more space to play with.
Yeah, I feel like if they navigate the team fights better, like I was saying, picking off those damage dealers, like the Ali, like the Ganmo, like the Jing, and then all they've got to really deal with is the Sun Ce. So if they don't take too much casualties in the first part of the team fight, then you're right. They probably could take the next team fight. The Burning Arrow comes through, lands onto the Zhang Fei. Winter is coming, comes through to the Ganemo. Ganemo looking pretty low. The Couple's Blade comes through, but no, Myosotis is able to pick up Ganemo. Pushing away is Zhang Fei. They need to breathe. Get some breathing space on the side of Loop Esports, and Zhang Fei is the hero to create that.
Okay, so they got the pick off. That's a nice one. But again, with this opening in the top lane, I mean, just kind of crashing in, AG have to kind of deal with this. They can't actually proceed further and take advantage of the fact that Kank is down for another 20 seconds. So this is a bit of a window for them. They need to kind of push ahead. But, you know, what is unfortunate, though, is that the Tyrant is another 45 seconds. That's a pretty long time. But as I say this, ooh, the King Ling taking a lot of damage.
Ooh, I'm going to say those mirror blades were definitely honing onto the Dolia there. Luckily, she's able to recall, but give herself some health in the meantime just to preempt any gank from the side of Loop Esports. But I feel like that was well played. That's something that AG Global just need to do going into Game 2. If they don't, however, for some reason manage to close this Game 1 for themselves, is just focus on that point. Make sure they have a team comp that allows them to get to the backline efficiently so they can take out these high damage heroes like the Ali, like the Gammo. The Blazing Sun Harrow was completely mitigated there thanks to the Maple Dance of the Ali.
Oh, from the backside. Oh, they found Zaiz, they picked him off, and they're going to continue on, and that just might have ended it with right there with Loops taking the ambush. They're going for King Lin, but Kank is actually down. He's been sniped down. Myosotis gets a little bit low, and it looks like just Kank. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade.
That sustain from Myosotis was crazy. Like, she was taking hits left, right, and center, and then all of a sudden she was like, oh, up into the air, gets that sustain, gets that heal, and then Dolly is like, bro, don't worry about it, we'll heal you. But this is the important part here for Loops. They do have the empowered minion. Sun Ce's coming around with the second wave as well, trying to crash into the backside of the Mei Yin to keep her away from those squishier heroes, but Myosotis is up in the air, untargetable so far. They are still trying to catch out a member of All Gamers Global, and All Gamers Global, if anything, played that almost crucial game-ending play to perfection.
Yeah, Loops right there trying to make a play, but it was very ambitious, right? Getting into that one, especially with them respawning, the fountain, I mean, the respawn timers were very close for Zaiz. He was going to be back, and you don't want to take any sort of fight where he's there and just kind of picking people off. So Loops not able to really capitalize on that small advantage they got, and this net worth lead is starting to dwindle. It looks like they're going to take a free Tyrant here. They'll take this one off. Myosotis will ensure he gets this, and they're going to continue with the Unbridled Outburst.
Great damage coming through for the Ho Yi, but Snow is down. Sun Ce has just met his maker thanks to Ho Yi having that Shadow Tyrant damage buff as well. Myosotis and Qingling are into the front line. Mithy taking so much damage from Zaiz. That is such crazy damage coming through the Ho Yi. Ali was able to taunt him a little bit there, being able to recall with the life step, but they have to watch out, and we are seeing that Lived is able to predict that minion wave coming into the top lane. And like you were saying earlier, Hola, that top lane is going to be their weak point in this. That is where they need to give a lot of attention to, not only these team fights, but that top lane.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tough one. But, I mean, Snow going down for the second time still has a, you know, the highest in this game. Second highest, only to the Sherry, the Arlie, right? With 14.2 versus the 13.1. Nonetheless, Snow has done a great job of just kind of isolating heroes, ensuring that they get that pick off. Tempest going down, Kank going down, both of them, that was kind of a bit of a rough situation. I think Kank needs to play a little bit more carefully because he keeps getting picked off early and they lose a lot of damage going into these team fights.
Yeah, Ganemo is not the hero you want to be losing earlier on because, again, that Couple's Blade has multiple functions. If we see that Miffy cannot get into the Tempest Dragon camp, we could have Gammo just sit in a brush somewhere and use the Lung Couple's Blade to try and deny or even crucial kill theft onto something so crucial like the Tempest Dragon right now, because I feel if either of these teams get the Tempest, it's a little bit of a game over, or just sort of trying to mitigate
Jerry.
anything wrong there. But there they are. They're in the pit. Are they able to get it? Oh, who gets it? Who gets it?
Sherry.
They do. ABH gets it, and Zeri is at the back of the team fight, getting another triple kill. He is popping off on the early pick in game 1 against AG Global, looking to push these lanes, both in the farm, both in the mid lane, to finish game 1, while Sunsea and Mayin are just having a little bit of a dance in the mid lane. But it is going to be game over, Hauler, unfortunately. Loops get in game 1 from All Gamers Global.
I mean, Jerry just dove on them. It was 1 versus 3, but he was able to just outmaneuver them, just walk around doing so much damage. I mean, he had the most net worth. He had all of the farm that you needed. He was pretty much ready to go, and he just picked them all off. And again, if you could take on 1 versus 3 and come out the victors, the rest of the team can just kind of clean up, make sure that you have the initiative for the push that you need. And again, Luke just knew how to close that game out at that point.
Yeah, I mean, we speak about closing the game out, but I feel like that's the weakest part of Loop Esports is the game closing. They always seem to struggle, and I'm pretty sure with all of the games that Tempest Dragon has come out, I think at least 75% of them have been Loops Esports games, which is a little bit worrying when you think of the 7 minutes and 39 seconds finisher of LGD Gaming or Team Secret being so aggressive. I think that's where they need to focus, is their late game, because early game they got first blood onto the enemy jungle, Myosotis, but at the same time that late game was looking a bit that could have gone either way, I think, Hauler.
Yeah, definitely. And it's one of those things where, you know, we got to make a couple better moves, I think. I think that there was a lot of space that they were conceding to the enemy unnecessarily. They could have pushed it out, maybe gotten some more pickoffs in that way. But again, Loops were in control. They probably could have done a little bit more cleaner in the sense of maybe ending the game much, much sooner. But unfortunately, this is one of those things where you kind of just, you want to play it safe. You want to make sure that you get that game 1. If you take a little bit less risk, you probably eventually win, assuming that you stick to your guns in terms of strategy, in terms of farming elsewhere. I think you'll be all right. So it's going to be interesting seeing how they play out into game 2, but let's go into the post game here.
Yeah, the Hugh Huan was definitely a much better late game hero than that early game. I mean, anything's better than being picked off by Jing in the first 4 minutes, right? But we saw a little bit more utility from the Hugh Huan, I believe, Hauler. Is there anything that you feel that AG Global's team comp was not really feeling, or what they lacked, for a much better word, basically lacking in their team comp?
No, I mean, they did what they could with the amount of pressure or the space that was given to them. I think Zaiz and, of course, Snow getting as much farm as they possible, but they weren't really able to kind of find the right pickoffs. They were very timid, and every time they saw one person, they would never proceed with the fight. They were expecting, Loops to be waiting in the wings and all 5 members just kind of ambushing them, so they played it super safe. I think all Gamers Global need to play a little bit more aggressively. Maybe you get that pick off, because again, Loops isn't everywhere.
No. Loops isn't everywhere, but Mithy on that Zhang Fei. Well, like I was saying, in the draft, that Mithy on the Zhang Fei is going to be a scary one. And just look at that damage taken. He takes over 100k damage and doesn't lose a life. If that's not something ban-worthy or you picking up early in the draft on the side of All Gamers Global, I don't know what should be considered as ban-worthy, but I know for a fact that Ali is being taken off the cards very early in Game 2 ban, because 123k damage, close to Jing's 113k damage. Hauler, they're just damage central, right?
Yeah, damage central. But I mean, okay, look, if we're talking about All Gamers Global, they have the Dahlia, right? You have the Celestial Melody. A lot of them are, skill cooldown dependent, right? And being able to kind of reset that with the Celestial Melody is definitely other play style. I mean, if we're looking at the damage taken, she took quite a lot, the Kinglin that is. So it definitely had a lot of opportunities to kind of play to the draft's strengths. Understand that Zhang Fei is, of course, very strong, very tanky, and somebody very annoying to deal with, but it's one of those things where it fit the draft a little bit better. I don't blame all global gamers, All Gamers Global for this, but I do feel like Loops just played it really well, and again, you're seeing the graph, the gold graph, and how they were in the lead. Yeah, there was a little bit of a dip, but they ended up closing the game out in the end.
Yeah, it definitely paints a pretty picture. There's 2 points within that game. You can see the lead disappear before Loop Esports' eyes. But what was not disappearing is the MVP, Azir on the Arlie. 7-1-4. Only being able to shut down this bunny for one time in the match is definitely something you want to either be banning or making a point of it in game 2. You cannot let this pick come through and Zia bully you once again.
Yeah, you're just playing the hero to the limits, right? The fact that you're 7-1-4, but he died early once in the mid lane, I believe, in one of the rotations, and we'll see that in the highlights. But I was kind of like, oh man, that's going to put her back so far. You know, he's going to have a hard time dealing with this. But it kind of started with, you know, even from this initial first blood, ABH being able to kind of get that kill onto Milesatosis, as well as stealing the Azure Golem. I mean, that just kind of opened things up. It's a much, you know, it's an easier game if you have a good early game, and they were able to do that.
Yeah, I think the one thing that All Gamers Global did was underestimate Loop Esports. I feel like they believe that because they're just from a different scene, they're not going to be as aggressive because of what they've witnessed in the Open Series Split 1, that we weren't really an aggressive region at all. They was just like, oh, okay, we can kind of just play this at our own pace. We can turn the heat on whenever we want to. But like you said there, Hall, that ABH was like, we press the red button and we get the aggression and we decide where your tempo goes. And I think it was beautifully executedly played. But like I said, just after the game finished, I feel like the late game is just where they need to just improve ever so slightly.
Yeah, and I think it kind of starts off with Kank working on the positioning a little bit more. The fact that he died and they had to take fights 4 versus 5 put them in a rough spot. But here's the Zir part where he's on the back line. Look at him in the top lane, kills Zaiz, Kingland, and he's just tearing them up and he's out healing everybody. Just the amount of damage he had. Zir was just on point. Definitely somebody you need to watch out for. This Arlie is very scary when she's farmed. And that late game and just kind of dancing in and out, you got really no chance. So you need to ensure that you have the lockdown or your 4 other friends with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like the Angela may have sat into that team comp just a little bit better because of obviously CC immunity and obviously the amount of CC that she can do and the slow that she can apply with her skills. But we have to give a shout out to the HOK creation. Apply to become an official Honor of Kings creator and post about Season 2 for a chance to get a reward. Search HOK Studio to the link your account and find out more information. So if you want us to, if you want Honor of Kings to support you, just make content. It's that simple. Make content. They support you. Support HOK. They'll support you more. So again, it's a love relationship between Honor of Kings. And if you're a content creator, more specifically a mobile content creator, now's the time to move over and find your new game to play. Just search HOK Studio in Google or anywhere.
And also, a content creator happens to be right next to me. Blam, where can they find you on social media? Ensure that they do support you as you're a content creator for HOK. Is it Blam MOBA?
No, it's Kindofu.
No. Don't give it any props.
No, yeah, it's Blam MOBA. It's Blam MOBA. But thank you.
Okay, awesome. And we're going to go into this one. It's going to be game 2. It looks like AG have kind of taken a little bit of a break. The coach is kind of like talking to them, just kind of calming them down. I mean, going into this one, obviously they're going to proceed into the knockout stage. It's not the end of the world. It's a good idea to kind of see where we stand against these Brazilian beasts, which are, again, the second best team in Brazil. But we got to play to that international level. We need to play better than we did in game 1.
Yeah, I think the coach cooling them down is probably a really good shout, to be honest, because you don't want to sort of have the game 1 hype and all those chemicals running through your body that's getting you super hyped that you overestimate your enemy. Because again, I feel like All Gamers Global has still got something in the bag. Whether it's just because they know they're going into the knockouts, just means that they are just taking this easy and then they're going to surprise us all, because the way that they played against the Vicious, who was their top opponent, in Open Series Split 1 finals, they just decimated. And the Vicious was no team to sort of frown down upon. They had some great players on there. But getting into the picks and bans of this one, again, we are seeing the Arlie being banned by Loops. What a power play. Just like, yeah, no, we're not letting you have the Arlie. You have first pick. We know exactly what you would go for. But they do lock in the Dolia once again on the side of AG Global. They are wanting this to work, Hauler. What can it be paired with to make it work?
I mean, Dahlia is, again, just very open, right? We saw what we had last time in the last game with a lot of potential with, like, the Yuan, you had the Mayan, you had a lot of, just ways that are just kind of play around that cooldown. But if we're going to go into this one, and again, we don't know if the teams are doing this. We kind of suspected in Team Vitality in match 1, we're kind of trying out new things by picking heroes that were never picked in the tournament thus far. But would you, if you were in their shoes, either of the teams, would you be like, hey, actually, let's try things out and not really worry so much about we have our meta pick, so to speak?
I mean, I feel like I'd want to take every game serious if that was me, because that's just my personality. I probably am a little bit too serious, a little bit too overcritical of myself, but I feel like that would be the way I would want to do it. It's because if you don't do your best now, when will you do your best? If you think you're holding your best in the chamber, and then that best that's loaded in that chamber is not your best, you kind of feel like, oh, maybe we should have had our foot literally on the gas from the word go. But a little bit more of a better team comp coming through here. We have the late game farm lane coming through, so Lady Sun, and then we also have a lane. So like I was saying in game 1 to you, Hauler, Snow likes this a lane pickup, and I feel like we could be seeing a brutal attack from the Clash laner himself with this lane pick.
Yeah, and looks like Loops are going to go with the Luna, Zhang Fei, and the Mayin, just kind of a little bit of a aggressiveness. You have a tank of survivability, and you have that control. So it kind of ticks a lot of boxes. I kind of like the way that they've started thus far, but again, it really comes down to this Lady Soon. Is he able to get enough farm to kind of carry the game? Is Zai's going to have, just the pop-off that we expect from the Lady Soon, who's just like this late-game monster that just blows you up, right? So you're going to have a lot of people, or a lot of your teammates to kind of back you up and support you with the Dahlia in a lane. You have control. But I think that they need to add a little bit more of a bruiser to kind of provide a little bit more space for this Lady Soon.
Yeah, I think a Doom pick would be amazing going into this one, because again, setting up that team fight for the Lady Sun, and then also the lane that's potentially going to be able to have 2 deaths on Sunset. So that's going to be huge for outplay potential, especially dodging the likes of Lady Shen's ultimate. But the Luna is very similar to the Jing, but Luna is very blue buff dependent. So if you can cut that lifeline off of that hero, that's a hard hero to play. She basically becomes a minion at that point. But yes, the Dune comes through, and they're going for the Princess Frost. What are we feeling here, Holla?
Just a well-rounded one. I mean, the Dune is just so tanky, right? And then you have just the kind of like the damage dealers, the control. You're gonna get a bunch of damage. I always look at Princess Frost as kind of like a poor man's or poor woman's Lady Jeanne. I think that she has the same sort of skill set, obviously a little bit different. I think Lady Jeanne is just a tier above, but it does have that, that same somewhat similar play style. It kind of rounds out the draft. I think it really comes down to how much Dune can kind of attract attention, be that that disruptor in the enemy lines, and then if basically can Lady Soon and the Princess Frost just kind of do damage from afar.
Okay, so we're getting Kin's first love of Honor of Kings, Fang, which we questioned. I heard the commentary, Hauler, yesterday. We had to try and make sure that it was right, that it was the first love, not that he likes small furry ladies, but it was to find out that he actually really likes this hero and how it plays. So, again, Fang coming through 2 days in a row. So, he came through yesterday, he's coming through today. Very interesting to see that Fang comes through. And again, I do have to agree with Kin. It is a great hero. I love to play Fang in either the farm lane or the jungle. He's just so he gets around. It's pretty cool.
I also want to clarify, because just to ensure that this doesn't follow me, but Fang, the first love of these small furry creatures is actually by Kindofu and not by myself. So I just want to be very clear going into this second game here.
Just clearing the dirt on your name. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But yeah, again, AG Global looking a lot better with this one. I don't know why they didn't go for this in game one. Maybe they just wanted to put their feelers out to kind of see what Loops was actually going to be down to and what they're actually going to be picking here. So again, I think it is probably a little bit of an R&D. You mean, do you really want to be doing some research and development in a tournament stage that determines if you're top or second seed? That's, again, a question left up to the players. But here we are. We're already seeing a big focus on the side of ABH's blue buff, trying to take it away from the Luna, and they have. Luna's already into the top side of the map, looking to get that red buff, and was already given pressure by the lane. I feel like that was a really great distraction play there from Snow.
Yeah, a big, it's a distraction, yes, but it took 4 members of AG Global to kind of ensure that they get that blue buff and you steal it away, which is, I think, pretty smart, especially against ABH on that Luna. Needs to get that one to kind of help them farm and to kind of accelerate. So a big commitment, yes, but I think it might pay off dividends in the long run. So something that they need to keep going. AG have kind of changed this up, but to your point of earlier, of just kind of like, is Loops kind of playing around too much? I'm not entirely sure, but I think that it's good enough where, you want to give yourself a little bit of room for creativity. But Luna here, talk me through a little bit about this, Blam.
Yeah, so Luna's basic combo is obviously a first ult and then second, but like I was saying in the draft, she is very reliant on that blue buff. So if you're watching at home and you think, oh, this is a really cool flashy hero in the jungle, just be careful that your enemy team know what you are drafting and know what to do against you. That's me assuming with my best intentions that your enemy team is better than your team, which is always the intention that you should have going into a ranked match. But yes, Luna, again, another flashy hero, great ultimate, being able to bring the heroes together, managing to do amazing AoE damage and have like loads of dashes as well. It is pretty much the pinnacle of Honor of Kings heroes, is just loads of dashes, super flashy. They take a second blue buff from Luna, starving this hero to the point of that she's going to become unplayable for ABH. We already saw that ABH rocked random for, oh, where's my blue buff gone? But
yeah, has no blue buff, has to actually recall back for mana, and it's a very painful walk of shame. ABH needs to kind of take what's left, pretty much, basically the leftovers of her own jungle, just kind of pushing that along. But AG coming out with a different strategy, trying to force them out, playing the macro game by invading as much as possible, making things very difficult for ABH on this Luna.
Yeah, they're definitely playing game 2 early game a lot better on the side of AG Global. I mean, the fact that they haven't died first blood yet is a definite progression within this series already. So I feel like we could maybe see a back-to-back here. We could get a 1-1 for AG Global if they keep playing with this level-headed, with the strat that they are going to starve Luna of all those blue buffs. But the later as it gets onto the game, she's going to be able to get a few more blue buffs than she did in the early game, which I feel like will be a little bit more of a detriment for her improvement into the late game, because if you kept starving it, I mean, I have no doubt that AG Global could keep starving it for her, but I feel like going into the late game, giving over those blue buffs is just going to be, that's where we see the Luna start to activate, is when she does get that buff that she needs.
Yeah, AG is just trying to force the early game, right? Take advantage of it. It's you're going to have a much easier time playing from ahead as opposed to behind. And again, AG just taking whatever sort of gap that they have, they're turning this into a much bigger lead here. They've just taken the Tyrants. They're looking to invade again. And Tempest now walks into this one and sees, hey, where did our Crimson Golem go? And again, that's been stolen as well.
Yeah, literally not leaving much at all for the side of Luz, but Luz may be getting the first tier turret in the farm lane here, and they claim first turret. They lose the first Tyrant, but able to get some real estate down onto the bot side of the map. But Mayeen is getting picked off on this 3v1. I forgot that Sunset, the death on Sunset came through, and the minion's still there. They're not going to be able to claim the turret just yet, or claim Mayeen, but thanks to that was a great distraction by the side of Loops, giving ABH the enemy's blue buff.
Yeah, that was a pretty big commitment by AGG, right? In the sense that they tried to go for 3 on the top. Tempest able to flash away, keeps himself alive, and basically keeping that tower alive as well. And that's a huge bit of shift, right? They wasted time, they didn't get the pick off, and now look at the net worth lead. It's completely shifted into Loop's favor.
Yeah, Loop's just playing a little bit more of a better macro play here because they've lost their T2 in farm lane. So I'm not too sure what AG are doing here, whether that was just a whole overall misnavigation of that first part of obviously the Tyrant and making sure they was able to claim the Tyrant, but they haven't really done anything with that Tyrant buff. There's no kills on the board. There was no huge engages to kind of make use of the Tyrant, and now the Overlord just sat there like, oh, does nobody really want to give me love? Does nobody want to take me? On the side of Loops, they don't need it. It could be beneficial for the side of AG Global.
Yeah, and ABH now maybe potentially taking his blue buff, maybe, I think for the first time. Looks like they're going to get on this one. Kinglin might have gotten that. Oh, no, I didn't.
No, they was able to get it. He able to secure his pride and joy for the first time in the game. 6 minutes in and claiming your own first blue buff. That is a little bit of a disrespect, a little bit of a violation, we would say in the UK. But again, there's not really much showing here on the side for All Gamers Global just yet. They had a little bit of a steed in the early game. Quingling might be getting picked off here. Yes, first blood going over to Tempest. So Mayeen kicking about the lady, the mermaid of the songs, just making sure work of the Dolia. They'd be like, we'll catch you out, don't worry. We'll take our sweet time, but we'll get you.
Okay, 6 minutes and 30 seconds. I mean, this game was going in. It was 0-0. Nobody had gotten any kills. I thought I was watching a game of soccer. In case you don't know what soccer is, Blam, that happens to be football. You're welcome. But nonetheless, they finally got that kill. This is the initial one, and hopefully this is, I mean, this is looking to be a more, like, they're trying to build on this lead. Loops right now have taken this out. They've taken the bottom T2 that you talked about earlier, but now Loops, what else can they do? They're putting pressure on this mid T1 now.
Yeah, this is the thing of the Fang, but think about that in a moment. The Mayeen dives a little bit too far into the enemy's back line and dies there. So we see that AG Global are able to pick up a kill onto Tempest. Tempest not being as flashy as he thought he was, especially being halted there by Winter's Coming. We had Dunn with his Chain Blade as well. And yeah, it was just a non-starter for Tempest, unfortunately, into the enemy backline. But like you were saying, it seems like a little bit of a quiet first part of the match. We are going into the 8-minute mark. We're seeing that ABH is building those magic damage items, which Luna is one of the few magic damage heroes in the jungle. But speaking of heroes and being in the jungle, there seems to be a bit of a clash. ABH going for Zaze to make sure he doesn't get any late team fight damage, but we also have Snow to the back of the team fight, but it's a 3v1. Liv just doesn't know how to get in, but still being strangled at the back. There is Myosotis is being able to soak so much damage, but it is going to be a inevitable death for Luna onto the Dune there. So Dune falling down, not soaking as near as much damage as he needed to, and we have Fang pushing that clash lane.
Oh, what a disaster for AG right now. Liv was the only one who literally lived up to his name and lived to see another day. He's going to be back in, just waiting for reinforcements at this point, but just really not a good fight. Zaiz got caught out, was actually trying to rolling raid, I think, away. It looked like he actually went the wrong way with it. Instead of running away, he actually ran into them. So that's a bit of maybe a misclick on that one. But nonetheless, AG right now, just trying to survive, trying to get themselves back in this one, but they're down 5K. This is going to be a tough one.
Yeah, no, I'd like to think Zaze was just showing his potential of the indomitable human spirit. He was just like, you know what, I'm committed to this, baby. Take me on. I will get one of you, and then realize the shortcomings within his team, being behind by 5K gold and being very far behind with these turrets. Because what I was trying to talk about before that whole thing popped up is Fang. The thing that people forget about Fang is this hero has such a great turret takedown potential, because his second ability puts a first ability puts damage over time with those little, as you can see on that skin, is rotating lollipops, and it does more damage once he procs all three. But here we are. Oh, okay. We see Dune going over the wall to stop ABH going onto Snow. So a little bit of support there from Snow's teammates to stop a takedown from the lane.
Oh, it's a sad day when you're on the lanes, snow that is, and you have to use your Death at Sunset just to survive, just to get back in to your own base and just kind of fight another day. But Loops right now forcing the issue, putting pressure on, weakening them, and then taking what they can on the way out, which happens to be the Tyrant at this point. And that was the 10-minute one, right? The Shadow Tyrant. They'll take this one, and they'll kind of just push forward. And you talked about Zir again on this Fang. He was second in terms of net worth on his team, and he's going to start doing some damage, and he's going to be very, very scary.
Scary indeed, but even more scary is that Maying going straight into the back of your team. You think you've got a front line? She's already past you. She's done parkour over your head and is looking to take down the squishier heroes, but wasn't able to bring anything there. Tempest learned from his mistake of overextending, as that is the only kill that All Gamers Global currently have on the board, is when Tempest just flew a little bit too close to the sun.
Too close to the sun, and unfortunately you're gonna sometimes it doesn't go well, but unfortunately this is gonna be another Overlord going the way of Loops right now. Again, just building on that lead, understanding how to play this game strategically and objective based. It's been very difficult for AG to find anything. Look at them, they're all 5 of them are grouped together, holding hands, singing Kumbaya, but they're not getting any farm. It's a very difficult game for all gamers globally.
Yeah, this is what the kind of slow burning game does to you, is the fact that Loops has taken all of their lifelines off of the table other than the higher ground turrets, so you have no ropes to bounce back off when you are AG Global right now. You're kind of trying to fight on that back foot, which isn't a nice position to be in, especially when you're already down 1-0 on the overall score of this match. But there we go, Luda going into the back to try and taunt the back line of AG Global. Tempest is like, no, you can take the lead as we try and take the higher ground turret. Not able to close it, however, but doing a lot of damage to that higher ground turret as the Vanguards rock around.
It looks like they're going to actually get enough just space in that mid lane to kind of push the bottom lane, if that makes sense. Putting pressure in one place where you kind of attract attention now that they have to react to what they're doing, which is the bottom, and it looks like they're going to take a mid T3 as well. And again, Loops being very, very surgical with their attack.
Yes, very precise. If I was needing some sort of surgery, I would want this team's Loop to be the surgeon right now. At least.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. The aggression, getting it done, the surgery would be over. I'd be literally skipping out the hospital before like 20 minutes time. I'm like, yeah, I'm bigging you guys up. You need to just do everybody's surgery from now on. But right now, yes, looking very surgical, as you were saying there. We see that the higher ground turret, both in the mid lane and the farm lane, is down. This is just classical Loops Esports at its finest.
Yeah, and they're doing very, very well. Again, just pushing it out, making it very difficult. Look at how AG are just so scared to leave their own base. They just kind of take the minion wave, they back up, realizing that, hey, we might find just random people like Tempest being able to just blow me up. So we're going to be super careful. We're going to hold hands. We're going to use the buddy system, make sure that nobody's walking in any dark alleys at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the side of AG Global's jungle is probably full of dark alleys and dark bushes, and like we just saw there with the Maying, just being able to just be like, you don't want to venture too far because you don't know where I am. And that's the given that All Gamers Global don't have at this point, is they only have 2 points of reference of the vision. Is if they procced it from that T2 turret there and put it onto their red buff, same with their blue buff, that's the only point of call they're going to have. So unless Loops Esports navigate the jungle in such fashion that they get activated by it, like we're seeing now on the Zhangfei and the Lady Shen, kind of using it as a bait mechanic here, but they do take the next Shadow Tyrant, so again, not giving over another Tyrant since the first one. So AG Global able to get the first Tyrant on the board, but since they have been stifled.
Yeah, stifled, just suffocated. Just insert any other adjective that starts with the letter S at this point, because they are struggling. Oh, that's another one. No, yeah. But,
there you go.
AG right now, I mean, they need to split push. They need to figure out a way to kind of get a little bit more breathing room. But Mithy going for the unbridled outburst all the way in the backside, and it looks like he's just going to back off more than anything else. That T3 top will still be standing, though.
Yeah, still standing, not doing much damage to it because of no minion waves in the clearing from AG Global. Earlier on was able to sort of mitigate the damage of the higher ground turret, or the acquisition of the higher ground turret from Loops Esports, but again, puts him in a very tricky situation. Mithy is low. He has to recall just so he can get that health back, it seems. Oh, he's not gone back. He's just pretending to recall. How dare you, you cheeky boy. But Miles Otis is on the run. Okay, ABH and Tempest trying to catch out the dude so that the rest of the team fight becomes super duper easy. The Death on Sunset coming through. Oh, the flash from Lady Chen keeping her alive in that whole interaction. But no, there is another Death on Sunset. There is two suns on the universe of the Gorge, but it has now been sunsetted by ABH.
Oh my gosh, Kank with the outplay, that flash, dodging the death at sunset, and of course
Beautiful.
the shields were on point as well, and again, just turned it around, and Loops are starting to feel it. They're playing well as a team, they're understanding the limits, and it looks like they're gonna go in.
Looks like they are looking to finish here with the minions in the mid lane and the farm lane, and only Zays to protect the day, and it is game 2. So another 2-0 hauler in the group stage day 4 for Loop Esports. I mean, that's not filling me with much confidence going into this next bracket. Is that going to be another 2-0? But Loop Esports, as you said, hauler, strategic, precise with their plays.
A lot of momentum going into the playoffs right here. Loops playing that one almost very clean. This is expected out of the Brazilian squads. Like, they are just so well disciplined. They understand what you need to do, and it's been like all Brazil all day today because they've been on points. They are again going to be going into another winner's interview that's going to be coming up. But again, this is a team that's just played so well. They understand what they need to do and just making sure that they're able to kind of put themselves in a position to win. But that said, let's see what Choo-Choo has to say about with Loops.
Oh my, what a clean win just now coming from the side of Loops. It's going to be back-to-back Brazilian team winning over for today's series. What a game just now. Congratulations to Loop. Now, I think we definitely have to give it up first for ABH or ABH. ABH, there you go. So, the mic, yeah. Just now, we know that you're so good at Jing. You're so good at Luna as well, which Luna never been picked, rarely been picked in this tournament. Don't you think it's a bit too much of a risk? What makes you want to pick Luna?
Você é muito bom com o Jang, você é muito bom com a Luna, né? E não muito pessoal utilizou a Luna. Por que você escolheu ela?
Eles fizeram um draft que era muito free pra Luna jogar, então era bem suave. A gente já pegou no 3 porque eles deixaram muito free pra ela.
Based on their bans, we just had to try to this direction because it's what we thought was going to work out.
You know, that's a big risk for them to actually pick Luna. Now, I have another question. We do know you're one of the best Luna player in the world, possibly, arguably even, and also maybe even the best Jing as well. Now, between Luna and Jing, we have an argument just now at the back line. Between Luna and Jing, which one do you think you play better?
Você é dos melhores jogadores do mundo com a Luna e com o Jang, né? Entre esses dois heróis, qual que você prefere?
Eu tenho um histórico muito grande com a Jing, mas ultimamente estou preferindo muito mais a Luna.
I really love Jang, but as of late, I really enjoying Luna.
So he loves both. Okay, but next we're gonna head over for the captain, the mic.
Capitão?
Same. Okay. It said, since do you want to pass it to somebody else?
Você quer que outra responda?
Yeah, anyone. Okay. So for the next one, since you guys won over, it's gonna be a next stage after this, and it's still gonna be undetermined who you will fight for the next one. If you get to choose, which team do you want to fight against the knockout stage?
Passou para fase eliminatória agora. Se puder escolher, ainda não sabe contra quem, né? Se puder escolher contra quem vocês querem ir na próxima partida.
Eu não tenho algum adversário em mente que eu quero enfrentar, sabe? Eu acho que qualquer time que vier a gente vai estar preparado para estar fazendo um bom jogo.
We don't have a particular preference because whoever it is, we are going to be prepared.
Confidence. All the other teams, knockout stage, you hear Loop saying, you know, we don't really care. We just want to smash you down. But last but not least, do you have anything you want to say to your fans and all your supporters out there?
Mensagem para os fãs.
Eu quero agradecer a todo mundo que está acompanhando, todo mundo que está vindo também aqui assistir, a galera do Brasil, né, que está acordando bem cedo para estar acompanhando a gente, e a Loops também. E acho que é isso, sabe? A gente está aqui para fazer o nosso melhor, a gente não veio aqui para brincar e é isso, vamos para cima.
Thanking, of course, everybody who's supporting us everywhere. Also, our friends from Loops are here, and just reiterate that your support keeps us going. Thank you very much for all of it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like, the brothers are standing right in front of them. They have to say that as well. But thank you so much, and congratulations, Loops of Brazil just won again. It's going to be vamos all the way for Brazil. But we're tossing it back to the casters. Casters, take it away.
There we have it, our second Brazilian win of the day. They seem to be just absolutely smashing day 4. What was our final thoughts on that match, Hola?
Just clean, right? They had that advantage, and we'll see it in the gold graph coming up. I just see how well they played. They just kind of took advantage of it, put their foot down on the metaphorical necks of their opponents, and just kind of made sure that they just had a rough time of it, right? This is not a fun game for AG. This is one of those things where they need to really go back into the replay to see what sort of gaps they might have gotten in so that they could hopefully get back into a game if they're ever put into this situation again. But again, there's a lot to learn from this one. I think that Loops just was on another level today.
Yeah, absolutely another level. Again, they've taken 2-0 from R8. You can, I'm going to go and say it, but R8 seemed to give much more of a matchup than AG Global did, and I'm really surprised because R8 was always the second MENA region team to Team Falcon, but they've really improved and played a lot better than against Loop Esports, and I feel like AG did, which is super crazy to say, but R8 probably deserving to be more in EWC than All Gamers Global right now, I feel. Personally, anyway. Personally, that's how I feel.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things where, what ifs are a lot, right? There's a random group draw. There's a lot of different ways that they got in. But Loops coming out the victors on this one. 2-0, just clean sweep of them, just controlling the game, forcing it out. It was one of those things where they didn't really worry so much about the kills. It was, again, just kind of, they would take an initiation, a skirmish would happen, and they would know, hey, what are the numbers? We have the vision of the enemy. We know exactly how many they are. We can back off and then take the fight when we need to and then just close it out. And Loops, again, just living up to their mantra of just kind of looping around the enemy and just making sure that they're, basically suffocating at that point.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the attempt of All Gamers Global to try and cut off the lifeline of Luna, as you said, but that just was punished. It was like as if ABH was just like, I mean, bro, go ahead, try and cut off my early game. We'll cut off your mid game. We'll cut off your late game. That's going to be a lot more of a detriment to you. And the amount of Shadow Tyrants that Loops was able to pick up really reflects in the damage here. So you're 78.4k by the Luna, 79.6 by the Lady Shen as well, but even the Mai doing more damage than the Fang because Fang was just being used as a macro machine.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, if we're looking at some other things, other stats that might have kind of stuck out to me is the fact that All Gamers Global, like Zai's, all of that damage, 67,000, but everyone else is kind of the same, right? Yeah. You needed somebody else to kind of pick up the damage. Don't get me wrong, Zai's is definitely on the Lady Soon. You want to be doing as much damage as possible. You are that late game carry, but there's a lot of pressure. Zai's died early in some of the team fights, and the team would just crumble, and they lost a lot of momentum because of that.
Yeah, you can kind of see it as well because we saw that I'm pretty sure the Purify came through on the Lady Sun as well, rather than like a flash. So again, there was just so much CC for the Lady Sun to even be considering any other common skill than the Purify. But there we go. Look at that gold graph again. Shows a completely different picture compared to game 1 where we saw that AG Global kind of had a little bit of a second wind and a fight back in game 1, whereas this one was just a steady climb. It's like going up one of the Wainwrights within the UK and just you climbing it and you get to the top, and that's exactly what Loops did, finishing out probably one of their earliest games before a Tempest Dragon even spawned. 15 minutes and 48 seconds.
Yeah, and Loops right there. I mean, ABH was not able to get that blue buff, like I think for the first 2, but again, the MVP is going to be Tempest making plays, 6-1-1, 64,000 damage. Again, I feel like Loops, it could have been a multiple, it could have been a different player. I think in this case, Tempest kind of showed up. He had the stats to back him up with that 6-1-1. Definitely helps with the KDA, but, shushing all of AGG at this point.
Yeah, we saw, to be fair, yeah, he's doing it in his pose and he did it in his gameplay. We saw him being pretty prevalent into the back line of the enemy team and just constantly giving vision over to the rest of Loop Esports. Was Tempest's main role. Like I said, Fang kind of took on the mantle of the Clash lane, where they are normally your macro monsters, and being able to push these multiple lanes. I mean, towards the end of the late game, we saw Fang with a lot of presence up in on the Clash lane as well, but here we are, some amazing team fights. Just having the likes of the Luna and the Mayim be able to jump onto the back of AG Global was just scary for them, because they just couldn't do anything, because Zaze, like you said, Hauler, was taken out in these early team fights. Pretty much ASAP.
Yeah, and it looked like they were continuing to fight. When Zayas had gone down, I think that it should have been just like, hey, the call is just a retreat. Anyone that can survive, do so. We'll meet in the fountain. We'll figure things out. But they continue to fight 4 versus 5, and AGG, their draft is really not that damaging lineup. Again, everything runs through the Lady Soon, and if Lady Soon is down, you're going to have a rough time. And this is, that was that sick flash that Kank had. He dodges that one out, tries to go for yet again. Again, 1 versus 5. Are you going to win this one? And in this case, no way, right?
No way at all. And then here we are, the game 2 takedown of the Crystal as well. And it was just a very, very well played, well executed 2-0 from Loops Esports, taking both games in their respective group 2-0, and not losing a single round to any of All Gamers Global or R8 Esports. And there we are. We have the second place that is going to be All Gamers Global. You can kind of just hope that All Gamers Global are going to have something in store for the knockout stages, because if not, they've got some serious soul searching to do.
Yeah, soul searching and not allowed time to do it, right? The knockout stage starts on Thursday. Some of these teams, again, 3-0, 2-0 from Loops and Vivo Keed Stars, respectively. Both of these guys have not really lost. I mean, they haven't really faced that adversity. They're going to be facing up against some of the teams that are undefeated, that have, done a great job. So one of these guys is going to start to bleed their blood, and it's going to be weird for them, right? It's going to be a situation where, are they able to face that adversity? Are they able to take those punches and punch back?
Yeah, no, it definitely seems that way. It definitely seems that there's going to be a little bit of a contest for drawing first blood in some of these top teams going through to the semifinals, because they won't meet in the quarterfinals. But before you forget, guys, if you haven't logged in yet and you weren't here in the early part of the cast, Yao is now available on the Gorge. You can go buy him if you've got your in-game currency, or potentially just hope that somebody's nice enough on your friends list to gift him to you. But Yao has it been a fantastic player, new hero on the Gorge. I played him one game and thoroughly enjoyed him, to be honest. So again, a lot of outplay potential with this new jungle hero. Maybe your new main. We don't know. Maybe it's Hauler's new main.
I don't play jungle, so probably not for me. I'm mainly a
Maybe
farm
he'll
laner.
entice you into the jungle with his shining stars, that glitz and the glam.
Yeah. Actually, Kin was saying that yesterday. He was just like, yeah, if you buy this hero, you're going to win a bunch of stars. You're going to rank up. And I was just like, I'm enticed by that. I might just try it out just for that. I mean, he promised me, right? And I'll find Kin Dofu in case I do lose stars. So we're going to have to see how that one plays out.
Absolutely. Maybe he just wants you to be put against him on the enemy team and be like, Hauler's on Yao. That guy took my advice. Free win, baby. But yeah, what a great 2-0 from Loops there. So 2-0 from Loops. And obviously our next game isn't really going to make a difference on who wins, other than kind of pride, really. We got Boom Esports against Foot Esports. Both of these teams have had a hard Season 2 Invitational so far. So again, it's really going to be interesting to see if they are going to pull out all the stops, or they're just going to be like, okay, let's just kind of have like a fun match. Let's try some things.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see this. I mean, it's still one of those things where you saw glimpses of, brilliance, right? There were times where you're like, that was a great play, but they weren't able to capitalize and close those games out. So this is one of those things where, hey, two of the teams, they haven't won a single game yet. one of these teams is going to come out the victor, so we can pat ourselves on the back. We can kind of grow from this one. So I think that the teams are going to play hard. It's going to be an interesting final third match of the day, and of course the final match of the group stage. It's going to be an interesting one to close this one out. You definitely want to finish strong, and I think both of these teams are going to really want it in that third match.
Yeah, Foot Esports not quite living up to the mantle of the Season 1 Invitational. I think they got all the way to the semi-finals and then lost, I think it was 3-0 to VKS. So when they played yesterday, I already knew what was going to happen because VKS absolutely smashed them 2-0 yesterday. But hopefully, like you said, Hauler, one of these teams get to at least get one win on the board for the Season 2 Invitational. It won't be long until this match. See you after the break.
Welcome to Honor of Kings Invitational 2024 Season 2.
I think that the Vitality match is going to be the toughest because they are probably the strongest team on the group, but today you're going to see some targeted strategies focusing on them.
Vu qu'on a vu VKS jouer au tournament à la S1, on peut regarder leur gameplay et établir une stratégie.
Eu acho que o melhor jogador da Vitality é o Shanks, porque, bom, ele é o principal carry do time, ele basicamente escolhe a lane que vai jogar, o pick que quer jogar, então acredito que ele seja o melhor jogador, mas a gente vai ter uma boa resposta contra ele e acredito que ele não vai ter um bom desempenho contra o nosso time.
我感觉 VKS 只是单你一个人拿野核来 C， 只要把他野核打烂，他们就没什么用了。我感觉赢他们挺简单的。
A importância de ficar em primeiro é mais dar esse medo para os outros times nos playoffs. E a gente quer sim ser campeão para defender o nosso título. A gente foi campeão do primeiro, então a gente está aí para defender.
Aqui contra Dani. Dani, je t'attends.
Acho que a equipe que mais poderia ser mais difícil de enfrentar seria a G, pelo fato de eles serem Hong Kong, talvez, e eles consigam jogar no servidor chinês. Eles também já têm jogadores que são bastante experientes. Acho que seria a equipe mais forte assim a se enfrentar do grupo.
他们的能力我们非常认可，很厉害，但是我们不畏惧挑战。
以现在的阶段，其实我们没有十足的把握说去战胜他们，但是我觉得大家都是职业选手，就是不要那个眼光那么短浅嘛，就是单单一个 S2就在沾沾自喜，到时候我们 EW11 捡。
我们在山巅等着他们所有人的挑战。
Disappoint sa nangyari kasi yung last time mananalo kami sa BKS. Expected namin magta-top 1 kami sa group pero
for the last game, we will give our best to game our last game.
从小组抽签到比赛也有一段时间，然后我们也不断的努力去做调整，然后进步，但是还是没打过，然后输比赛。电子竞技不就是这么残忍？
Maybe we can find inspiration from other stories. Hey, that might work. Got it. Oh. This story is adventurous, but lacks excitement. How about this one? More fun. How about this? That's enough. Like the thrust of a spear in battle. No one can tell my story but me.
I'm born to stay. It's my chips and my bonus play. Can't be late, won't hesitate. What do you say? Grace to find my face, scars to find my skin. can't convince them. Please, I'm illicit, I'm the one that you hate. H to the E-R-A, doing it for real, I found my goal. From the ashes, I go the game. Flow with a rumble, make them crumble, make them rise. Baby, it's go time. Knock me down, so I rise. An inspiration, I know I'm the one who will fill them up, nobody gon' do it. Facing our fears, we don't think we just move it. No, we the best, so we don't gotta prove it. Somebody test me, I swear I'm gon' lose it. I got a trophies on this boom and illuminate. I got you. Another day, another win. You got the power to turn around. Ain't got a champion sitting in the calling out for the game. This up, so high. Won't you yell out my name when I sing a song of fire?
This is my story. A story of honor. A story of bravery. A story of heroes.
strong? Learn from the pro now. When you choose a long-range marksman to take down enemies in the distance, only to find the enemies constantly staying at the edge of your attack range. range. When you enthusiastically pick a high burst mage, planning to crush the opponents, but the enemies keep sneaking outside your vision. The professional players have long been using the small tricks in their settings for smooth operations. Let's take a look at how the pros set up their game. Change the setting from fixed camera to camera shifts with skill direction. Your vision will move with the direction of your skills, allowing for a broader vision range. This not only enables more accurate targeting, but also gives you the upper hand to anticipate incoming enemies in advance. Come and try this practical secret that professional players are using. Play like a pro to dominate the enemy team effortlessly. Learn from the pro. Learn more from Honor of Kings Global Esports.
Fight right now. Danny going in the mid.
Well, opened by Fang. Fang doing the open. Time damage from Danny as well. Taking up the win sheet as well. Niap is looking.
And welcome back to the Season 2 Invitational Honor of Kings tournament. Today you have myself, Blam, and with me is Hauler, and we're about to experience the last match of the day. It seems to be going very, very quick, Hauler. How are you feeling for day 4?
It's been a very high level, right? It's one of those things where we're not seeing the bloodbath, but we're playing with two different teams that really know how to kind of play with really good strategy, right? They're very disciplined. They're well coached. They understand how to close out games. And it's been interesting because it's one of those things where these teams haven't had the best early games, but they're able to close it out. Again, just making really smart decisions. But it's going to be interesting going into this third matchup. It's going to be Boom Esports versus Food Esports. Your thoughts, Blam?
Yes, and obviously all these teams now have made it to the Esports World Cup, which is one of our sponsors for the Season 2 Invitational. So every team bar these two, and then obviously the low ones, so the likes of Osiris, Kagendra as well, they haven't quite gotten through to the top 8. So all the teams who have won at the top of the standings and the seeds that you'll see towards the end of today after these matches, you'll know that they are going through to the EWC. And once again, thank you for the Esports World Cup for sponsoring us, and it's about to be the biggest esports event within Honor of Kings for the year so far.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty massive one. And of course, do you want to show off your gaming skills and style? The Infinix GT20 Pro has a mecha looped LED design that lights up every time you destroy an enemy in game. It's pretty amazing, and it's fun to watch, actually, even when other people are playing with it as well. Experience a gaming performance like no other with the Infinix GT20 Pro. But again, the top 8 teams, we know what they're going to be, who they are. With the knockout stage, they're going to make their way into the EWC, so we'll see them even further down the line. More money at stake, more pressure, all of these things. And of course, it's in Saudi Arabia, so it's going to be very interesting to see how that one plays out. But of course, I'm getting ahead of myself. They're going to go into the third match. This is going to be Boom Esports, Food Esports. Who do you like in this matchup, Lamb?
I mean, to be honest, for esports, haven't had the best Season 2 start. Boom have taken a few rounds off of teams, but not actually got a overall win. So again, these two teams have been a very shortcoming when it comes to their experience of the Season 2 Invitational. But if I have to give it to one of the teams, I'm going to have to go with Boom Esports just because of how well they have played, just not played well enough, whereas Foot Esports have just kind of not quite found their... It seems to be like their personality, their image of what they want to be as a team. Like, there's no sort of surprise picks. It's all very meta. There's nothing. I think that's the thing that really holds them back, is that they may not have any pocket picks. They could prove me wrong here, with it being the last lifeline here within the Season 2 Invitational. We will see very soon, Hauler. But again, I think Boom Esports has got my vote for this one.
Okay. It's funny that you say that, because I do agree with you. I do think that Boom Esports is the better of the two teams. And again, I'm hoping Foot Esports proves me wrong. But it's just that Boom Esports, when they play, there are moments of, oh, we can come back, or we can win. We can figure things out. They just kind of falter towards the end. And again, they played against some very good teams in Team Vitality and Vivo Keed Stars. So it's tough when you're playing against that level of competition and trying to shine at this point. But again, I saw glimpses of it with Boom Esports. It's going to be interesting going into this third matchup. But hey, Blam, walk me through Boom Esports here.
So we have Boom Miji in the Clash lane, we have Ejixix in the jungle, we have Dragon in the mid lane, we have Toshi in the farm, and then Impressive with his Distraction Athena in the support role. So I'm really hoping that we get to see that Distraction Athena, but here are the opponents, Hauler.
Yeah, and this is going to be Foot Esports. It is, of course, it's going to be Void, Atix, Snape, Lost, and Ryuga. It's going to be 5 teams, or 5 players that we've seen. Again, the potential has been there. They've been picking the meta drafts. It's not like the drafts are so far-fetched or, you know, off what they should be playing, but it's just a matter of just kind of execution. It's been a little bit of a struggle in that sense. But we're going to see some of these players live. As again, this is a live event in KL. If you happen to be nearby, please do give them a stop by. Check out the mall. It's going to be in Sunway Velocity Mall. This is happening live, and of course, this is just the group stage. We're going to have the knockout stage coming in from Thursday and throughout the weekend. So there's going to be a lot of good games. It's going to be great to watch Honor of Kings live.
Hey, I mean, if you are local and you want to give some of these players a go for their money, I know that VKS Danny was actually doing some 1v1s with some fans, so that's really cool for him to see from some of the organizations, to really not just like humanize these players, but really give them kind of like a sense of they're here for not just themselves, but for the viewers, and giving a little bit back there by playing some 1v1s, having a little bit of fun, having some banter with some of the local players or local people. So, on to the picks and bans of Game 1. We're seeing a very familiar The Chow and Ali ban come through, and to not my surprise, Hauler, the Athena ban on the side of Foot Esports.
Yeah, and in case you don't know, or you haven't been tuning into previous days, the reason why most teams have been kind of focusing on that, especially in the ban, is that it kind of has this strategy where yes, the Athena might die in the enemy jungle, but then it's still alive and it's providing a lot of vision. It's very difficult to kind of, make plays when they see exactly that's going on. It's like a CCTV everywhere. You can't really rob a bank when they can see everything coming at you, so to speak. And so it's one of those things where if you've got the strategy and you can maybe play it off, then you might be golden. But Foot Esports are like, hey, we don't want to deal with this. We're going to ban it. And it looks like they're going to go a different way with the Sunbeam and the Haino.
Ooh, okay. So again, another, normally it's quite a big flex pick here, the Haino. So again, this hero, if you haven't played him yet, those watching at home, he is pejoratively in the mid lane, but in the Chinese servers, he's generally can be played in the Clash lane. But in Brazil, we know VKS Danny likes this pick in the jungle. So again, huge flex pick for the beginning of Foot Esports to keep Boom Esports guessing. But paired with the Sunbin, are we looking at a potential aggressive roaming rotations and brawls in these lanes, Hauler?
Okay. We've seen Sunbin picked quite a lot. Sometimes some of the teams have actually been prioritizing it first. I mean, it is the 14th most pick, but it has a somewhat less than stellar win rate of a 38%. It's been one of those things where if we have the team that want to kind of run in and out with the time flux, create these like zones with like the time lapse, like there's a lot of potential that can happen with this hero, but we haven't really seen it really just kind of pop off, and it just kind of helped support. Like the impact of in the game has kind of been somewhat limited for the Sunbin teams.
Oh yes, it's been a little bit of an off and on pick, as you say, but paired with the Renji, again, a huge farm lane pick for the side of Foot Esports. Looking at the final parts of their banning phase, Foot is obviously focusing on the Clash lane, whereas Boom Esports have gone straight over to those more tanky bruiser junglers, and we see a tanky jungle coming onto the board. It is potentially Atta, but this could be flexed. This could be Clash lane. Depending on where that Hino is going is all going to be dependent on this last pick, because they either pick another Clash lane and then Atta goes to jungle and Hino goes to mid, or they pick a mid lane, Hino goes to jungle, Atta goes to Clash lane, or vice versa. So again, this pick has got us guessing in this team comp, it seems.
Yeah, we're going to have to see which players pick up what, because I think there's a lot of flexibility. I think obviously each of the teams want to kind of see what the enemy team is doing so that we have the best lane matchups as possible. But this is interesting, right? And I think that this is it's to the point where, again, look, unfortunately, these teams are not going to move on to the knockout stage, but we can try things out. We can just kind of play and see what we like. Maybe we can change things up and, you know, just try things out. I think it's going to be very interesting with this last pick here by Foot Esports.
Oh, so they do kind of change it all around there. So, yep, Hino in the mid lane, Luna in the jungle, and then Mr. Ata in the Clash lane. And then over to the side of Boom, like you were saying, Ming with the Lady Sun, Hyper Carry Central. Here we come. We could be seeing some very aggressive farm lane plays from Boom Esports. But again, really happy that they're kind of going for a few little bits of differences, but also keeping some similarities within these Game 1 team comps. So it's not just kind of like they're picking heroes left, right, and center just because they can, and where this kind of match doesn't lead anywhere other than finalizing third place in Group A, but it is more about pride. And for most competitive players, pride is one of those big things. It's either the money or the pride of being able to beat some of these teams. And I think, like you said, Hauler, before the pre-break, some of these teams just want to get that win on the board.
Yeah, I think it'd go a long way in terms of confidence, right? We can just play at this level. We can come out with some wins. Both of these teams have struggled. I think Boom Esports is the only one to take a game off of any of the other teams in terms of Vivo Keed and Team Vitality. I think it was against Team Vitality in the first one, if my memory is a little foggy at this point. But
I think it was VKS they took a round from, which is even more impressive, to be honest. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Taking that one off, but you know, that was the first game of the entire tournament, right? It was kind of setting the stage. I think there was a lot of expectations. They're like, hey, this Boom Esports team might be legit, but unfortunately, they were not able to close things out. I think it comes with a little bit more practice, hopefully. But going into the draft and the lineups, which team do you give the edge to in this first game?
I mean, if we're going off statistics alone, obviously Luna has not the highest appearance, but the highest win rate within these two junglers. But Dune, however, is definitely more capable, I feel like, into the Boom Esports team comp, because you have the Maiin as well, being able to split apart the backline, especially when your backline consists of Luna and Hino and also the DRNG as well. So again, Boom looking, I'd say, a little bit stronger thanks to the likes of the Ming. If they can use this Ming correctly, I feel like it'll be a aggressive pick for them going into the mid to late game. But Miji getting almost picked off there with a 2v1. We do see the Dragon is rotating up onto Lost with Dune as well. This could be potentially the first blood flash into first blood, seeing Ejixis getting the first blood for Boom Esports.
Actually, the positioning of Miggy was on point. It's one of those things where he knew his teammates were coming, but it was like he was trying to sell the story of, I'm looking to retreat. I want to get to my own T1 to keep myself safe. Whereas if you saw him actually pushing ahead, lost, and then in the case, I believe it was Atix, would have kind of backed off a bit because they would have been like a little wary of why is Miggy turning this around? Why is he going in? And actually, because of that, they were actually pulled in even further, and then allowing them to Boom Esports to get that kill.
Yeah, but like you said, Miggy's positioning there in the clash lane was just kind of like a bait and switch, really. It was like, oh no, please don't 2v1 me. Oh no, please. I mean, it's not like we see Dragon and Ajixis coming up and rotating up to the clash lane. But it was definitely well played on the side of Boom. And again, we could be getting another kill onto Atta. Dragon going straight in. There is no boat big enough to stop the Mai. But tell me a little bit about Durenji, please.
All right, DRenji has a lot of potential AoE. He has the Respect the Law, which is like his fan attack. It's shooting out cards. Legal immunity, which is kind of your invincibility. So you have a little bit of play. But knock up onto Ryuga. Dragon, they're coming in. The Unruly Blade. Ajixis gets him, slams him down with a Wind Slash. And he'll walk away the victor and invade the enemy jungle. But again, DRenji, he does have the Imperial Order, which is a stun as well. But one thing about DRenji is that his positioning needs to be flawless, right? He's kind of like more of a static type of farm laner. So he has a little bit of an issue. Obviously, he has that legal immunity. But it's one of those things where he needs to be careful and conscious of his positioning.
And nothing better to complement that static farm lane pick is Flash. Common skill Flash allows you to teleport the distance to either get in to close those very clutch kills, those high risk, high rewards, or to get out of those really sticky situations, which sometimes if you play DRNG, you will find yourself in more than not. But the Tyrant and the Overlord are up. It's going to be really interesting to see where these teams actually put their allegiance to. Will they go for the Tyrant like we've been seeing both of the Brazilian teams really been going for in the past 2 games, or will they go to look to the Overlord to get some lane priority?
Yeah, I think in terms of initial one, I think the damage, having that a little bit early just kind of scales a little bit better. I think it's something that you want to go in, but the knock-up onto Ryuga, Dragon, is going to be pushed back. He's going to be taking a lot of damage, doesn't he be careful, but Boom Esports will kind of force them away. Boom Esports Logistics will secure that Tyrant. And again, I think that it is the most important objective, at least at the early game.
Yeah, I feel like it would have been a better thing for Foot Esports to go for again, but I don't think they had the privilege of knowing that it was going to be a free Tyrant, because again, with the Durenji, it takes a while for those items to come through and activate on his side. So having that chain lighting, having that extra damage on the Durenji is going to be a better thing for you. But it didn't seem like Foot Esports was confident enough to go for that, but they do have a settle for the Overlord. We have a 3v3 brewing up here in the farm lane.
In the farm lane, they're being pushed back. And Snape, this is the power of the Hano. The Scepters just clear the wave so quickly, and he's just able to kind of push that along and then maybe look to invade. But if anything, Snape can just be this, like, tanky monster. He has the Fate Rewind. There's not enough damage thus far, not yet at least, for Boom Esports to kind of blow him up or to stun lock him so that he can't get on out of there. As long as he plays it safe, he can be, again, be the frontliner that you need, and the wave clear, again, that will just help you at least in the early stages.
Yeah, I'd like to think that we may see some sort of tanky item come onto the side of the Foot Snape, but oh my days, Toshi with the ultimate shell through onto Sun Bin. Miggy with the trade across the map as well onto Atix. It is all going boom for Boom Esports right now. Well, like you were saying, the Hano, it can be quite tanky with the recall, very well positioned, but are we going to see some tanks coming through for Hino? But it doesn't look like it just yet. The CC Muti comes through from the recall. Nobody quite lands the positioning there to try and find Hino and chase him down.
Yeah, but you forced it out, all of that for basically essentially free, because the logistics on the Dune is just so tanky right now. And so Snape expending the ult means that he needs to play a little bit safer, right? And you definitely don't want to be playing safe. Look at him hiding into his own jungle, not even able to kind of push. And again, in the early game, you want to be aggressive. You want to be taking the enemy jungle or pushing the lanes and just farming as much as possible and not playing scared, hiding in a corner, which is kind of how I play in my ranked game.
A little bit of insight into Hurler's personal ranking experience there. So if you do go against him, make sure we don't suppose your in-game name right now on cast, so people are like, I know exactly how this guy's going to play.
Yeah, I'm crying in the corner.
That's the end. No, don't come under my turret, please. We all play like that sometimes. It depends how vulnerable we feel in real life. But they do manage to steal the blue buff off themselves again. So Foot taking that. Not getting the kill, though. Midgie getting the kill over to Atix, which means that the blue buff just goes back into the bank of Boom. But, oh, they are not done yet. Rugar looking pretty low. Double kill for Toshi. That is not who you want to get a double kill onto. Lady Sun looking pretty fed going into the 8-minute mark. Hauler. This may be very troublesome for Foot Esports.
Very troublesome. I mean, Miggy making plays, going in there, just knocking people up, pulling people around, and through it all, Boom Esports has not lost a single player. They have been on point. Their coordination has been unreal. This is the Boom Esports that we wanted to see throughout, and unfortunately, it's coming a little bit late. But they're finally getting it into their fourth match, or the third match that they've been playing in this league.
Yeah, it's a shame for them to come show their skill here, but it could just be that Foot Esports may feel a little bit underwhelmed going into this game because, like we said, and like we were talking about earlier, is that, yes, Boom Esports didn't win a whole series, but the round they did take it off was VKS, which is a prestige within itself, considering this team just went 2-0 with Team Vitality. Again, we don't know whether it's because City Boy was put into the jungle rather than Shanks. Shanks into the jungle, sorry. But again, that's something for us, anybody else to ruminate on. But there is a lot of aggression from the side of Boom Esports. However, Foot do take the Clash Lane turret T1.
Yeah, they're feeling it. They're they know they have a huge advantage. I mean, it's 8 kills to nothing at this point, and they're just trying to starve them out, push it out. And again, if you're watching at home, if you're winning at all, this is the way you need to be playing. You should not be in your own jungle farming. You should be up in the enemy's jungle farming their creeps. If you need to fall back, that's when you look to take your own. But at this point, it's very unsafe for Foot Esports to make any sort of movement within their own jungle. And again, they're kind of in the corner crying strategy mode, which is, again, my patented move.
Fetal position on the red buff. Love it. But looking at the itemization already, we see the Sparked Forge dagger coming through on the D-Range as well as the Doomsday. So again, basic attacks are going to be hitting a little bit harder than they were in the early game, and also having that chain lightning effect is just going to mean that you don't have to take the Tyrant in order to get it. However, they do take the... it looked like that Luna was trying to go for the Sage buff there, but it didn't quite work out. Toshi takes up his own, whereas Dune was looking to take the enemies, but it wasn't on spawn yet, whereas Mayeen and Dune are looking to just put pressure in these lanes.
Yeah, and if we're looking at, the net worth of, Toshi right now. Oh, okay. Dragon going in, 1 versus 4. He's going to be bursted, so that's a little bit of a win for Foot Esports. That's their first on the board. The first always the hardest kill to get, am I right?
Yep, first cut is the deepest, but not necessarily in this case. It's the hardest to get. That CC immunity. Oh my god, Snape almost getting completely diminished with his health there. It was just the nick of time that he needed to get out. But the Shadow Tyrant is now up, as well as the Shadow Overlord. We are seeing Foot Esports playing a little bit more on the front foot now. They are taking the tango in their whips, but are they going to be able to take the... Oh, they do! Atix gets the crucial kill theft. It's not a theft. It is a contest there, but Agizix is punishing the lost on the side of Foot Esports, whereas they get a 1-0 trade but lose the Shadow Tyrant. I don't think that's a decent trade.
To trade at all. I mean, realize that, hey, we're strong, even if we continue to fight. Drexley is one of the lowest on the teams in now, so losing him isn't the worst. It looks like maybe so much damage on that, and Dochi snipes him out, takes him with him, takes him out, put pressure on this mid-3. Agizix, just this tank that is so annoying to deal with.
Yeah, that ultimate shell had Void's name written all over it. That went straight to the cronium on Dorenji there. He just didn't even know what hit him. It was just sort of like, I'm alive? I'm dead. What? What's going on here? Really, really well played by Toshi on the side of Boom Esports, but they're not settling there. They're looking to take the Shadow Overlord to make these aggressive steps on the lane.
Yeah, and look at Mickey. Still up in front, realizes that he has the mobility to get on out of there, and he's providing a lot of vision for his own team. Like, again, it's just pushing him away. They can't even take the Azure Golem, and just on the run, right? All they can deal is deal with the minion waves, if anything. But Food Esports on the back foot, just trying to find some sort of opening, some sort of way to just prolong this game, get Void a little bit more farm. But without the mid T3, it's going to be a tough time.
Yeah, you've got those empowered minions now in the mid lane, which just make it a little bit more peskier when it comes to those attacks on your Crystal. And down goes the higher ground turret in the farm lane as well. We see a lot of backline poke from Snape there on the high note, looking to just keep them away, trying to focus those minion waves. And there we are. We have Dragon bringing the Vanguard to the higher ground turret. It's going to take all of Foot Esports to try and take it out, but we have Miji in the back line as well with Doom. Doom goes down thanks to Atix, and Lost goes down as well. There is a 1-1 trade on the side of Foot Esports. Instant kill for Toshi. Toshi has very little health. He gets caught by the boat. The boat can't stop the Dragon, but it can stop the Toshi. But is this Foot Esports looking to take some dominance here? We see that Atix is still... Lost on the Atta is still just pursuing the Ming as well, but watch out, Miggy is on the flank. They've got to be careful. Rugar looking pretty low. We do see that Lost is, however, able to get impressive off of the board there, and Atta is staying into the back just to keep his squishy friends alive. Hauler, there was a lot of action there, and this is the bounce off the canvas that Foot Esports need.
Yeah, and Logistics, it was like they went in, but the tower was still up. They had so many, I would say, positioning issues going in, because Logistics got killed. Once you lost your tank, then it was a matter of a full-out retreat. Doshi got caught out. It was a really nice ghost ship, but three-man stun there. They're turning this around, and Void gets blown up. Snape is there. He shows himself with the scepter. He should have just hid in the bushes and cried in the corner like I would have, but Snape gets knocked up. Doesn't matter about your fate rewind. Atix is now here. He's going to try to fight Dragon. He pulls him back. He does get one kill in terms of Dragon, but now he's being chased 1 versus 3. No real way to survive as Doshi blows him up and says, "Thank you, friend, for that free food."
If you could see my face for that entire interaction, it just seemed like I was disgusted. Just as if I'd just been given some really bad food and I've just thrown up. It seemed like that. It was just a complete outplay here by Boom Esports, taking the Crystal in game 1 with 60 kills to 5. Boom Esports getting the first game on the board against Foot Esports.
There was a moment where Foot Esports could have come back, but Boom was just like, hey, we are so far ahead. We can take the right fights. We can get the right pickoffs. Because again, it's one of those things where if you have all the items, you have all the damage, then the squishier lineup for Foot Esports is going to have to rough. If you weren't really able to kind of stay up and be tanky enough to kind of deal with the Boom Esports onslaught, so just a tough situation for Foot Esports. I think they needed a little bit more of a bruiser, so to speak, to kind of just soak up some of the damage that Boom Esports was dishing out.
Yeah, with the Atta towards the late part of the game, once he starts getting those tanky items on him, he's harder to kill, especially if you don't start buying like anti-heal onto the team of Boom Esports. It just makes this guy thicker and thicker and thicker, and that's kind of where I feel like Foot Esports managed to get their footing. Forgive me for lack of better words, but then they also had the component, which was the DRNG, which was able to get those items like the Sparkforge Dagger, the Doomsday as well. This means that he's basic attacks, and as long as you've got the positioning, like you did say, Hauler, he's a threat nonetheless.
Yeah, definitely so. And I mean, this is what we were talking about in terms of just Boom Esports, right? We're seeing flashes of it. They're definitely, they're mistake prone. They did kind of let Foot Esports get a couple kills and kind of make this a little bit closer than they probably should have. But at the end of the day, they were to close it out. And that's what we kind of expected of Boom Esports. I had high hopes for this squad. Unfortunately, they're not going to move on to the knockout stage. But it's, again, one of those things where this is a team that has a lot of potential. They can grow, and they can be much, much better. But let's talk a little bit about the post-game items here. Blam, what kind of sticks out to you?
Let's have a look. I mean, the HP regen item, both on the Mayin and the Dun, clearly served them purpose because Mayin not dying at all, and then Dune only dying once. So that was obviously a huge thing for them, is having that HP regen, making sure that any health on hit healing was going to be at the maximum peak. We don't see any of the anti-heal come through other than the burning cape on the side of Dune there. But other than that, they were pretty much just winging it because they just try, as you saw towards the end when we saw Atta like chasing the side of Boom Esports, they were just trying to dodge him. It was like, yo, just let him aggress you. We'll try and get to the back line like we saw that Mayin tried to do. But it was by that point that DRNG and the Sunbin already fell off at that point. But yeah, again, just a lot of damage. We see some of the offense items come through. I mean, the defense items come through on DRNG as well. But other than that, not really much else pointed out to me. But over to you, Hauler, to have a little dive into those damages.
I mean, Doshi right here. I mean, he was my MVP of this game. He was like 7-1 in like 3 or something like that. He was just 131,000 damage, the most on the team. I mean, if you're looking at what else, you know, was going on, the rest of the team was just kind of backing him up. Dragon did a decent amount of damage as well. Didn't have the greatest of games, and probably something that they want to be a little bit cleaner for Dragon, but nonetheless, still second place. That's a lot of damage. You do need that support damage dealer to kind of help you out. If we're looking on the other side, though, Footy Sports, Snape doing a lot of the damage. He's taken a decent amount as well. But again, I kind of felt like Snape didn't really have as much of an impact as I've seen with the Hinos of the other teams. I'm not going to name names at this point, but I felt like there could have been a little bit potential room to grow in this area, right? Dealing damage is great with Snape, and he has a lot of wave clear and a lot of potential for that. But it's one of those things where maybe change things up to be a little bit more tanky as they go in. But you know, Blam, walk me through the gold graph here.
I mean, we could walk up the hill if you want to, and then slide down that dip right at the end with like in a little wheel, and we can flick off at the end of the ramp right at the as we saw there. But like all gold graphs, they do paint a picture in our casters' minds, and those watching at home that do know what's going on within the game, you can kind of see where the peak was and where we saw Foot Esports activate and become a lot more deadlier than they were for the rest of the game. I mean, if you just see the little dip towards the yellow and then everything else is orange, that's where you've got to be careful. But to be fair, to Foot Esports, they were able to activate, they were able to come back a little bit. It just was a little bit too late, in my opinion, for when you decide to try and make a pushback when you've got 2 high ground turrets already gone. It's a very hard place to come back from.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. And I mean, you might want to split push. You might have to play a little bit riskier to kind of potentially get yourself back in the game. I didn't see a lot of that, just kind of forcing that in. But again, if we're going to talk about the MVP, at least my MVP was Doshi. I want to see what everyone else thought who deserve this MVP. And again, it looks like Doshi. We're on the same page. 7-1-5, but that 131,000 damage, that's insane.
Yeah, no, I think that ultimate shell to Derenji's face towards the mid lane and that high ground turret was just what. None of these stats secured it. Everybody in the crowd saw that and was like, that's a violation. Like, literally, that was just on point. That ultimate shell just couldn't go anywhere else other than Void on the Derenji. So it was personal. That was a very personal ultimate from Toshi, but a well-played MVP.
Let's talk a little bit about the highlights here. We saw some of the decent plays here. I mean, Lost getting run up on. He got chased down. Again, they were baited out. They ended up getting that kill. But again, this is where Boom Esports, they kind of took the advantage here. Logistics, not scared, takes him out. Ryuga just forcing this issue, and they just had such an early game that was just so good that it was difficult for Footy Sports to even come back into this game. There was almost very little chance for them.
I mean, this has kind of taken me a little while to actually realize, but originally, obviously before this tournament happened, Lost was actually their jungler and Atix was the support. Atix has obviously been jungler throughout the entire of the Season 2 Invitational. Lost went down to the farm lane, and then Void was their clash lane. However, Lost and Void have flipped. So we see a little bit of a difference, and Honestly, I don't know whether it was just the Atta pick in the early game, whether that was just because how weak the Clash lane was, but I feel like Void did a better job on the farm lane than Lost did in the Clash lane. So a big props to Lost to switch in position there, but Void actually doing a lot better in that roles change, I believe, overall. But yeah, just look at the replay. We only start to see a bit of a vicious Foot Esports as we get to that 14-minute mark, and the final time where they're actually able to take a turret is just a little too late because the enemy team at that point has got 2 lanes where you have those empowered minions.
Yeah, had a chance there. I mean, there was such a nice knock up there. I mean, that last team fight coming from behind, even with Dragon down for the count, it was like very, very well played. They had a 3-man stun that just like knocked him up. Snape then just favor rewinds back. Probably shouldn't have shown himself later, but he ended up, you know, going for the kill, so to speak. But very little chance of winning a fight 1 versus 3. So again, this is one of those things where you chalk it up as a loss. Let's go back. Let's go next. Let's go into even a better game 2.
Yeah, I think it all starts at the draft. I mean, like you were saying, that they should have been a little bit more of a front line there for Snape to actually use that great poke that is on Hino, the hero, but there just wasn't anything else other than the Atta, and Atta was pretty much preoccupied on the top side of the map for a lot of game 1, and we saw the early game abuse, because if you are going to abuse somebody playing Atta in the Clash lane, it's in that early game, because 1, he's secluded, 2, he's not as good in the early game because he doesn't have as many sort of cooldown reductions on his skills, he doesn't have the boat to hide behind as well, and more items he gets, the more tankier he gets, so those dives under the turrets wouldn't have made much sense if they tried to do that in the late game, so you can kind of see where Boom's interest lied in game 1 was trying to make a mark out of the Atta in the early game.
Yeah, for sure. And I think they could have, I think also Draft could have maybe helped out. I was kind of stuck out there. There were times where he was fighting the enemy team 1 versus 4 while they were trying to deal with others. Some way to kind of keep the Atta alive. I think he was like a Clash laner, yes, and you are independent most of the times and you're stuck by yourself, you're isolated. But I think in this case, in the team fights, you need those friends. You need to kind of have somebody to back you up. And unfortunately, that's what happened. And it looks like they're going to go into game 2 soon. They're getting lined up here. Boomy Sports, of course, with that lead 1-0. Are they able to kind of close this one out, or Footy Sports force us into a game 3? We're going to find out very soon.
Yeah, it feels like that if they're just a little bit more aggressive in the early game, or make a draft a little bit early game orientated, we could see a 1-1 turnaround here for Foot. Because, I mean, you don't want to be the team that just lost every round, right? I mean, in these tournaments, there is always an unfortunate place to be, which is the bottom. But you kind of want to go out swinging. You want to go out with at least a round in your name. I mean, there was a few teams in Season 1 Invitational. I think there was actually like 2 or 3 teams, actually, that didn't actually win any round at all and just went out the tournament with 2-0, a 0-2, and that was it. Which is a little bit unfortunate, but it's a hard lesson to be taught, but it's a good lesson to learn from. And here we are into game 2 draft, already banning the Athena above the Chow.
Yeah, and they're forcing it out again. And again, it's one of those things where the strategy was so good that they're like, okay, we cannot let this one through. We're just going to force it out. Footy Sports, though, are going to pick up the Dahlia. We've seen this time and time again. It tends to be a very popular first pick. It kind of doesn't really show your hand. It adds a lot of support play. There's a lot of potential for just, you know, staying alive, right? And I think the biggest thing is to kind of hide your strats, at least going in. But Boomy Sports, they counterpick with the Elaine here.
Ooh, the Elaine comes through. Okay, and the Dune again. So we've already seen it once. We now get to see it twice on the Ajax on the Dune. But paired with the Elaine is going to be really interesting. Obviously, we saw Myene in the last game not being banned. They just fancy a different flavor of Flavor Town on the side of Boom Esports, and that being the Elaine. So kind of stopping Foot Esports from picking the Elaine because they've gone for the Dolia first, which seems to be the go-to Clash laner that they go for when Dolia comes through as first pick. But they do pick out the Jing and the Angela. So Angela, once again, being one of those mid lanes that hasn't really had much presence compared to the Brazilian tournament, Chuck BR24, we was always seeing Angela getting pulled through. If it wasn't the Hino, it was the Angela. So again, nice to see her on the board.
Okay. While generally I'm okay with the Angela pick, I don't like it picking into Boomy Sports Elaine. Right? Elaine has so many different outlets to get on top of you. He's got the Moonlight Flash. You can Death at Sunset on top of you. And Angela is the type of hero where you just want to stay still. Yeah, you shoot out your Chaos Cinders and your Scorching Barrages, but you want to be standing still and just like letting the Blazing Brilliance go. You do not want to be chased. And with the Dune and the Elaine both on Boom Esports, you're going to have a tough time. The Lady Jeanne picked here also being a somewhat of a thorn in Angela's side. I really don't like that pick there.
Yeah, you're right. To be honest, the Elaine coming through is definitely going to be a non-starter for the Angela, but it may be able to be good enough to catch out the Lady Shen in the early game, especially when you land the skills. Her passive is if you hit skills onto your enemy heroes, it does more damage with the next basic attack or the next skill, but also can proc CC and obviously Blazing Brilliance if you can position yourself well, which we know Snape could with the Hino. We could be seeing a great positioning from the Angela, denying those full frontal attacks from Boom Esports. But Lady Shen, again, coming through, seeming to be a high priority mid laner when they don't go for the Mai Shiranui, they want to go for the Lady Shen.
Yeah, and okay, Lady soon to also tandem with the Lady Jun. Both of these are a lot of damage, very meta picks. Again, Lady Soon, you'll close it out, late game monster, something that you want. And it just kind of, Boomy Sports right here, these 4 picks, definitely meta, definitely, well synergized. We know these guys. We've seen these guys time and time again. They seem to play well with one another. And Foodie Sports, a little bit of a different side. I think it's going to be interesting seeing how they play this one out. I think that there's a lot of pressure, at least thus far, for the Jing to kind of really make plays. I think that, it's a kind of just to dice them and kill them and kind of take out the damage dealers of Lady Jeanne. I think you're going to have an okay, but it's going to be a lot of pressure on Foodie Sports.
Oh, okay. So Dolia getting paired with the Lubu. That's something very interesting that they go for the Dolia rather than, not the Dolia, they go for the Lubu in the Clash lane, which hasn't been a hero that we've seen pick in the whole of Season 2 Invitational, but it is a pairing that is a very, very common. Because if you have such a strong backline on the side of Boom Esports, you get that double pounce from the Lubu. So I'm really excited to see the Foot Esports have gone for the Lubu pick paired with the Dolia and the Marco Polo as well.
Okay, and I like the pick, the Lianpo, to kind of counteract some of this. There's going to be a potential fireworks. I mean, the Lubu pick is it's good and it has potential to kind of isolate. And when they want to fight in those big areas, but it's like those red X zones. You know what I mean? Like, yes. Is Boomy Sports going to kind of navigate around that so that you're not always in the arena? It's going to come down to those big team fights, and just the positioning is going to be super important going in.
You're going to make sure that Lubu is kept away from your backline, especially the Toshi, because if Toshi gets caught out by the Lubu, no matter what part of the game you're at, as long as it's not late game, you're more likely going to get destroyed because Lubu has such great sustain and obviously a great accessibility to the backline. And if that opens up things for Jing, that's troublesome. But like you said, Hola, they do have the Lianpo, which can push people away. He has that ultimate that hits 3 times, and when it hits that final time, that is a huge knockup. So if he just tries to play off Lubu, trying to put where he's trying to take the fight himself, those Lianpo ultimates could be pretty banger most times out of 10.
Yeah, and more times than not, I think the biggest strength on the Lianpo is the fact that it's picking into to counter the Marco Polo. You have so many different stunts to kind of just get in his way, make it uncomfortable. Plus, he's very tanky, so Marco Polo can't really just burst him down. It's something that you got to respect. And so you got to understand where the Lianpo is at all points so that you don't just accidentally or, just kind of use the Fever Barrage in a bad spot. But in the bottom lane, a little bit of a rush.
A little bit of a rush, absolutely. 3v1 going on right here, whilst Lianpo's just kind of sat in the middle of the lane, just trying to start off the blue buff for Dunn. What an absolute gentleman, just starting off his camps like, you know what, bro, if we can free you up quicker, we can try and counter this 3v1 down in the bot lane. We already see that Lady Shen's going down there as well. Dolia with a knockback, really interrupting the pace of that 3v1 gank into the bot lane by Boom Esports. But Lady Shen's still not done. She gets the second ability onto the Jing, trying to stop Jing do anything with that red buff. Is able to secure it though, however, so a little bit of a non-starting tactic there from Boom, but nonetheless, very aggressive.
Very aggressive. They're trying to, again, just force the issue. Maybe look to go for, you know, the enemy invade. But again, Impressive was the type where he just kind of went in with the burst ram, magma slammed, and it creates this zone of like, really nobody wants to fight in. So it kind of disengages it. Oh, the Unruly Blade. Aja6 slows him down. It looks like he's going to be back. Lubu using his Tremble Mortals to keep himself alive.
Yep, using that ult to jump out of there. It's one way to definitely use your Lubu ultimate is if it's not into the back line, it's to get out of there. It's kind of like a little bit of a soft-core version of Elaine's Death on Sunset. I just think the fact that you actually don't disappear, you just jump up and land back down, and when they know where you're going. Whereas Elaine just gets to hover around for a little bit, have a little bit of a slice of heaven, it seems, in the Death on Sunset. And being completely untargetable is also a blessing. But yeah, we haven't seen any first blood yet. We could have potentially got one around the red buff there on the side of Foot Esports, but just a little bit more well calculated, I feel like, Foot are going into this early game.
Yeah, play it safe, right? I think Foot Esports need to understand that, hey, we're here for the long run. We just got to make sure that we don't lose out on the early game. I mean, they were down, what, 0-8 in the last game? They do not want to be in that same situation, so they need to play safe. Just play, you know, a conventional, you know, Honor of Kings, right? Just get as much farm as possible. We'll take it to the late game. Let Void get his farm so that he can kind of control the late game and just take over at that point. So it's, again, just looking for the long term in mind.
Yeah, long-term investment rather than short-term investment. That is definitely the economic status of Foot Esports. Almost getting caught out again is the Angela. So double knock-up from both the Liempo and the Lady Chen whilst still staying alive, which is more than what most could say in that situation. That 2v1 would not go in the favor of most players.
Yeah, definitely not. But look at Impressive and Dragon. I mean, providing vision in the front, Impressive just like a scout, kind of just seeing what's out there. Just taking notes, I would say. He's going to want to walk into Ryuga here. And, you know, when two roamers go at it, it's like a wet noodle fight. They'll just hit each other. And if anything, this is a better love story than Twilight.
Yeah, just slap each other around and hope one of our farm lanes come through to deal enough damage. And there's a knockback from Dolia, just keeping everybody away. Rugar playing that pretty much poetically, because if that could have gone any other way, with the likes of Liempo, with a massive engage, could have been huge. And we saw that Snape had such high hopes to steal the Tyrant there, but was just not quick enough with the Blazing Brilliance, which again is another great function of that ultimate, is to steal those jungle objectives.
Yeah, not able to do it. The Tyrant's going to be taken. That's going to be the first big one. Boom Esports turning this into a, you know, a small lead as of now, but Foot Esports, they're just trying to play things safe. They're not doing anything unconventional. They're not invading the enemy jungle. They're just trying to get some vision and hopefully some smaller steals. Impressive thought about going in. He's going to just back off. But Toshi will take the Spike Blizzard here.
I mean, if it's going to go over to anybody on the side of Boom, especially trying to deny it from the side of Foot Esports, it's Toshi that needs it, that late-game hero. And looking at those stats so far, we see that Marco Polo is already ahead with the goal difference between Lady Sun and Marco Polo himself. Lady Sun buying the Axe of Torment. We're seeing the Burning Cape come through from the Dune as well. So plenty of boots being built, a little bit of a variety. It seems like a bit of a kick store going on right now with the boots. We got a bit of cooldown reduction. We have the slow cooldown on the CC, and then we have the physical and also the movement attack speed on the Lady Sun, but less about shoes, more about shooting. There's a lot going on in that mid lane. We could be seeing the T1 going down in mid lane. So already 5 minutes in, mid lane is gone. That means there's a lot of opening up for Boom Esports.
Yeah, a lot opening up. I mean, they just kind of went for this one, and Lost has to just back off here. They've lost the Azure Golem as well. It looks like the Tremble Mortals is going to be committed on the back line, and Lian Po is impressive. He's just going in. He's got the Tremor Smash, and he's just going in. Lost actually has to flash away. He's going to be basically scurried out of his own arena. It looks like he's been scared. Lost. Looking like he's lost.
Yep, I mean, lost by name, lost by nature, question mark? Yet to see the full evidence if that is the conclusion of the reason why he's called lost. But that was a good engage there from Boom Esports. Being able to claim that T1 turret in the mid lane just means that once again, the farm and the jungle is going to go more into the favor of Boom, and for the likes of the Elaine and the Liam Poe for gaining intelligence, he has more places to roam, so given intelligence is just going to get higher and higher for the side of Boom Esports. And the gank potential, you kind of don't want to think about it because it's scary.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. To be honest, I wonder how the initiations are going to actually go. I mean, Lost needs to kind of set things up. He doesn't always have, I mean, it's either him or Zing just kind of to force the issue, kind of let them group up so that Lost can then kind of throw out that arena. But as I say this, it looks like the burst ram. It looks like they're going to get first blood on the Snake.
Yes.
Wow, 7 minutes and 20
First blood.
seconds.
Yep, it's taken a while for them. It's a little bit of a slow burner, but I suppose it is Liam Poe taking all that burn from them. Dune having to use his ultimate to get out alive, but Jing's going in, trying to hopefully pick up the Dune. You got to be careful. You don't want that mirror domain being wasted right now. Lu Bu was trying to jump onto Toshi, but it was not clear or even successful in that whole interaction, and not really anything came of that. There was no push other than the minions doing their thing down in the farm lane. But in the clash lane, there's still a turret waiting to be taken. Rugal looking pretty low. Oh, he gets taken down.
He gets taken down. Just stuck around a little too much. And Lost again. Threw off the Tremble Mortals. Completely whiffed. It zoned more than anything else. He wasn't actually able to capitalize on that. So again, these ults need to be on point, especially if we're going to go for the kills. They're not able to do so. And now they're down 2K. This is a tough situation for Foodie Sports. Boom Esports right now just taking free farm of all of the main objectives. Atix tried to go for the steal. He images back, and he's not going to get on. He's not going to get anything, but he does come out with his life.
Ooh,
another miss.
A nice flash there from Dragon, almost getting caught out by Lubu's ultimate. So nobody getting caught in the Lubu ultimate, kind of feeling like a non-starting hero in this team comp. Lost actually not doing as well as I thought he would on that Lubu. Again, more of a potential in the mid to late game for that hero. We have Migi going on with Void. Void may be getting, there was a lot of poke, but just nothing concrete. There was no killing and no confirmation of death or gold going over to Void there. But we are seeing Atix looking to take one of the side lanes once again. So if there's anything that Foot Esports are doing, it's taking turrets, which they struggled to do in game one, especially this early.
Yeah, and if you're looking at J6 is a little bit on the lower side. Here we go. That's a Tremble Mortals. That's a decent one, but there's no follow-up. The rest of the team are just hidden in the back, not able to kind of take advantage of this one. And it looks like Lost on the run. They do end up getting Miggy. That's a big win for them. So Foodie Sports got the kill. They're still down about 3K, but what can they get? It looks like it's just going to be nothing but the smaller jungle camps.
Yeah, using Angela there and Snape as a carrot on the stick for Migi, because we knew that the Death on Sunset was going to negate the whole experience of the Blazing Brilliance, but it was just used as a, yeah, you come over to us and we will come behind you as a 5v1, and there was no way that Boom could actually get in by the time that Migi was already gone. So I feel like that was a really good play by Foot Esports, getting them a kill onto the board finally, and a really good way of using Snape in a very certain situation that you knew that he was going to be safe, you knew he was going to be fine, and you knew you were going to come out with a positive outcome in that interaction. But we still see a little bit of a push here in the mid lane for Foot Esports. Are they going to be able to take some more from Boom?
Boom are just going to back off. They're going to take the Tyrants. They're just going to kind of push. I mean, they're going to take what the enemy's giving them. It seems to be a free one right here. If you look at Impressive, just kind of zoning out the Ethics, he's going to be scurried away. And Impressive, just very tanky at this point. But Impressive does need to be careful. His burst ramp over the wall. Now he's going to be chased. The Resplendent Revolver a little bit off the mark. And Lian Poe is just styling, so to speak. He's going to be arena'd on top of it. And Tremble Mortals it is as he goes down. Shows a little bit of weakness. Dragon is down for the count as well. And Atix with the flex and the images. And I don't know which one's the real one.
Oh yes, it's hard to catch, and it's hard to even consider which one is not the clone, but well played to Foot, getting another 2 kills on the board. Yes, it was across the map, and Impressive was pretty much getting an impressive amount of suppression from the side of Foot Esports, having to flash, having to use your ultimate to try and stay alive, and then ultimately still dying is a negative interaction for Impressive so far. So this really opens up the side of Foot Esports to try and get the Shadow Overlord. Toshi is taking a lot of damage in the backline thanks to the Lubu, but Lubu goes back over the wall to try and keep the Overlord from not resetting, and it has. So unfortunately, all that effort from the beginning, the Overlord really, for the Overlord, the Shadow Overlord, Foot Esports was basically just wasted and used as a little bit of a bait, but didn't actually cement anything really useful within that whole interaction, other than taking down Edgizix, which means that the jungler is down. But are they going to go and try and take the Overlord again whilst they're all looking a little low?
Yeah, it doesn't look like they're going to go force for this one, but Void coming to life. He needs to really carry this team. He's second in terms of his net worth. He's been meteored, killed, and it looks like the death at sunset, but they're going to change targets, and they're going to try to force out Ryuga. He's been backed up and isolated. Optics, on the other hand, taking this 1 versus 4. He's trying to image away, but Toshi snipes him down. The Resplendent Revolver, but the Fever Barrage is on point. It does get the kill. Toshi is finally down, but it looks like Void will die in return. Dragon says, I'll take that.
Dragon with these second abilities on the Lady Shen is on point. I mean, it's hard to tell when players are this good at this level, whether it was just pure fluke into the mirror domain, or he knew where she was going to switcheroo to, and then just in time, that second ability knocks up the Jing and took her out. And then it was the same for Void on that one, but we are going to be seeing an instant replay of that, because I want to see if that was actually the case, that was well automated. There we go. Oh, he saw the mirror and he just knocked her back up again. So Dragon with the on-point knockups, and you see it there. Not quite as eloquent on the knockup to Void, but onto Atix. Oh, that was beautiful, Hauler.
Very good, well played, and we'll definitely be seeing more of those highlights. That was the way to go, but okay, it looks like they're gonna Movie Sports are going to focus on this Overlord. You pushed it forward. Agistix is now here. Ensure that he hopefully will get the smite. But Agistix is around the corner. The Fever Barrage, this does connect. They're going to do some work, but Void trying to roaming gun back to safety. He's doing a lot of work, especially with the Tremble Mortals. It's locking in on Agistix. He's going to get on out of this one, and it looks like they're going to focus their attention on the Overlord. Dragging down for 25 seconds. That's almost an eternity at this stage.
This Overlord seems cursed, because every time one of the teams go for it, the team just goes after him as well. But Agistix is able to claim the Shadow Overlord from the side of Foot Esports. So Foot Esports just giving them technically a free Overlord, because they dealt most of the damage, they did most of the footwork, but then Boom was just sort of like tick, tick, boom. Agix with the outsmiting of Foot Esports. So, hey, free real estate, baby.
They'll take it. They'll take it. All the real estate and more. And it looks like they're going to make their way to the Tyrant in the bottom lane. Again, Void somehow survived that one, which is huge. If he dies, this could have been a game over at that point. Void needs to just get a little bit more farm. He needs to find Toshi, somehow figure out a way to knock him out. Because again, a lot of the damage is coming through him as well as Dragon. They need to be careful. They need to understand where those players are at all moments. And it looks like they're going to back off. Whew, dodges the Unruly Blade.
Dodging the Unruly Blade, we see that the Vanguards are down in the farm lane, but fortunately for Foot Esports, they're able to just counter that straight away, but that could have played into Boom's longer-term plan, which was push that farm lane, but let's get the Shadow Tyrant, because again, if they get that for Lady Sun, that's going to be a huge damage increase for her, but then not only that, she gets the Chain of Lightning as well, and if you pair that onto Dragon on the Lady Shen, it's going to be even more crucial, but it just helps overall when these team fights are seeming so close going into the 16-minute mark almost. It just seems a little bit too close to call, Hauler. I'm not too sure what either of these teams can do to try and stop this force that is Boom Esports from pushing any more turrets, or to just completely become unruly on the side of Foot Esports.
It's tough. It's tough. And Footy Sports right now, I feel like they're just like a split second behind from being where they need to be. Like, that Tremble Mortals, just a little too late. I think if it was like, 2 or 3 seconds earlier, they would have had a much better chance of maybe contesting that Tyrant. But not being able to do this, it's a game of inches or centimeters or whatever you use at this point. But it's one of those things where it's so close. And I don't know if it's just luck or what, but they're just not able to find the right moments that they need to be. And having that specific position is so important in this game.
In the words of Paul, whatever metrics you use, take them. It doesn't matter. Is it inches? Is it millimeters? Is it is it liters? Is it milligrams? Just take it. Whatever you can get, take it right now. Is Hauler's influence to Boom Esports, and it looks like they are kind of taking your advice there. Try to take the higher ground turret. They got it pretty low, but still there is no closing of the higher ground turret. But again, like I said, it just seems to be, I think if either of these teams give an inch, they are going to take a mile, and they are going to try and turn it around for Foot Esports. But the gold has never been this close in the 17th minute, which is crazy to think that we are almost 17 minutes in, and they are only 2k gold behind. It's very much showing and telling of what this late game could be.
The late game is going to be the Toshi show. Let's be honest here, right? He was behind. He was down almost, like, I want to say maybe 1,000 gold to the Void at one point. I think we're going to have to check that one. But he's completely overtaken him right now. He's 13,800 versus the 12,000 that is Void. So, finding Toshi is going to be the #1 target of Foot Esports. If they're able to kill Toshi, they're going to have a decent time. They can take those fights 5 versus 4 without the damage that Toshi brings to the table. But again, it's going to be hard. Toshi's positioning has been great. The rolling rates to safety also been great. So Toshi is the #1 target. Foot Esports need to figure it out.
Yeah, even if they do find a footing onto the Toshi, he does now have Sage Sanctuary as well, so he gets that second wind of life. He's traded his boots for a second life, which I would say is a good trade if you saw somebody in the marketplace selling that. Hey, give me your shoes, I'll give you 2 lives. I'm like, yo, take my shoes, good sir. Give me a second life. As we see the Blazing Brilliance come through to stop that minion wave. That was beautifully played by Foot Snape in order to try and stop the higher ground turret. Unfortunately, it was a means to the end because the higher ground turret in the mid lane does fall. We're seeing the Shadow Vanguard rock around the corner as well in the farm lane. So once your higher ground turrets start taking a beating, it's going to be harder for you. But we do see that Lubu tries to go to the back of the line, trying to take out the Lady Sun, but she still has the Sage Sanctuary on top of her as well. There he goes. Lust is fallen for the Lady Sun. They have been smitten by the beauty of the hero and the late game damage that comes from Lady Sun.
Yeah, and Lady Sun, impressive on all aspects of this game. I mean, just the amount of damage that she's been able to provide. Toshi just playing it to the limit, understanding the outskirts and the maximum range that you need to be in, almost kiting the enemy team to just kind of maybe force it out, and it forced it onto Lost. Toshi somehow still surviving. That's going to be life #1 for Otix. He's continuing to fight though, but he's going to get blown up. Toshi says, thank you for that free meal. I will take that as well. Toshi does go down. He's going to be back for life #2, and they did find a way. Impressive has been killed, and they've doing some work. The Chaos Cinder is doing a lot of damage onto Dragon, but now they need to deal with the base, which is wide open. The minions just assaulting the crystal at this point. And now Boom Esports back up. They're going to regroup and look to go in for that one last push.
Yeah, we see that Lubu's trying to look for any sort of Strandlers on the side of Boom, but they have all got the fortunate capability and thinking that they need to go back and recall because, again, Tempest Dragon up in 4 seconds. If they were to go and take that fight at the damage that they had, they would have lost because, again, the Lady Sun has no Sage Sanctuary. It was pretty clutch for the side of Snape on the side of Foot Esports, using the Splendor to be untargetable and unkillable for a brief moment. But we do see that Dune has now gotten his Sage Sanctuary back up, so that means he has got that second win. So going in for an engage is not necessarily going to be the be-all or end-all for taking down the Dune. And from what we know so far, but like to put the pressure onto the Doom. But we're seeing that Elaine is running down the across the gorge just to make sure work of Snape. Snape looking pretty low. Is he going to get the knockups for the blade onto Dune? And it is. Dune takes down the Angela. Void is down as well. Down goes 2 of your crucial damage outputs, and down goes Jing as well. It seems to just be an across the board takedown, but Lost is just trying to make some ends meet out of all of this. That is a 4-1 trade. That is the worst trade deal ever, as he gets a double kill towards the end, but he's going to lose that crystal, as it seems that they've got the minions there. They are stuck in. Toshi and Miji claiming 2-0 for Boom Esports.
Yeah, Toshi was just like, okay, yeah, you can kill the rest of my team now. I'll just take the crystal. The minions are pushing. I know how to end this game. We'll just figure this one out. And they closed it up, right? This is what you needed to have done. They found it out. And again, I talk about the Angela in the draft phase. It's way too static. Elaine was able to just jump on, Death at Sunset. There's no way you're getting away from this. And Angela has a tough time. Again, wants to be very static, not able to do so. And, you know, in that last team fight, it was very scattered throughout. Lost was really not in the fight. There's a lot to break down on this one. And I think that while Boom Esports came out the victors, there was a decent number of mistakes from Food Esports. But we're going to see what Choo Choo has to say and to ask Boom Esports coming up right now.
Thank you so much, Carson. So back on the live stage here with me, Choo Choo, your host for the entirety of the event. Congratulations for Team Filipinas. Boom! Okay, I'm going to starting off the... Don't worry, line up. Don't be shy. It's okay. I won't eat you. I won't bite. Okay, we're going to starting off the day with Toshi. I think Toshi had a really tough game here today. Toshi... Yeah, Toshi, can you hear me? How about you come next to me? There you go. It's easier that way. Okay, Toshi, I noticed that 2 games in a row and you playing the marksman. It's such a tiring day for you because the game dragged all the way to its late game. What was the issue? Every single time you guys want to finish the game, but it seems to be so difficult. I mean, Food Esports basically got himself a bit of a comeback there. So what's the case?
Because we rush things and we don't wait.
Who tried to push you guys too much?
Everyone.
Everyone. Who's the biggest one that... We need to end this. Who shouted that? Any of you guys shouted that? Who's the one that really make it like trying to force you to finish it? Any of you?
Miggy.
Miggy!
That's why we won last clash. First.
I think at the same time that's actually a good mindset, but sometimes forcing out too much might actually have a bit of a backlash there as well. Now I'm going to toss the mic to Impressive. Impressive. Yeah, you're going to swap this. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of rotations here. Thank you, guys. Okay, Impressive. We do know you're known for your annoying Athena. You're known for your annoying Athena. Yeah. Against VKS. I would be very angry to fight against your Athena. Now, the question is, did you regret playing Athena against VKS that early?
No.
But at the same time, that seems like your secret strat. Don't you want to save it for later?
We are confident that we can win the game 2. That's why we get in game 1.
But then you don't get to play Athena after that.
No, I mean in game 2, we just really choke. That's what it disappoints us.
Yeah, so you were just having fun.
No, I mean we're confident that we can win in game 2. That's why we use it in game 1, the Athena.
Oh yeah, but at the same time, a lot of teams ban out your Athena after that.
Yeah, all the games.
Yeah, all the games. How do you feel about that? What do you want to say to all the teams that ban out your Athena?
I just want to die.
No, basically it's like, please give your Athena.
No, let's just have some fun if you open Athena.
So basically, they so scared of you, they ban out your Athena, man. That's kind of true. That it means that your Athena, that's so strong, they're all scared of your Athena. So maybe thank you for banning Athena. Maybe you should find the next hero to focus on. Who will you focus on after Athena?
Secret.
Well, it might be. Maybe even Yao. Who knows, right? But for last and not least, can we have Dragon? Hold the mic. Yeah, there you go. Okay, Dragon, are you satisfied with team's performance here today, honestly?
Yes. Because yesterday we don't have a momentum from our first day because our loss in first day is devastating. That's why. Yeah, but today we move on a lot from yesterday. But if we had a chance to 2-0 VKS in our first day, we could have swept our group. Yeah. So that's why.
Don't be sad. I can see
Yeah,
it. You're a bit sad, but it's
Yeah.
okay. Maybe that's a good lesson for every one of us. You know, maybe a second hero other than Athena for the side of impressive too. Maybe, hopefully. But last but not least, for all your fans and supporters all the way in the Philippines out there, what do you have to say to them?
First of all, we have to thank for our boss Gary of Boom Esports, and our coaches, Coach Yao Yao and Coach Olchu. And also to our manager and Akasa coach for now, Sian. And for everyone, for all of our fans in the Philippines, thank you for supporting us. Because, sorry to disappoint you because every one of you is expecting a lot from us. So, yeah, sorry. But still, thank you for supporting us. We will come back stronger in our future games.
That's gonna be it from the Philippine teams, Boom Esports. Maring salamat po. Thank you so much. I hope to see you guys more in the future. But back to us, the Casas.
And there we had it all. Is the final words from Boom Esports, because obviously, even though they got a solid victory in that game, they unfortunately don't manage to get through to the top 8 and into the knockout stages. But like we were saying, this game is all about just pride and making sure you can get that final, just one win on the board. And they did. They managed to get that 2-0, even though Foot Esports in that second game definitely gave them a bit of a run for their money.
Yeah, it's a good game to end off on in terms of the tournament, right? Coming out with something. I think that they're going to feel, much better about that. Unfortunately, a little bit sadder for on the Foot Esports, we're not able to get a single win throughout, but it's one of those things where you either win or you learn, right? And I think that there's going to be a lot of learning on this one. I think that, from Boom Esports to Foot Esports, both of these teams, they're going to go back, to the drawing board. They're going to figure things out, and they're going to come back even stronger. So I'm excited to see what they do in the future, because I see a lot of potential from both of these squads.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Foot had a great season 1, not so great season 2. Not too sure what happened there, but I feel like it's probably because a lot of these teams had a lot more matches coming up to Season 2 Invitational, whereas I suppose Foot Esports was very heavily reliant on the scrims. But nonetheless, we do see that Boom Esports takes that 2-0 victory, and we are looking at the post-game scores now. So again, we saw towards the end that Toshi sold his boots for the Sage's Sanctuary, but then towards the end, he actually sold his Sage's Sanctuary for more damage, and that clearly, I think it was the lifesteal item actually, that he managed to secure towards the end to take a bit more of a solid fight to Foot Esports.
Yeah, and look at this. Toshi, no boots. He's got, 17,000 net worth lead. I mean, or 17,000 net worth. Just able to blow people up. I mean, 7-1-3. Again, he was my MVP in the last game. I think he's going to be the MVP of this game. He was just so phenomenal. Like, understanding where he was, he had kind of like that Michael Jordan effect of, like, you need to know where he is at all times on the court. So he definitely kind of showed up here. But, okay, what are the stats that kind of stick out to you, Blam?
I mean, even though Foot didn't win, they've been close to 200k damage. I feel like that's the most damage that's been done in the entire Season 2 group stage, it seems. So shout out to Void picking up that Marco Polo. And I think it was beautifully played. There was a few moments where I was actually scared for Boom Esports when I saw Void coming into a late part of the team interactions as well. But then if you look over to the side of Boom Esports, there is the 146k from Dragon and then Toshi with 122k, but it's all about that soaking damage, that impressive, and Ejik 6 did on the Dune and the Liampo.
Yeah, and for me, it was kind of like Foot Esports. Yeah, Void had all that damage, but if we're going back to it, everything was kind of reactionary, right? Boom Esports took the fights that they wanted to have taken. Foot Esports was kind of reacting, and they were not always together. We didn't really see that one 5-man wombo combo, Footy Sports just kind of running at you and just kind of finding that right pickoff. And you're kind of seeing the tail of the tape in the sense of this graph, right? Boomy Sports, they had control. Yeah, there were some dips, but like every game, in the end, they were able to just kind of close things out, and that's what you want as a good team. Boomy Sports played it strong, and they finished it out in about 21 minutes.
Yeah, like I said, like you were saying there, Hola, that's the gold graph definitely shows a picture of struggle on the side of Boom Esports. Just the amount of uneven, the kind of inverted view you would see looking at a mountain range or something like that. It just doesn't look quite as nice as what the last game looked like. But again, we'll be looking at who scored the MVP. Hola thinks it's going to be Toshi back to back to back to back. And it is Toshi back to back to back. MVP for Boom Esports. 713. 122k damage dealt. And then, like you were saying, Hola, that's 17k total gold.
And you don't know this, but during the game, I'm the one making these infographics, and that's why I put. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to undersell the work that the guys behind in the production studios that are doing this. This is another great infographics. Definitely well deserved by Toshi. His play was phenomenal. 7-1-3. That damage was crazy, but again, I just love the way he plays. He like literally shushes everybody. He tells everybody to be quiet because I got this. I'm gonna carry this team. Toshi really deserved this MVP.
Yeah, I mean, in that game-winning interview, he was saying that everyone was saying, just push, 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 but there's Toshi just like, shh, let me do my thing. Let me sell my boots. Let me sell them for Sage's Sanctuary. Let me sell my Sage's Sanctuary for some lifesteal, and then we'll get the win. Just be quiet. Just calm down. We got this. But like I was saying, I don't think it would have been possible at all if it weren't for the Dune or the Liam Poe, because such a fantastic front line was given because of these two heroes. The Liam Poe being able to soak so much damage, having to be able to dash in, have a triple knock-up if he needs to as well. So plenty of assists there from Impressive, and we saw a Jig6 on the Dune. So well played to Boom, all down to Toshi for the damage and the gold as well. But if you don't play Lady Sun that way, you don't get the win that way.
Like this part, look at this fight. Like Toshi, like he has a sliver of life, but he rolling raids out, dodging everyone. The Blazing Brilliance, yeah, he's got the second life at this point, but I mean, even throughout, just being able to survive and stay, you know, in the fight, doing your damage as long as possible, made it very difficult for them, right? Like Footy Sports were trying their best to kind of lock him down, but not able to do so. And here's the Death at Sunset. Jumped on the Snape. Snape had no choice. Boyd was down for the count as well. And it was pretty much all she wrote at this point. Because, you know, Snape and Boyd were doing most of the damage. And now Lost, if anything, he was just looking to pad the KDA. Unfortunately, he does get the kill here, but, you know, they lose the game. And if we're looking at the groups here, Vivo Keat Stars, we saw them 3-0. Team Vitality in second place with 2-1. Group B with Loops in the top spot 2-0. And All Gamers Global with the 1-1. They're going to be in the second place. So it's going to be very interesting seeing how that knockout stage is going to go.
Yeah, so for those watching at home, those are your top two teams in both of those groups. So both Brazilian teams going through, and then the EU counterpart as well as the All Gamers Global from Hong Kong go through onto the second seed as the Group B. But we'll be looking at Group C and Group D in a moment. But there's something a little bit weird seeing that the game difference is a -1 for the second place. I feel like it should be more, but again, there just wasn't enough matches between these teams in order for them to get onto a positive score in second place. But looking over to Group C and D,
yeah, it's going to be, of course, Group C with Team Secret on top. Just the Titans. They just made their name known, right? They were just destroying teams left and right. Kagendra and Osiris were the unfortunate two, but Kagendra does survive. Will move on as the number 2 seed in Group C. If we're looking at Group D, LGD, again, this is another monster. Both of the Malaysian squads, very, very strong. 2-0, had the shortest game. Just really, to be honest, I'm more worried about the fact that they've had some time off, and are they going to be rusty going into the playoffs? We're going to have to see, because again, it's one of those things where they just close out the game so quickly that they're like, okay, now what do we do, right? But Impunity Esports came back strong. It was very impressive to see the Myanmar squad kind of come out with that second place game as they beat RRQ yesterday, and they're going to move on as well. So it's going to be very interesting seeing the knockout stage.
Yeah, I'm not going to comment on that Impunity Esports one. I wanted RRQ to go through, but hey ho, I can't get everything in life. But just for those watching at home, just make sure that you don't confuse LGD Gaming with the Chinese team. This is the Malaysian team, so that is why. But they are still just as impressive. But what is impressive is my first game on Yao, and he is now available to you guys onto the Gorge. So again, if you are fancying a new jungle main and you feel like your jungle mechanics and jungle playstyle has become a little bit of a bland playstyle, you can now be the shining star Yao within the jungle and make everybody envious of your glitz and glamour.
I think they call him the shining star to give you a lot of stars in your ranked games, right? That's the whole selling point. No, he's just gonna dominate.
You can pin that one on Kin. So if I don't, if I get hate mail now, it's pass it over to Kin Dofu, not Blam. Kin said it, not me.
For sure. All right, but nonetheless, thank you so much, Blamboba. I think we're going to end off the group stages with a bit of a banger. We had 3 good matches, and going into this one, I think it's going to be super interesting seeing how the momentum of some of these teams really play out. Because again, you know, Vivo Keat Stars looked great. Are they going to continue that momentum going in? Are they going to be able to dominate like their usual selves? Or are they going to kind of falter? Well, I mean, we saw some chinks in the armor, so to speak, when they played against Boom Esports. They did lose a game there. So that will be an interesting matchup to see. How are these top teams going to fare as they move forward?
I mean, all they need to do is just get onto Impress's level of that distraction Athena, and then maybe they will take a 3-0 from VKS, or at least a round from VKS going into the quarterfinals, because clearly that's what really upset VKS in that one. Imagine if VKS is able to take that approach from Impressive and just play that distraction Athena. I feel like it would be absolutely solid. But like you were saying, there is some very, very strong teams going through to the quarterfinals. One thing that the audience at home will know is that the top seeds won't play each other until potentially the quarterfinals. So it's not going to be top seed against top seed. It will be top seed placed first, and then the second seed will be placed afterwards. So again, and it won't be the same region, so you're not going to see Brazil in the quarterfinals. So I feel that's a really good mechanic as well that we've got going for it in the tournament, that one region may not be decimated in the first round. They could still go through to the semifinals. But again, we're going to be having obviously a day's break tomorrow, so you do get a rest from all this action packed. You can go and practice your games, practice what you saw on the Gorge in the competitive scene, and play onto ranked. But yes, how has the group stages been for you, Hauler?
It's been great. It's been great. I mean, seeing some of these teams really grow from day to day. I mean, we had 4 grueling games, or 4 grueling days, where these teams kind of just showed up. Like, they got better. You could tell that they were kind of moving on, and playing at this international level is no easy feat, especially live. It's in KL right now. It's, you know, it's in front of people, and trying to get to that next level is not easy. And having the top 8 move on into the EWC, it's going to be super exciting to see what these teams can do as they move on, because again, the potential is there. The potential to kind of make waves at the EWC is, you know, going to be there. And now they need to kind of, you know, study up, figure out what the other teams are doing, and to make sure that they have the best chance, not only for this tournament and the Invitational, of course, as well as the EWC moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, they do also have to face a different kind of beast at the EWC as well, because they have that KPL Dream Team on the card. So that's the thing I'm super, super excited for to see, is it's the KPL Dream Team. Yes, they're all going to be Chinese players, but it's the ego part. So you're going to have so many big egos on this dream team. Is it going to clash? Is it going to gel? Are the teams going to be able to do things and take them apart in the EWC? But before that, we're going to be getting the quarterfinals starting not tomorrow, but on the 4th. So make sure you tune in for then. But I'm Blam. With me today has been Hauler. I hope you've enjoyed the games today. Take it easy. We'll see you then.
what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. In this world, only ones in this call out my name. Cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world.
Wait a moment, something's wrong with my webcam. Okay, so seems like the group stage today is over. Let's see if when will the live draw be? Let me just check the other channels. Why do they just stop like that? All the thanks for watching. Oh, by the way, the live draw, I'm guessing maybe they are going to do a separate live. Based on my understanding, the live draw, they told the players to gather at 8:15. So for now, we'll just sit back and hold our horses while we wait for the later on stream at 8:15, I guess. I'm not sure if they will be streaming the draw. Let me just check with the admin side. Try to check for more details. Maybe from here, let's see that one more link. Will it link to the Facebook? I think should be this. Let's see. Official Facebook. Do they have anything on their Facebook? And doesn't seem like there's anything right now. Maybe just need to wait lor. I'm still checking with them for more updates currently. Okay, maybe for now let's talk on the topic. Let's look at this current S2 HOK. Okay. So right now, based on the group stage, we understand that seed 1 for group A is Key Stars, seed 2 is Team Vitality, group B, seed A is Loops, seed 2 is All Gamers Hong Kong or Global. It's so weird, I remember it was Global, never mind. Then group C will be Team Secret and Kakendra. Group D will be LGD Gaming, MY followed by us. So for the knockout stage, right, it will be a seed 1 versus seed 2. And for our end, we will not be able to draw the team from the same group. So we will not be fighting in the first round against LGD Gaming. So we will be drawing the lots, and it will be up against either Key Stars, Loops, or Team Secret. All are very strong teams. Let's see the luck of the person going up to draw. Not sure whether will our who they will send for the drawing of the lots. Okay, trying to get an answer from the official. Now they are checking whether will they be a live draw stream, and what time will the live draw stream be, because that is kind of crucial, because it's deciding on our fate who will be up against. Just look at the players and their nationality. These are the players and their nationality. May not be all fully correct, but that is as much as the people, the moderators, I would say, on Wikipedia that have found. Yeah, let's look at the statistics. Seems like for these S2, the highest pick rate will be Lady Chen, having a 100% win rate on the blue side. That is an insane statistics. Flowing which is, and overall you see the win rate for Lady Chen is 76.47. That's very very high. Maybe before that, let's confirm if all the statistics has been updated. Yep, all the statistics should have been updated because you can see it has been shown here already. Yep. Let's see. So there is appearance of nearly 53, but no, in terms of pick wise it's only 50. This tree has been banned off but not picked by any teams. Still no update as of now. Let's see the highest win rate. Okay, Fuzi has been picked 4 times, having 100% win rate. Menki also picked 3 times, 100% win rate. Something that is more significant will still be the Lady Chen, being picked so many times but still having a 76.47. Following which will be Ali, having a 63.64. 11 picks. Zhang Fei on a 54.14. Heino 54.55. Kaiser the same, Lady Sun the same. Dropping off a bit more is on the Mayane 53.33, but he was picked 15 times. In terms of the top bans, it will be Dolia being banned off 65.52%, being banned 19 times and being picked 10 times. And total number of games is actually 29. So Dolia is a ban of pick based on the statistics. Following which is Ali and Mine. They are not banned on pick as much, but they are still considered relatively high, having the 93.1% pick rate, which is only 2 games. They are not either banned or pick, but still considered one of the higher tier. However, you can see right, the Dolia, although being picked or banned, has only 40% win rate. So teams really should consider whether is it really that overpowered for this hero. But Ali is definitely considered overpowered because he still have a relatively nice win rate given such a high pick ban. Same for Mai also. the next in line that has been banned off a lot of time is actually Da Qiao. Okay, Da Qiao is actually pretty strong, I would say. Having a 20 out of 29 big ban, and having an 80% win rate that when it's picked. But the thing is, for Da Qiao, when they pick Da Qiao, most of the time they are pairing with Fu Zi. Luna being banned so many times and having 100% win rate, yeah, that does also kind of make sense. Because Luna on someone with a good hand, right, it's gonna be very scary. Still checking on with them. I thought there's some kind of update. Okay, so in terms of ban rate, it has mostly covered from here already. So now looking at pick and ban. Okay, the highest ban and pick and ban, like what just now I already covered these three, following which is Heno and Lady Chen. Heno on the 54.455. Looking at stats, right, actually like Lady Chen is like the most scary one in terms of the win rate and the ban and pick. Then comes actually is Da Qiao, or even Zhang Fei is not that significantly high. Ali is also next in line also. So for marksman it will be Ali, for mid it will be Lady Chen. Support wise is most likely Da Qiao next. Jungle wise, there isn't much high stats for jungle actually, don't know why. Okay, seems like there will be no live stream for watch party. I think that's all for the day. I will be signing off here. See you in 2 days time and hope the best for our live draw later on. See you.